All right, all right, all right. It's Saturday night. Therefore, it's Saturday night Shoot the Breeze. I want to thank everyone who is here already. I see Daily Affirmations by Pauline is already in the chat saying good evening. Good evening to you as well. Um, you know the deal. I jump on early to be able to give you guys the rundown of what we're talking about tonight. So we probably won't have a couple people who are regulars here. Untouchable is booked. He might join, but he mightn't. He very well might not. So I'm going to assume that he might not be here tonight. Tanzan is still traveling on a different time zone. Oni is also on the continent right now. So we have a kind of a skeleton crew tonight, I imagine, but it's all good. We still have topics to discuss. Tonight, we will be discussing. If you guys could remember, we talked about this white boy who was down in the Bahamas many Shoot the Breezes ago, a couple months back. Well, that jackass crashed the crypto market. We're going to talk about that tonight. That's Sam Bankman Fried, I think is his name. We're going to talk about him tonight and the FTX. I'll be curious to hear what Kevin Carey has to say about it. We're going to talk about whether or not Islam is an African religion. We're going to talk about beauty standards. By the way, shout out to those of you who have been paying attention. We're going to talk about the accuracy of a black beauty standard. I want to bring subjects to Shoot the Breeze, some standard subjects that we should be talking about every week. So I appreciate Trigger Happy 262 for coming through with the black beauty standard and the African spirituality prompt tonight. We're going to talk about something that happened in a college in 2022 in Kentucky, I believe it was. And we also have a follow-up on that story too. We're going to talk about how Europeans scientifically categorize pain and trauma except for African descendants. And should we pursue reparations from a scientific point of view? We're going to talk about arranged marriages. Should we consider arranged marriages and rebuilding black families? We're going to look at what happens when your snow bunny calls you the N-word. We're going to look at 15 books that will get you from 0 to 1 million. We're going to look at something the police did and see if this is better than what they usually do. And we're going to answer the question, is this woman spitting or salivating? It's not what you might think it is. We're going to talk about all that tonight. And I see we have a few more folks have joined us in the chat. We got Jonelle. We got Brother Tezzy saying sup, brothers. We got Bobby Wright saying peace to me and the chat. You know, what I'm going to do now, I'm going to drop the panel link. I'm going to drop the link for those of you who want to be on the panel. Also, the link is actually pinned to the top of the chat. What we're going to do now, what I'd like to do now, I'd like to officially start the show. And on the other side, I'll drop Shoot the Breeze, topic number 1. Hopefully, we'll have some other panelists join us. If not, it's just me tonight. And this will be a quick show. But you guys stay tuned.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio. Welcome to the Bitter Medicine Podcast, where it's all about Black empowerment. Our show focuses on Black news and entertainment, arts, science, economics, history, people, and strategies that uplift, empower, and motivate Africans within the diaspora. And now your host, whose favorite color is black, Goku.
Welcome back to the Bitter Medicine Podcast. I am your host, Koku. Just want to remind you guys before we get the show rolling that this show is part of a podcast network called KWAZ Radio. There are other shows on the network you are invited to tune into.
This is D Webb with the Harsh Reality Podcast, asking you to tune in where we tackle the news of the day that affects our community, only on KWAZ Radio.
Peace, family. This is Oni, inviting you to listen to the Pro-Black Perspective, where black problems are addressed with black solutions.
Greetings, fam. Tune in to The Learning Curve with me, the Revolutionary Matron on KWAZ Radio.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
All right, welcome back to the Bitter Medicine Podcast. Saturday night, shoot the breeze. Trigger Happy 262 is out there. He's on the KWAZ radio side. So remember, we always simulcast to the Bitter Medicine Podcast YouTube channel. We simulcast Shoot the Breeze on KWAZ radio. And we also simulcast to Twitter. So you guys have options in terms of viewing Saturday Night Shoot the Breeze. Hop on any of those channels. I don't mind. Once you catch the show, I'm happy with that. Trigger seems to be locked out from posting comments on the Bitter Medicine Podcast YouTube channel. I don't know why, but by all means, stay with us on KWAZ radio side, and you can comment from there. I get to see all the comments in one place in the studio, so it's not a problem. I see we have Kevin Carre has joined us on the panel. Kevin Carre, how are you this week?
I'm good. A little exhausted, but I'm good.
Okay, this weather has been funny style, hasn't it?
Yeah, I think I have the flu or something because lately I just haven't been feeling like myself, but it feels like it's passing though.
That's interesting because I too this past week, in fact, parts of Shoot the Breeze last week, I wasn't feeling great at all, and this past week I was down bad for a day or two, and I'm just now starting to rally around myself. So I feel you on that. I don't know if it's the weather. I don't know what's going on.
It's that time where the air is cold and it dries out. Yeah, you'll know better than me. When it goes into your nose, it dries it out and it gets cracked, and the virus can get in. Yeah,
the sinuses and all, and all that. Yeah.
But the thing I've been using is a lot of ginger, no sugar, and a lot of pepper. That's what's keeping me going, man.
Okay, good.
Kept chasing.
Good. Okay, so thanks for joining us tonight. Let me drop Shoot the Breeze topic number one out. Like I said earlier, Kevin Carre, Untouchable, told me he was busy today. He had some things going on, and of course, we have Tanzan and them on the continent, so it might just be me and you for a lot of this tonight, or whoever else wants to jump on. Oh, Bobby Wright says he too has the flu.
Yeah, I hope Bobby Wright feels better.
Yeah, Trigger Happy. Yeah, get well soon, Bobby. You're right. Trigger Happy 262 says he had other comments on his channel, on the other channel, and it seems like they are invisible. So this has been weird. I don't know what's going on, but I will look in some of the settings, especially on the Bitter Medicine side. I'll look in some of the settings just to make sure Trigger Happy wasn't timed out or made invisible by someone or something like that. So I'll try to look into that this week. Shoot the Breeze topic number one tonight. Remember when we watched this damn fool? Well, he crashed the crypto market. This might be of interest to Kevin Carre. Let me get the link set up for you guys. I'll be curious to hear what Kevin Carre has to say about this after we check out the attachment here. Hold on a second. Share screen. I don't know what it is. Every time I do shoot the breeze, my computer here starts to slow down for some reason. It shouldn't be happening. Crypto's white knight lost 94% of his wealth in a single day. It's called the CNN. Let's see. Is this a video? Let's see what this video has to say for itself. All right, this is taking forever. I don't know what's going on. Okay, that might not be viable. Forecast is here saying what's up, y'all. Y'all say what's up to the forecast radio. Okay, for some reason that's not playing. I don't know why. So let's just go to the article. Sam Bankman-Fried, the crypto entrepreneur known for providing a financial lifeline to struggling firms in the industry, is now in need of a bailout himself. Bankman-Fried, widely known as SBF, started this week firmly in the realm of billionaires with an estimated fortune of more than 15 billion, according to the Bloomberg Billionaire Index. After the collapse of his crypto exchange, FTX, in a matter of days, he may find himself out of the club. His most valuable assets were his stakes in FTX, the crypto exchange he founded in Alameda, a crypto trading house. The Bloomberg Index assumes that SBF and all other investors in the exchange will be wiped out, and that FTX and Alameda will become suddenly worthless if they are bailed out by Binance. Update. Binance said Thursday was pulling out of the deal. Okay. That would leave SBF's net worth at about $1 billion, a 94% collapse, and the biggest one-day loss by a person tracked by the index. You might remember we talked about this guy a little while back. Kevin Carre, what are your thoughts on this? You're a crypto guy. What are your thoughts on this?
Well, they're saying, obviously, in the summer, another exchange collapsed. An exchange called Celsius. You know, there's been a saying on about these exchanges is you buy those cryptos, you take them off the exchange real quick, because if anything, just like even with a bank, if that bank goes down and goes insolvent, that's your money too. So there's a famous saying amongst crypto digital investors: not your keys, not your cryptos. If you don't have your own cold storage, which is it could be a biometric wallet, a wallet where you can use your fingerprint to get in, that you can store your cryptos offline. If you don't have that and they have custody of your crypto, that happened. From what I'm hearing, this guy's alleged girlfriend was saying, oh, she does not believe in stopgap losses, which is crazy that you're holding billions of dollars and you're gambling with people's money. And that's what happened. It says, not your keys, not your cryptos, but on the other end, when I see red, I buy more. It's like all these things are at a bargain, because about a day and a half later, it started to go back up again. So, that's the way I look at it. When there's blood in the street, buy. But towards the end, though, this is going to really speed up our regulation with the federal government, because right now they're going. Ripple is fighting. Ripple, which makes XRP, is been having a battle for the last 2 years with the SEC. They allege, that one of the topic is amongst the crypto people is the head of the SEC, Gary Gensler, is very corrupt. That he lets other people have a free pass, but he wants to stop XRP. But he had something to do with this, because there was some kind of his schedule showed him meeting with Sam Bankman-Fried. And that's the problem. But back to what I was saying, though, if you don't have your cryptos off these exchanges, if you lose it, that's it. There's nothing you can do. It's not FDIC insured. I'll pass, Mike.
Well, here's a question for you, because it's just you and I here, so we might as well have a discussion about it, right? So this guy had this FTX, which is an exchange, correct? But
Correct.
it sounds like he was robbing Peter to pay Paul somehow. Like he had some other business that was going down. He took money from this business to fund that business. Are you familiar with that?
No, I didn't. As I said, I didn't really pay much attention to the detail. All I know, that said, I heeded the words of, if you're gonna buy from these exchanges, make sure you get them off immediately. As I said, you cannot trust these exchanges. So as I said, you're seeing this happening more and more often. As I said, back in the summer, Celsius fell. Now this one is falling. I've never heard, until this week, I've never heard about this exchange before. I've heard about Sam Bankman-Fried, but I've never heard about this exchange. I've always used Coinbase.
Right. Yeah, again, we talked about this guy before. So let me look up another article real quick while we're here. We talked about this guy before, and I know this was making news in my hometown. As you can see, this random article I pulled up. Sam Bankman, I guess it's Fried. I said Fried, but Sam Bankman-Fried reportedly denies fleeing to Argentina, says he's still in the Bahamas. Sam Bankman-Fried told Reuters he is still in the Bahamas, as rumors swirled overnight that the ex-CEO of the now bankrupt FTX had run off to South America. Flight Radar 24 tweeted early Saturday morning that the one-time crypto billionaire was flying from Nassau to Argentina. Speculation over SBF's whereabouts comes as authorities close in on Bankman-Fried and his failed crypto empire. So this is what the guy looked like. You might remember that story that we talked about before. Sam Bankman-Fried told Reuters he is still in the Bahamas, as rumors swirled overnight that the disgraced ex-CEO of the now bankrupt crypto exchange FTX had run off to South America. Reuters asked Bankman-Fried whether he had flown to Argentina, and he replied, nope, by text. He added that he remained in the Bahamas, which became his full-time residence last year. Speculation over SBF's, a nickname given to the former FTX CEO, whereabouts come as authorities close in on Bankman-Fried and his failed crypto empire. On Thursday, Bankman-Fried tweeted that he would be winding down his trading house, Alameda Research, and then on Friday, FTX, the digital asset exchange that Bankman-Fried founded in 2019, filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy protection in the U.S. That same day, Bankman-Fried stepped down as CEO. The Financial Times is reporting that a day before filing for bankruptcy protection, FTX's global exchange had $900 million in easily sellable assets against $9 billion of liabilities. Wow. It was a very swift fall from grace for FTX this week. Earlier this year, the exchange was valued at $32 billion, and Bankman-Fried was billed as crypto's white knight as he bailed out multiple digital asset companies. Now his ex-CEO is reportedly facing probes by the Department of Justice, the Securities and Exchange Commission, and the Commodity Futures Trade Commission. Meanwhile, the bankrupt exchange appears to have been the target of a hack overnight. This is interesting. Let's see what this video is talking about here.
What would have been the telltales here with FTX and Bankman-Fried that would have told them?
I don't hear anything. It's like it stopped.
There is no there.
You don't hear the video?
This is one of the largest speculative
just came back
bubbles
on.
I've seen or have studied over the course of the last 38 years. And look, there are a lot of apologists for crypto out
It stopped again. Are you talking Koku? It's I can't hear anything at all.
Pardon me?
Can't hear anything at all.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right. I don't know what's going on. I heard it just now, but yeah. Daily Affirmations asked the question, is he like Bernie Madoff? I didn't know. I don't have all the details on this, to be honest. I heard some things when it started to happen. I saw some headlines from the news agencies out of my hometown about it. Let me go to Wiki for a second here. In November 2022, Binance CEO Changpeng Zhao revealed on Twitter that his firm intended to sell its holdings of FTT, FTX's token. Okay, so FTX has a token called FTT. Great. Binance received FTT as part of a sale of its equity in FTX. In 2021, Zhao published his tweet soon after a report from CoinDesk stating that the bulk of the holdings of Alameda, Bankman-Fried's quantitative trading firm, were in FTT. Bloomberg and TechCrunch reported that any sale by Binance would likely have an outsized impact on FTT's price due to the token's low trading volume. The announcement by Zhao of the pending sale and disputes between Zhao and Bankman-Fried on Twitter led to a decline in the price of FTT and other cryptocurrencies. So, Kari, did you see a noticeable drop in token values that you have?
Yeah, I saw it. Yes, as I said, it dropped because it was a run on the exchange, and it sent panic through the market. But I saw this drop too during COVID. my stocks, it just dropped. But just like with anything, and if you study history, if you look at any market crash, they always bounce back. It always does. I didn't panic. I didn't sell anything. I kept all my stuff. It's no way. This is just another hiccup on the way because it happened too in the summer. So, there's nothing. If you're not in for the long game, you're not gonna get anywhere. If you bought it at a high price and you're gonna sell it, you just sold it at a loss. So you just lost double. But that's just my opinion. But
so this is what I heard. Yeah, I feel like there's a delay or something between you and I. I don't know.
Yeah, can you hear me?
But this is what I heard. Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
Want me? Let me come.
What I heard was that was this right here. Anonymous sources cited by Reuters said that Bankman-Fried had transferred at least $4 billion from FTX to Alameda Research without any disclosure to insiders or the public earlier in 2022. That's what I had heard when I said robbing Peter to pay Paul. The sources said that the money transfer had included customer funds and that it was backed by FTT and shares in Robinhood. An anonymous source cited by the Wall Street Journal stated that Bankman-Fried had disclosed that Alameda owed FTX about $10 billion, which was secured through customer funds stored in FTX when FTX had, at the time, $16 billion in customer assets. According to anonymous sources cited by the Wall Street Journal, the chief executive of Alameda Research, Caroline Ellison, told employees that Bankman-Fried was aware that FTX had lent its customers money to Alameda to help meet its liabilities. So anytime you start that robbing Peter to pay Paul type stuff, you're asking. You're asking for trouble.
And as I was saying, you cannot. Only thing you should use these exchanges for is just to buy and get yourself off there immediately. Because once that stuff goes down, the government can come in and confiscate it. You just lost, your money, and only invest what you're willing to lose. I don't have a lot invested in cryptos. It's only a few things. I don't have my life savings. That'll be stupid. But that's just the way it is. But I don't know anything about that token they talk about. I just deal with tokens that have usability and utility. As I said, a lot of the world, we speak about XRP, the majority of the world is using it in their system. It's just the United States don't want it over here yet. That's why they're still in the courts. But I don't know what FTX utility is, I really have never heard about that coin until this week.
Well, before I move on to the next topic, can you tell us, just for those who are curious and who may want to look it up, seeing that you have some knowledge here, and again, you know, we're not experts here, but Kare has to some of these coins and stuff. Can you tell us what are the coins people should be looking out for?
All right, so
that
the
have
three,
utility?
and this is not fun. I must say this to start liability on me or on your show. This is not financial advice. You know, invest what we can afford to lose. All right, so
Right.
forget no Shiba Inu, forget Dogecoin. Those are going to be gone. Those have no utility. Maybe in the future, but not right now. What you want is something like XRP, which is a settlement coin. You know, you buy up. Let's say you want to. I give this example a lot. Let's say you want to send money to the Caribbean. You know, first you make a wallet, and the person on the other hand must have a wallet. So there's really no middleman, right? So what you're doing is you buy up XRP from an exchange, you put it to your wallet, then you get the other person's wallet address. Their I forget what they call it. They get that their hash or whatever they call it. Let's say you want to send $500. It'll cost you 0.00005 XRP or whatever the fee is, you know, and it settles instantly. So the moment you send that money, it settles instantly. You try to do that with you know, Western Union or whoever you send, it's going to take some time for the money to get there, and it's going to cost a lot of money. So that's what XRP is. It's a settlement token, right? Then another one is XDC, which deals more with trade finance, and they were saying that it will help with what's the word here? The what do you call it? What thing? The people on the ports again? Jeez. I'm losing my my train of thought, but it helps with
People
trade.
at the port.
Yeah, the people. I forgot what the term. They're having a thing with that where they're having a backup. I forgot the term, but it helps with that. There's another XRP, and XLM is kind of similar to XRP, but it does something else. But there's something, if you want to go out there, just type in XRP or whatever thing, XRP, XDC, or XLM, and look at the white papers, and it'll tell you everything what it does. Just be careful of these. Excuse my language. They call them shit coins. Like I said, Shiba Inu and Doge. Those are not going anywhere. Only time that those go up is when some celebrity tweet about it. But you know, that is all. Is there anything else?
No, I think that's good. I think that's good. You know, most people probably know about Dogecoin, because that was all the rage. Was that a year, maybe 2 years ago?
Yeah, last
And
summer.
then Inu and all this type of stuff. But yeah, but again, like Kevin Carter is saying, those coins don't have much utility. I think they call them meme coins or something like that. They don't have much utility.
And there you go.
So you want to get behind a coin. I wish the Rico Cooper photography was here. Pardon me?
No, I said there you go. Meme coins.
Kevin Carter, what did you say? Yeah, meme coins. And so
I think we're on
Rico
delay.
Cooper photography. Yeah, there's a strange delay going on here. So we'll just leave that conversation there. All right, let's do topic number 2. I don't know what's going on with the.
Let me exit and come back in.
It's probably whatever software. All right, then. It's probably whatever software the feds put on my computer. I'm going to drop topic number 2. If you guys who are out there, if you feel to jump on, because again, we're a little bit short-handed tonight. If you feel to jump on, click the link at the top of the chat, and you too can jump on tonight and join the panel. Shoot the Breeze topic number 2 tonight is based on this scholar's argument: is Islam an African religion? Are we internalizing an inferiority complex based on the author's argument? I'll take y'all to the link. This link takes us to Twitter, it seems. I know the video, you guys didn't hear the sound a second ago. Let me see if there's a video. Oh, it seems like there's no video here. So this is a tweet from, you guys can see the tweet, right? Yeah. this is a tweet from Neo Donatello. Before I read the tweet, let's welcome in the Forecast. Forecast, how are you this week?
Yo, what's going on, Coco? What's going on, Kevin?
Good, man. How are you?
Yeah, I'm doing good.
All right, thanks for joining, man. Thanks for joining. So this tweet says it is significant that Islam is rarely, if ever, mentioned in studies on or references to African religions. After 1,000 years of continuous presence, dissemination by the sub-Saharan Africans themselves, accommodations to the local cultures, and an overall record of voluntary conversion rather than imposition, Islam is still considered a non-African religion by most American scholars. For some, to see Islam's influence on and importance to Africans in both Africa and the New World acknowledges almost a belittling of what they think are authentic African cultures and Africans. Islamic influence is wrongly perceived as Arabization and a reflection of the supposed weakness of traditional cultures in the face of foreign entities. Interestingly, Chinese, Indonesian, and Albanian Muslims are not seen as being Arabized. Only sub-Saharans are viewed as acculturated, which seems to indicate that some advocates of African cultures have internalized the anti-African prejudices they are fighting in other settings. In this mindset, to celebrate the so-called real Africa, or what is perceived as being the real Africa, Islam and the Muslims have to be denied or minimized. The reality is that traditional African religions have usually been favorably disposed toward Islam and the Muslims and have taken from them what they deem useful to their own preservation and continuity. However, in a mythical and false reconstruction of African cultures as static, millennial, untouched, and uninfluenced except by force, Islam has no place. So I guess this is an excerpt from Sylvain Diouf, Servants of Allah, African Muslims Enslaved in the Americas. Now, this tweet is making an interesting claim here, and the part that stood out to me was in here. That Islam influence is wrongly perceived as Arabization and a reflection of the supposed weakness of traditional cultures in the face of foreign entities. No one says this about the Chinese, the Indonesians, the Albanian Muslims, etc. And then in the end here it says, that basically traditionally Africans were able to take what they needed, right, into their traditional African religions, right, take what they needed and use what they deemed as useful, right, and made it their own. I find that a very interesting take. Kevin Carre, a lot of times when we talk about Islam in Africa, we do tend to Kevin Carre might not be there. Are you there, Kevin? All right, maybe he stepped away. But we do tend to talk about the imposition of Islam and the other Abrahamic religions as kind of like a weakness in African culture, and that we adopted these things as opposed to rejecting them. And the person who made the tweet does make a point here. I guess I wasn't sharing the tweet. No one told me. The person who shared the tweet here does say something that's interesting, that we don't say that about these other folks. Now, to be fair to myself too, I don't much really care about the Chinese, the Albanian, etc., who, the Indonesian who's taken up Islam. I care about the sub-Saharan or Black African people, right? I care about them. So it's kind of an interesting thing to bring that up, and it is interesting. But at the same time, I don't really care about what they adopted or didn't adopt. I believe that African people have had their own history, have had their own religions, and I think those things served us, and then was you can say taken away from us and replaced with these foreign religions. So that's my concern when we talk about re-Africanization. We need to get back to our original forms of language, culture, religion, etc. Right, to be whole again. That's my take on it. Right, Kevin Carre. Yeah, Trigger Happy 262 was telling me the tweet was not shown on the screen. Yeah, sorry about that. I have it on the screen now. Kevin Carre, what say you to this? Did you hear the tweet that I was talking about?
No. Can you speak it again? Refresh me, catch me up to date. Sorry, I went away.
Right. Okay. Let's do this again. So here's a tweet from Neo Donatello. It says, quote, "It is significant that Islam is rarely, if ever, mentioned in studies on or references to African religions. After 1,000 years of continuous presence, dissemination by the sub-Saharan Africans themselves, accommodations to the local cultures, and an overall record of voluntary conversion rather than imposition, Islam is still considered a non-African religion by most American scholars. For some, to see Islam's influence on and importance to Africans in both Africa and the New World acknowledged is almost a belittling of what they think are authentic African cultures and Africans. Islamic influence is wrongly perceived as Arabization and a reflection of the supposed weakness of traditional cultures in the face of foreign entities. Interestingly, Chinese, Indonesian, and Albanian Muslims are not seen as being Arabized. Only sub-Saharans are viewed as acculturated, which seems to indicate that some advocates of African cultures have internalized the anti-African prejudices that are fighting in other settings, In this mindset, to celebrate the so-called real Africa, or what is perceived as being the real Africa, Islam and the Muslims have to be denied or minimized. The reality is that traditional African religions have usually been favorably disposed towards Islam and the Muslims and have taken from them what they deemed useful to their own preservation and continuity. However, in a mythical and false reconstruction of African cultures as static, millennial, untouched, and uninfluenced except by force, Islam has no place. End of quote. That's from Sylvian Diouf, Servants of Allah, African Muslims Enslaved in the Americas. So the prompt says, based on this scholar's argument, is Islam an African religion? Are we internalizing an inferiority complex based on the author's argument? In the chat, quite quickly, Bobby Wright says Islam is not an African religion. KW Don 7 says Mecca is not in Africa. Right? Bobby Wright goes on to say the first African rulers in West Africa that came into contact with the Arabs pretended to embrace Islam for economic benefits. Bobby, talk about that a little bit more in the chat if you don't mind. Trigger Happy 262 on the KWAZ radio side says, and yeah, I try to bring these arguments to the show because I don't think we realize there's actually a lot of oppositional scholarship against Afrocentricity. It would have been nice to hear the responses for this argument. Yeah, we have a skeleton crew tonight. Trigger Happy, if you're willing, you could also join the panel tonight too. We got room. KW on 7 says Jerusalem, Mecca, Medina are not in Africa. So with all of that said, Kevin Carre, Actually, before I go to Kevin Carr, let me welcome in Real Black Gentleman this week. Real Black Gentleman, how are you this week?
Oh, I'm good. I just you know what I'm saying, I you know what I'm saying, I was busy and I realized, you know what I'm saying, this was the Shoot the Breeze. I'm just looking at the topic. I didn't see like the okay, I'm looking at it now that you just pulled it up. It's significant that Islam is rarely, if ever, mentioned because it's not African. I mean, it's like that's not what those people allegedly, according to that, none of that stuff is like when we're talking about Black people, African, like that's peripheral. That has nothing to do with the Yoruba or, you know what I'm saying, peoples. You know what I'm saying? That's not peoples. That's not the Zulu. That's not peoples. You know what I'm saying? That's in trying to like say that the proximity on a geographical level, and it's just like, well, it's right next to it, so it might as well be nah, that's not it. In the whole imposition of, you know what I'm saying, the various levels of Islamic encroachment in northern, you know, and around the sides of Western and Eastern Africa, that's not this. And because of the fact that it's now kind of enmeshed in, especially in Nigeria, again, in a lot of, there's like Islamists in Mozambique now. I mean, that shit's wild. It's like trying to mesh it in and say, well, we were here all along. That's like the same argument that the people with about the homosexuality say, well, it was always homosexuality in Africa. It was always there. Based on what? Because of what you see now when trying to extrapolate that into the past, that's not how it works. Yeah, I'm just saying, like, that's, yeah, of course. I mean, no, of course not. Anyone who actually looks at any kind of like historical research and seeing peoples and how they move would definitely, you know, refute that. Of course, it's not. Like you say, that internalizing it is just exactly what I kind of just said. It's like because of the fact that Islam encroaches upon current African, classic African, societies and stuff. People are trying to say, well, yeah, it's like, well, why are we trying to say that it's not African? It's kind of already here. I'm a pass. I know. I just wanted to say, hey, but that's what it is.
Well. Before I go to someone else on the panel, let me ask you this, Real Black Gentleman.
Okay.
Trigger Happy 262. You can't see him on the Bitter Medicine side. He's on the KWAZ radio side in the chat. But he says, now for all saying that Mecca is not in Africa, here is another argument. You haven't heard some people argue that the Middle East is Northeast Africa, which, that's a lot of my understanding too, that all of that region there was considered Africa at one time. He goes on to say there are also scholarship and anthropology that pure Arabs or original Arabs were actually black, and that Arabia was occupied by black people. He said, as Gaviites, you need to be familiar with these arguments and what response you have to them. If you want to get into power, your vision has to have a stronger argument. I actually agree with what Trigger Happy 262 is saying. That he also adds, also in regards to the West African rulers, I don't know, it depends. People say that it came peacefully, and also African rulers have shaped their mythology through Islam. So, if we go with what Trigger Happy 262 just said, then I'm left in a quandary. What is Yoruba? Is Yoruba Ifa, and is that a response to Islam?
No. Because I mean, like the Inri and a lot of these cultures existed before Islam. I know about the argument that that Arabia is Northwest Africa, and like I get that, but the problem is like you have to deal with the Romans, the Byzantines, just a lot of just mishmashery, even through like the whole Iraq, Syria-ish region, you know what I'm saying? That whole area in northern Arabia, like, yeah, I mean, black people just because of the geography, black people in like Africa, like on the east coast of like Ethiopia and in Sudan and Egypt, I mean, there's just black people there, where on the other side of the Red Sea, I mean, you do have the Yemenis and there's still black people down there. But Oman, the Emirates, those are Arabian countries, and we're the black people. And they're getting shit on, literally. So, like, I know that argument, but I think that the time frame of that, at the time of Mecca, there's a lot of mixery in Arabia at that point to say that, the whole Arabian Peninsula is Northeast Africa. I would say that's wishful thinking from the Kemetic point of view when that area was basically a client state of Kemet, a client region of Kemet. And that was thousands of years ago. We're talking about, I would say closer to like 4,000 years ago, as opposed to 1,500.
Yeah,
again, the Islam. I've been trying to say this. Islam and Judaism are related. The peoples who are Islamic are the same people who are the Khazars and the Jews. They came up out of that Asia region up and crossed the Caucasus and were in that Turkestan region. In that area, if you just look a little bit beyond Arabia and look over the mountains, that's where them peoples come from. There's a place in in the area of the Caucasus, in the South Caucasus, in the 1600s, called the Iberian Emirate. Now you might know the Iberian as in the Iberian Peninsula of Spain, yeah. But this is where I see the relationships. I don't think that name is accidental. I think that what happened is in the 600 ADs, there are peoples in that area, the Iber, or you might think of the Avars, which is another group of people who are the Jews who came up through Europe in like the 600s.
Yeah,
I've been studying this because I got to get behind Islam. I can't just look at it square on at 600 AD and be like, okay, everything. No, peoples move around. Where were those people? Where did they move from? And throughout history, that's where I know it's not really that. It's like I know I want to claim it, but it's kind of hard to say it empirically. Like, yeah, that's north East Africa, knowing that even right now Egypt is pressed to have black people there right now. Sudan, the northern 2/3 of Sudan is, is all Arabized. The geographical stretch to kind of claim it as Africa is really hard. I don't want to go. I don't want to take up too much time. I'm past the mic.
No. That's really good stuff. In fact, Trigger Happy 262 says, "Yeah, I agree with you, real black gentleman. Many Central Asiatic folk mixed into those areas, but I'm just presenting the argument so you can make sure you know what you're up against, and that's why I appreciate Trigger Happy 262."
Hey, I appreciate him. Hey, I appreciate him too. I do. Thank you, brother. Thank you for real. You genuine. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I like him for that because he understands the assignment, right? Like, Shoot the Breeze is for us to do a couple of things. It's a Garveyite program. It's a re-Africanization program, and it's iron sharpening iron, right? We supposed to understand what people will come at us with, and we need to have our understanding of the situation and our counter arguments solid. The first thing we got to always say is Islam came by force. Christianity, Islam, all this stuff was forced upon us. That's the first part of your argument. They came from foreign peoples who forced it on us. Bobby Wright is telling you the Ether spiritual system goes back before 5,000 BCE, right? So we gotta keep these types of things in mind. Foreign people forced upon us. If it was forced upon us, that alone tells you it's problematic for us. That means that it was forcefully substituted for what we were doing. And we need to get back to what we were doing if we are to get back to who we are, if we are to be able to design our own realities, right? Trigger Happy 262 also says, this is usually justification for why Islam is an African religion. Quote, because African people made it, end of quote, is the argument. Yeah, we can't be fooled by that. Bobby Wright, KW Don 7 says, in dealing with the political reality today, I am not claiming the Arabian Peninsula or the Levant region. So that's a good point too. even if those regions were originally, Black equals African, we got to look at what's going on now. Trigapi 262 says another book I want to read is The Africans, a triple heritage. I got to look that one up. And again, I've been interested in bringing back the book club, but I'm not interested, and I don't mean this in a bad way, I'm not interested in hosting the book club. I'm already doing enough things. So if any of you out there who are listening, if you want to join KWAZ Radio as a host of a book club podcast, I've been trying to get in contact with Carl Hezekiah, and I can't hear from the brother. Carl, if you're out there, you can hit me up. But if anyone else here is interested in that, I will, we have the infrastructure. We now have the website is pretty much up. We're on the podcast apps. You can check us out on Spotify and Apple Podcasts, etc., Google Podcasts, and the like. But we can add a book club podcast where we talk about these books. Again, iron sharpens iron. We need to be edifying ourselves so that when the fools and the idiots come with the arguments, right? When the fools and the idiots come with the counter arguments to who we are as African people, we need to be on point. So again, I put it out there. If you are hearing my voice and you think you'd like to organize a book club, I will be in the book club too. I just don't want to have to host it. Right? By all means, let me know. Harsh Reality Podcast, that's D Web saying gotta delegate. I feel you need to do some recruiting. I appreciate that, D Web. Yeah, you gotta. I can't do all of it. That's why a lot of our things as Black folks don't work out. We have one person, right, who is the so-called leader, right, who's the head of it, and that person is required to try to build every aspect of something. And then later on, after it's built and the person has killed themselves over trying to build it, then folks might start to trickle in, and we got to get off of that. Sometimes when we're all together and we're having these kinds of conversations as a people, sometimes we have to get to the point of saying, you know what? Let me handle that part. You know what I'm saying? If we're fixing an old car or something like that, and I say I'm going to fix, the muffler or something like that, someone else could get the alternator or something like that. You know what I mean? So let's try to do that. Let's try to shoot the breeze that thing where when we come across a interesting topic, someone raises their hand and says, I'll take that part. And you'll be surprised to see where this machine will go. You'll be surprised to see where this machine will go if we start taking on that mindset. But I digress. Let me get back on topic here. I went kind of off there. I see Achieve Mindset is here. He said Islam did not come to Africa peacefully. I appreciate all of you who are here tonight. I appreciate all of you on the panel tonight. If you guys are out there and you want to join the panel, let's click the link pinned to the top of the chat. You can join the panel where, we have a little bit of a bare bones panel tonight, but a strong one all the same. You guys can hop on if you will. Bobby Wright says that book is by Ali Mazuri. It leans towards Islam and Arabism. Boy, by the way, let me say this too. Before I go on to Kevin Carre, you guys should follow Bobby E. Wright on Instagram. Bobby E. Wright puts some dope posts up, like multiple posts a day that are really good, especially book suggestions and stuff like that. This brother is well read. You guys should check out his Instagram. With that said, let me go to Kevin Carre. Kevin Carre, based on this scholar's argument, is Islam an African religion? Are we internalizing an inferiority complex based on the author's argument? What say you?
It is not an African religion. We had our spiritual system long before the Arabs came into Africa and forced it upon us. Either you convert or you die by the sword. That's all. Even the stupid their culture. It's not our culture, but it's all about. As I said, when you subjugate a people, and you strip away every little decency they have, and all they have to look for it is the Islam, the Quran or whatever. Of course, they're gonna lose their way and say, "Oh yeah, I'm an Arab. I am this and that." Do you remember that Gates documentary back in the late '90s when he went to East Africa, and he asked the guy,
Oh,
"Hey,
yeah.
yeah," he goes, "What are you?" He goes, "Oh, I'm Persian." But yeah, my thing is it's very obvious. Islam is not an African religion. It's not. All these Abrahamic religions, it's not African. That's all I gotta say.
Kevin Conrad, that's a good pull. I posted, because it's on YouTube for free. I forget that Gates documentary, the title of it, but I posted on the community tab months ago. I was asking for people to kind of comment on it. One of the things I noticed in that is what you just said. The Arabs squarely differentiate themselves from the Africans. Squarely differentiate themselves. So you can't come back and tell me that this thing that they're peddling is an African thing. You know what I mean? And this idea too, that, Africans took their original African spiritualities and they took things from Islam and, that suited them. Well, how come when I see the African, I don't recognize them as African? How come when I see them practicing Islam and other African spiritualities? I remember years ago, and maybe in that Gates documentary too, they talked about how Africans had the religion and then they also had the African spirituality. But what do we see most time from these Arabized Africans? We see Islam. We don't see them practicing their African spirituality. You guys in the chat, do you ever see Africans, especially our direct ancestorship, West and West Central Africans who follow Islam, do you ever see them practicing a West African spirituality? You guys in the chat, let me know. Shout out to Bibi Rodriguez, who's here today also.
Yeah, you know what? When I walk down 125th Street, I mean, I'm cool with a lot of the vendors, but when you watch the vendors, they're bowing to the east to pray to Mecca.
Right.
Yeah, they'll have some African garbs on, but their religion is Islam. Same thing.
Yeah.
You go on Bedford Avenue and Fulton Street, right?
Yep.
That whole block is an African block, but there's that big mosque right there.
I was down there today. Yeah. By the way, I also put on the community tab the subjects that I came up with so far for Shoot the Breeze. I'm trying to make it a subject area thing, which is good because look, Trigger Happy brought this African spirituality subject tonight. This is good. And we're going to talk about beauty standards later. Those are two of the things I put up there. You'll see the other things. I think I put 6 things. You guys let me know, if you have anything else to add to it to make it 10 things or just make it a solid 5 things that we can do. All right, check out the community tab. With all of that said, I know I have my brother, the Forecast, sitting here for a minute. Forecast, based on this scholar's argument, is Islam an African religion?
I don't think Islam is a black religion.
Right.
Koku is Arabs African?
No.
Okay, so yeah, well, I would say no then, But he, the dude also said, they continue to do it by choice these days. But you also see us being Christians by choice, but we know that was beat into us, and but I will say this though, if it's like because I'm not an expert or nothing like that, but like if it's an offshoot of like the Judaism or whatever, if black people made that, wouldn't it technically be African religion if black people made that religion and they kind of took it from that?
That's an interesting one. So that's an interesting one. There's good arguments to say that Judaism came out of Africa and was sold back to Africa. I think John Henry Clark makes that point. The issue with that is African people gave that shit up. The reason why the phenotype of Judaism is what it is today, Africans left that shit alone a long time ago. And these folks up in, where were they? I think Real Black Gentleman mentioned them, the KWAZ, right? These guys were searching for something because they didn't want to be subject to Islam or Christianity. And they said, well, let's take up this defunct religion. So I think we kind of used that, and we were done with it. I mean, is that your understanding, Real Black Gentleman and Forecast?
Oh, my bad. What did you what did you say? What did you say?
Forecast asks about Judaism, if that was created by Black equals African people.
No. See, Judaism is just a remix of just the cultures and practices of the predominantly Black peoples in that area. Now, back in the day, there were a lot more Black people in that whole Levant area around the Red Sea and all that. So whatever them peoples kind of meddled in, about the Avaris, the capital of the Hyksos, them is them Khazars, them is them peoples. All that stuff is them proto-Jews walking into Kemet, stealing and trying to meddle around with our culture until they are expelled. Any of that stuff is not ours. It's their take on their interpretation and their cultural appropriation, their styles, swagger jacking.
Yeah. So Forecast, what say you now?
No, I agree with him. I think it's like they tried to take over, but then they kind of perverted it and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I think all of it is just like they just don't know how to do it. They don't look at the world the same way that we do. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you are one with it. They look at it as conquer, you know what I'm saying? Like, is a different way that we look at the world, but that way they can't just take our concepts. When they take our concepts, it comes out in a perverted way, you know what I'm saying? On some manifest destiny stuff,
Yeah. So, here's a follow-up question for everyone in the chat, everyone who's listening, everyone who's up here on the panel. How do we make our African spiritualities as powerful as these people's own? Like how do we get our people back to them when we talk about re-Africanization? I'll be curious to hear from Trigger Happy 262 and others in the chat. How do we get our people back or on to African spirituality without, and Forecast likes to have this conversation sometimes. How do we get them back? Do we have to somehow force our people, or what do we do to get our people back? I'll start with Kevin Carre.
Sorry about that. I mean, as you get older, your belief is more ingrained and cemented into your head. So the most we can do is start with the next generation coming up. I'm burned out trying to do that to get our people back, man. It's like no matter what you do, it's yes, Jeebus is gonna help me. Let me go give the pastor a lot of money, or I gotta go to my mosque, or I'm this and that. I'm like, yo, if that's for you, that's for you. But I'm not gonna waste my time. I'm just gonna put my energy into the younger people and teach them about our true ways. Well, I'll pass the mic.
Forecast, what say you?
All right, I'll give you the political answer. The only way that you would be able to do that is to be able to have something for them. You know what I'm saying? Like there was a time where the church got you can go there for shelter, protection, food, whatever. Now it turned into exploitation. I get it, but it's gonna be hard to get people to follow you if you're not there to offer them something, like being able to feed them. Like, you can't tell somebody to quit a job if you can't replace it, you know what I'm saying, with the ability to live their life, So if you want people to follow you, like, because they're always going to get stuck, because it's not even the religion, because they'll throw away their religion for money too, you know what I'm saying? So that's really what it takes, you know what I'm saying? I think, but I'll pass it on.
All right, Real Black Gentleman, what say you?
I basically said, how would you get spirituality back? I mean, part of it is just having we have to find the elements of divinity, of that which is, I guess, creative in nature, and find and manifest that in us. It's like You in a way, not to be so how do I say it, what's the word I want to say, the big head or anything like that, but as we see our people, we see manifestations of the Most High or the divine or Amun, the hidden and the revealed. We can see Ogun in aspects, or we can see it. We won't even think about it because it's not about that. This is what we're trying to talk about, spirituality. We see elements of people that are incredible, and it's unsaid, it's unspoken almost, but it's there. We see it, and right now it's like we have people. I mean, a lot of it is our entertainers, because they speak, and spirit is of breath. Those of us who sweat and exert, and who do great things that are seen, we see a bit of divinity in them. And I would have to say that these are living people who excite us in creative ways. We have to continuously see that in us. I'm not saying let's be, we have to find ways to give praise to creation by exhibiting things in spite of saying our humanity and our natural propensity to fail and not be perfect and all that, to even strive for perfection, to strive for little bits of perfection that we can share upon our people in those moments of grace amidst the chaos that we have to do. Because I mean, we have to, you can build a house, but if you don't keep it up, it's going to crumble. And the idea is that we have to build spiritual space, and it's not going to be amongst walls. It's just ideals and in that which we respond to in our lives. Like we got to become the gods. I mean, in our own humble ways, in ways that we don't willfully and pridefully try to go for, because I'm not trying to be God, but creation is going to work through me in aspects that are elemental as such. You can't go to church, you can't go and look through these books. I mean, some of this stuff is going to have to be written out, and it's going to be, we're going to have to recite stuff. Black people are going to have to get on the same page. I mean, and I've said this on before, like, I don't want spirituality to become a catch as catch can kind of a philosophy where it's just black doest thou will. I don't want spirituality to turn into that, because that's not constructive. We have to have, the native confessions. We have to have binding principles, and we have to sort them out. I mean, it's not like you're going to get there from here and it's not going to be perfect, but it's going to have to be recognized that when we see it, we know it. I mean, we can go, just if we're going to be as black as we're going to be east to west coast, and if we're black not because of what's going on from without us, but from within us in our intrinsicness of being of the Africa, the mother continent, what I'm saying? We are going to have to just, theology, people who are Muslims or who are Christians and who are Jews and whatnot on the continent are going to have to say, wait, how do we bring this home? How do we bring this home? And it might be a little hokey, people might start building little meccas in Africa, and it might turn into that for 50 years. And this stuff took hundreds of years to get to this point. It's not going, I'm not saying it would even take another hundreds of years. I mean, you can really get people to snap up and be like, oh, shoot, already about it. Like, we got to get back to this already, like yesterday. Like, these things can happen when people mobilize, and a lot of that has to do with turmoil, unfortunately, that is affecting us from outside. But the things we're already affected from the outside. And I think, sometimes you don't want it to turn into, waiting for disaster to strike, but sometimes that's the only way. Hopefully we can preempt that by just saying that we're constantly being attacked. And, part of it is a nuance. I lean towards more bold action, although some people you are so stubborn, you can say bold things to people and they don't hear you.
Right.
There are none so blind that will not see. I'm a pass.
No, I appreciate that, Real Black Gentleman. Brother Bakari was here. I hope you'll come back. Tanzan said, what's up? Lero was here. BB Rodriguez says African spirituality said it was our manifest destiny to be sold into slavery. So what say you? I'll say this, BB. I'm not familiar with that manifest destiny thing. To me, the manifest destiny comes from these Abrahamic religions that we will go through servitude and whatnot. So I'm not familiar with that in African spirituality, but I'll be glad for you to, to pass on that information to me when you can. I like what Trigger Happy 262 said. I have to read it because he's on the KWAZ radio side. But before I do that, let me welcome in Brother Bakari. Brother Bakari, have you been paying attention to the conversation? Bakari, your mic is muted if you're talking. All right, we'll give Bakari another minute or so.
Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
I'm having technical difficulties. My bad. Yo, ask that question again, because the last person I heard speak was, I think it was a real black gentleman. And I ain't gonna lie, his answer had me all kind of confused. So ask the question again.
What was the question?
You was talking about
the question was along the
how we can get our people back from how we can get our people back to African spirituality.
Yes.
If you want to do it the Abrahamic religion way, beat them and force it on them. There's one. Number two, I remember him saying, "Don't go." But the church was actually the church is actually the last place where people practice. In all honesty, where most of our people actually practice some form of African worship. If you truly study the church, you know anything about church, they truly practice voodoo in church for a very long time. They, just like in places now that do Santeria, it's covered up under like Catholicism, but if you study it, they're actually doing African worship inside of the church, inside of that church. So for me, that's how, I don't know, I just told you my two answers. Force it on them, or you can force it on them, or find you one of them old school churches and you can see them really practicing voodoo inside of the church. And I yield the mic.
Sorry, I was talking with my mic muted. I've had the thought, and thank you, Bakari. I had the thought several times in my journey. I've had the thought of starting a church, but a church that does it differently than what's being done out here. A church that brings in that African spirituality, that, a church that also holds those study groups and has a meeting place for people to get organized and stuff. One of the criticisms I have about Gavi is Gavi was a Roman Catholic, and when you read Message to the People, he clearly talks about God and Christ and all that kind of stuff, right? I like what Trigger Happy 262 Plus said. It reminds me of Gavi a little bit. We have to, I can't find where Trigger Happy 262 said it. Yeah, he said pushing for a cultural revolution. I also think a third party, a nationalist party that supports the cultural revival of our traditions is important. And I know you said other things before that, but I thought that was very important. And I wish Gavi had kind of considered it more, or thought about it, or practiced it at least, where you push that African spirituality more. But in those days, I do understand most of those men were, grew up in the church. And so they had that, that Christian ethic thing going on. We got to go to Africa and civilize the savages and all that nonsense. But we today need to do that now. If we're going to be pushing getting organized and having organizations and, practicing Black nationalism or Pan-African nationalism or what have you, one of the things we need to be pushing in those organizations is African spirituality, in my thoughts. Does anyone disagree with that? All right, seems not. Bobby Wright says, hold on a second. Bobby Wright said, I think what we have to do is make African spirituality appeal to our people, just like the Nation of Islam made Islam appeal. We have to build an institution and serve the people. I like Forecast. I agree with that 100%. Tanzania's out there saying, hit the likes, everyone. So please hit the like, share the link with your people on social media, invite a few people to come through. Trigger Happy 262 agreed with Brother Bakari. He said, yeah, he is right. Hoodoo was the strongest in the black church in America. Yeah, I think we got to get back to that. Marcus Garvey is the way is here. The Hash Rally podcast said Malik Assad from UBA had a brother on some years back that had a quote-unquote church that actually did exactly that. They practiced voodoo and African spirituality. I'll see if I can find the name of it later. Yeah, I appreciate that too. I'd like to have someone like that on. Brother Bakari, you want to add something?
Right quick? Yeah, go back to what Bobby E. Wright said. It's back to the point that I always make, right? Other groups just actually outworking us, right? I'm just being honest. When he said you got to be, we're being outworked. There's not enough of us out in the streets trying to get this done. It's just that simple for me. We're being outworked. If we want people to be a part of what we're doing, of what we want to do, we have to get out and we have to talk to people and meet people in the streets. That's how I meet most of the people, you know what I'm saying, that I know. Even the lady that came on last night and did the poem, we met in the streets, me talking, my friend Anulu coming to chat. We met. Matter of fact, most of the people who come on in and say they know me, if they come to my chat and say they know me, they don't know me from YouTube. They know me from being in the streets talking to people. We're just being outworked. It's just that simple. And you're right, they did call it the Sanctified Church, but it was actually voodoo that they practiced all throughout the black church down south. Practice voodoo.
Yeah, they have in the Caribbean, they have these spiritual Baptist churches. Some people call it Soca Baptist because it's just like you go into like a soca concert or the Jumper Church or something like that. That is African spirituality mixed in and stuff like that. But yeah, you guys are all right. We are being outworked in these areas, and we gotta figure out something. We gotta figure out something quickly and act on it soon. I'm gonna go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 3 if there's no last words on that topic.
Let me ask you one question. Have you ever heard of Oyotonyo Village in South Carolina?
No, I haven't.
People need to look at Oyotonyo Village if you want to see. It's a village. It's Yoruba. It's actually their own sovereign little nation right there in South Carolina. But they practice Ifa. They have a lot of traditional African worship is right there in Oyotonyo Village.
Are they Gullah
and they
Geechee?
want more people. No, they're not the Geechee.
Okay.
No, they're not Geechee. They were just they African Americans. But yeah, right. It's called. I might be mispronouncing it, but I think it's Oyotonyo Village. Right there in South Carolina. So we do have, and they want more people to come and learn about it too.
If you guys in the chat, if anyone can remember who's on the Discord, you could join the Discord by clicking the link. Post something, post a prompt on that village if you can find something on YouTube. Let's take a look at it in the future, of the Shoot the Breeze. Let's take a look at it. I think this subject-based Shoot the Breeze thing is a good idea if we execute it right. We can really do some work in our discussions here that we could then take into the streets and actually do some real powerful work outside. In the meantime, I'm going to go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 3. Shoot the Breeze topic number 3 tonight is how accurate do you think the black beauty standard is? What should we emulate and discard culturally? Or is there no need to discard anything? Before I share the link, let me just put this up on the screen. Harshali Podcast, that's D Webb, said he drove by there a few times. South Carolina has a lot of history. Going to Charleston in a couple weeks, I'll actually stop by and check it out. So that's what I like. This is what I like Shoot the Breeze for. This is the intended purpose. You learn something here, go and check it out some more in your own time. If it's a physical place and you could pass by and check it out, go and do that. You know, that's cool stuff, D Webb. I'll be curious to hear your thoughts when you after you check it out, Webb. Shoot the Breeze topic number 3 is how accurate do you think the black beauty standard is? What should we emulate and discard culturally? Or is there no need to discard anything? This came with a link. Let's check it out.
I hear a lot about Eurocentric beauty standards and how it oppresses Black women. You know, the colorism, futurism, texturism, darkism, lightism, uglyism, bodyism, and all of the isms modern women discuss. But what I've never actually heard is anyone define what the Black beauty standard is. I mean, if there is a Eurocentric beauty standard, then there has to be a Black or Afrocentric beauty standard, right? Now enter Kevin Samuels. He is probably the closest person we have in modern day Black America to openly express what modern beauty standards are. You know, size 4, low to healthy BMI, natural hair, no baby daddies, fit, feminine friendly, etc. Now, while I agree that those standards are realistic for those modern women who are determined to marry rich, high value men in America, the issue is
this isn't African. That's not who we are.
Kevin himself mentions that he uses the English standard.
High fashion has a lot of suspect looking stuff in it. Cannot dispute that, especially if you go Italian or French. My style personality of the 9 leans more European. My overall style tends to be this, leans very English. This is what you see me in most of the time. What's my standard? Oh, we get into all of it, height, weight, dress, size, and all that other stuff. And I want to do this right now for Black women in particular. Don't start talking to me about some white man standard of BMI. No, I want you to go back into your family album. You know, the one Big Mama used to have. And I want you to flip back and look at the women in your family tree from 1950 on back. And that's your DNA. I guarantee you, you will not see the majority of those women over 150 pounds. You won't. You're darn sure not going to see them at 200 and 300 pounds.
Granted, but my lineage can't be traced to England. And for Black folks, this is also not the case. Our grandparents and great-grandparents in Georgia, Alabama, Louisiana, Texas, Florida, Mississippi, Arkansas, they didn't come up on the Mayflower. Those dances grandmama used to do, and those hairstyles, that special medicine she used to Black or Black African assisted. Some of those beauty standards are alive in Black America today. So we're going to talk about it. Black people have always distinguished between attractive women and unattractive women. Black beauty standards, also known as African aesthetics, has been researched and applied since ancient times. These studies continued even after chattel slavery, as our ancestors fought to maintain their identity in spite of genocide. In African cultures, one of the most common tools used to determine and display feminine attractiveness were beauty masks. These masks describe the facial elements that each specific culture defined as beautiful and desirable. Some examples are Though there are small variations from region to region, generally the following traits are seen as the most desirable: facial symmetry, elaborate braids, delicate features, almond eyes, small ears, Nubian nails, full lips, high cheekbones. Other examples from classical and medieval Africa that depicted standards of beauty are statues of African queens. Some examples are now, a person's physical appearance was only one aspect of beauty. One's attitude, personality, and the ability to maintain and nurture healthy relationships were also a huge component of beauty. So, for a Black and African standard, in order to be beautiful, she had to have both inner and outer beauty. This means she had to have manners and character. So, what does this mean for today? Twerking, fogging it up, hoeing and scolding. These would not be acceptable aspects of beauty according to the Black and African standard. And it didn't matter how good you looked.
I said, this Black man probably don't even like Black girls. He probably doesn't even talk to Black women. He probably don't even think twice about Black girls at all whatsoever.
Remember, Ani distinguishes the African beauty standard from Eurocentric beauty. She explains that traditional African beauty standards emphasize a person's character and inner qualities, whereas Western beauty was more concerned about the outward. Also, in many African languages, the words good and beautiful are synonymous and mean literally the same thing. One example of this is found in Sylvia Ardone Boone's study of feminine beauty among Mende females. Beauty for the Mende is physical, metaphysical, and historical. Beauty as a concept in Mende operates on and humans. Another African word, Nyende, means both to be good and to be beautiful. Women are expected to be attractive on the outside while maintaining a gracious, cheerful, modest, gentle, and helpful disposition. An Igbo woman said in her culture, beautiful would never be used to describe a woman that displayed bad character or improper behavior. So what does this mean? Twerking at restaurants, at kid soccer games, at funerals, or outside of Walmart just for fun would have made you ugly by African beauty standards, y'all. Something interesting is that traditional Black beauty standards do not emphasize colorism, featurism, or texturism. Different skin tones and complexions have always existed in Africa, so the color of a woman's complexion was generally not the primary factor in determining how beautiful a woman was considered. It was more important that a woman's skin be clear and of an even skin tone. Also, texturism doesn't really apply, as we see there is a much higher emphasis on how elaborate a woman's braids were than the actual texture of her hair. Now, as far as body shape or size, women with a smaller waist to hip ratio, basically a woman with a curvy build, were the most idealized among men of African descent. For example, a recent study showed that men of African descent had a higher preference for women who had smaller waist to hip ratio compared to men of European descent. These studies also suggested that men of African descent from Ghana, the UK, US, and the Caribbean idealized women with a low to normal BMI, although Black and African men had a higher acceptance of women with a higher than normal BMI. However, all of these studies showed that regardless of a person's ethnicity, men preferred women with a leaner frame, although Black and African men found curvaceous women with a normal or low BMI as the most desirable. So what does this mean in simple terms? Simply put, one can accurately conclude that the Black man's preference for the slim, thick woman goes all the way back to Africa. So, do we see the Black beauty standard putting Lizzo on top? Or how about Meg Thee Stallion or Cardi B? or Nicki Minaj or Lori Harvey or Kelly Rowland? Well, I'll let you decide. But as mentioned, according to the Black beauty standard that has existed since ancient times, a woman would not be considered beautiful unless she had the character and looks to back it up. Who knew standards were so high? So, what do you think? Let me know. Leave your questions, comments, concerns below. Also, if you like this content, you can now sign up to become a monthly member and join my community where you'll receive
Yeah, that's interesting. So, I'm glad that Marcus Garvey is the way has joined us. Marcus Garvey is the way. How are you this week?
I'm good. I'm trying to get the TV to go on pause. Yeah, I'm good. How are you?
I'm
Hello?
good, thanks. I'm good. Thanks for joining us. Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, there's a weird delay I think going on with some of us tonight. But Marcus Garvey's way, you saw that just now. What say you to it? How do you feel about that beauty standard right there?
Well, I think that we have been told to idolize what we aren't. If you notice, we have women who keep putting on these wigs or keep changing their fashion. So you keep putting right now is long nails, long eyelashes, and long fake European hair. So it's everything we're not. Yeah. And everybody else is then trying to look like us in the sense of, all of a sudden white women, even white men, because I go to the gym and I see white men with some big butts and I'm like, really? Like, like what happened to the old time, pancake behind white people? And every now and then when I see them, I'm like, oh, these are the old fashioned white people, the flat back ones. But now you're seeing the men and the women with butts. The women want hips and all this stuff. And they want everything except the hair, really. I think a lot of them don't want the hair, but we are forced
They
as a
want them
people.
hairstyles done.
I think a few, I don't majority, I think a few do it just to get a reaction. A few white girls every now and then plaiting their hair, and it's not a group of them, because if they really wanted to, a herd of them would have done it, but it's just a few every now and then. I think do it for reactions, or unless their little white friend or their black boyfriend got them caught up in thinking that that's the standard. And I'm not bothered either way. If a white girl want to wear braids, more power to her, whatever. I've never worn braids, so I really don't care. So I think we most people would say Beyonce over Kelly, or most people would say Beyonce over who was the other girl? The third one.
I
One was
forgot her
Kelly
name,
and
the gospel singing one, but yeah.
yeah, like most people will say Beyonce over her. And we know why. I
Now,
mean,
hold on.
Mhm.
Why do you think most people will put Beyonce over Kelly Rowland, for example?
And I think Kelly Rowland is gorgeous. I think because she's more shapely, she's light skinned, and she got long hair. I mean, I think that's the three things that would rack her up.
Because Kelly Rowland bad too, by the way.
Yeah, she's
With a
beautiful,
nice
but
shape.
she's very slim. And I guess she's darker, so I guess for people,
Marcus McGee in the chat says he likes Kelly. Trigger 262 says, notice how when we control our cultural faculties, we tend to admire physical traits among our people a lot. Not liking dark skin, coily hair, dark gums, gap teeth are things we admire. So Marcus Garvey is the way. Just to go back to the video and what you saw,
mm-hmm.
Do you think that this was accurate? Do you think there's anything we should keep in that video? Should we keep all of it, some of it, none of it? What are your thoughts on that?
Keep it what? I think I missed that part. Keep what?
The beauty standards that the research in this video tells us we had back in Africa and what we have in the Caribbean and etc.
I think personally growing up, I think the males like the females, whether they were dark or not. I don't think there was. I kind of find it hard to say there was a preference for light skinned girls over dark skinned girls. I think simply because there was not that much light skinned girls to go around. So, I don't think those light skinned girls were getting more attention than the dark skinned girls. But what I did notice growing up was that the light skinned girls like the darker guys, so they didn't like light skinned boys. They like the blacker boys, So, but America to me sets a different standard. So it's kind of weird, because we're black people and we're around black people, that's what we liked. Yeah, but then yeah, some people will admire the long hair girls, but then it wasn't like I didn't think personally that the boys were going after them because they were light skinned or had longer hair. You know what I'm saying? I don't know.
Okay.
It's probably the way I grew up, and because Barbados is a blacker country, so growing up there was only like 2 light skinned girls in a class of 37 children. So I mean, if the boys had wanted to zero in on them, you know, you'd have all the other girls, but I don't think the boys went after girls simply because of light or dark skin. Um, and I mean, personally, I consider myself a dark skinned female, and I don't think, in terms of attraction, that I don't think there was any. I don't think anybody ever said, "Oh, they didn't like me because I was a dark skinned person." You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I've never seen it. My mother, on the other hand, as I said, she's light skinned, but she never considered herself beautiful because she had full African nose and a full African lips. Although her grandfather was white, she always felt that her nose and her lips were too large, and her hair was too nappy. But she liked, I want to say, dark skinned men, or well, she had an Indian too, so it is what it is. But in terms of beauty standards, I don't know. I think when it comes to America and modern times, it's a whole different ball game. Like, America sells you beauty standards. Even they even sell white women beauty standards. They don't like the red hair, they like the blonde hair, and sometimes they want to push the pale skin, but then they don't push the tanning anymore. So I think America just creates concepts and they want to market it. So they'll market beauty however, and black people just need to stop buying it. That's my opinion.
Yeah, that's the work right there. The work is to get black people to not want to engage that foolishness. Black people out here, especially. Trigger 262 says there was a study I want to find that said African men on the continent easily liked darker skinned women than African American men born in America. That's an interesting thing. Brother Bakari, what did you see there? Should we keep all of that? Should we only keep some of it? Should we get rid of all of it? What say you? All right, Brother Bakari is muted.
Yeah, look, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna just watch. I'm having so much technical difficulties. I missed most of the damn video, and most of my things just in and out. So I'm gonna have to go out and try to come back in. I can't respond on that.
Okay, no problem. Kevin Carre, how accurate do you think the black beauty standard is? What should we emulate and discard culturally? Or is there no need to discard anything?
Discard this outsider's influence, whether it be European, Asian, Arab, whatever. We need to look within. We have the most beautiful, and this is me saying this, and I don't care. You can disagree with me, I don't care. But we have the most beautiful women in the world. The hell, I mean, other women can have their own beauty standard. That's on them, more proud to them. But black women are the most beautiful women in the world, man. That stop with this, wearing that what gets my goat all the time or grinds my gear, seeing them with a blonde wig, man. I hate seeing that blonde wig.
You ever seen them with a blonde wig and you gotta look at their hands to figure out if they're white or black? Like, sometimes I just see their hair and I'm like, is it a black or a white woman? And you gotta look at the hands to see from behind, like, what the hell?
No, I don't know what to say, but and Koku, you're familiar with me. I kind of paused the project a little bit, but since 2002, when we were on campus, that's all I did. It's like, listen, man, I can't be having the media out here talking real bad and greasy and showing bad images of my women. Let me, I got this here camera, I got film, I got access to the dark room. Let me start taking photos. And then from then on, I've been on the project for the last 20 years, man. So I'm more for my people, man. The Black Beauty Center is my thing. There's nothing, as I said, nothing more beautiful than a black woman, man. That's all I gotta say.
Yeah, Trigger Happy 262 agrees. He says, yeah, we are supposed to think like that because they will think their women are the most beautiful. Forecast, you've been here taking it all in. What say you? Did you see anything in that video that should be kept? Should all of it be kept?
Well, I saw one thing that I would discard. Like the pretty women gotta wear masks, you know what I'm saying? I'd rather them not wear masks, you know. But like with the video, I would say like based off what they're saying, you know what I'm saying? Because they was talking about, you know, black beauty standards. So like, you know, I'm glad they didn't even really mention like other influences as much as somebody else would, you know. And it's hard to say, like, because I would say a lot of it I could say is like rooted in truth, but it's hard to say because we all like think different things is beautiful, you know. Like, I know brothers like skinny, you know, big, tall, fat, you know, all different kinds. But I would say that it is like some truth to what they were saying, and but also like they were saying, it goes back to it's just not just being pretty, because you can be pretty and be like somebody who's like negative or a bad person who will tear down your life. So it is important to not just be, you know, it's not just pretty, you know what I'm saying? But I mean, I'm gonna be honest, like, you know, I do think, like, as a man, I would say, like, not just because you do look at the outside too, you know what I'm saying? And I think that maybe I could be wrong, but I think that African men looked at the outside too, you know what I'm saying? But I think that, you know, both like so I can't say that, you know, that doesn't exist, you know what I'm saying? But like I think that we all have like a different kind of way that we look at like pretty or like beautiful or whatever, like when it comes to like the nuances, you know what I'm saying? So, you know, and I can appreciate it, you know what I'm saying, that they didn't really have to bring up the colorism aspects of it, you know what I'm saying, when we have our mind right, you know what I'm saying? So
yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I think you have. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna quickly say, I just realized the sister who put this video out is Shez Sade. She's a solid sister on Twitter. She's someone I've been trying to get on Shoot the Breeze as a panelist before too. She's solid, so I appreciate seeing her content for the first time there. Marcus Garvey is the way.
No, just two quick things. I think that, you know, every race should see their own people as beautiful. The problem is when we see a lot of our men, you know, on YouTube and especially on these social media praising other races of women. I mean, you know, yeah, you may see beauty in other people, but when you start disparaging your own people, you know, that's where the problem is. And I think one of the most important things above all else is that we as a people need to love ourselves. You know, for me personally as a woman, and this is speaking as I'm in my mid 40s. You know, I want to say in the last 4 years I've come to the conclusion that, you know, there, for hair for example, I see a lot of YouTube videos saying, oh, black women can grow their hair long too. And I said to myself, I don't think my hair will ever be to the middle of my back or to my butt. So why would I be making videos trying to prove to other races that my hair can grow long too? Guess what? My hair can't grow that long. I have shoulder length hair and it's still on my head, and that's what's important to me. I don't need my hair to look curly because I have kinky hair. And I've never worn a wig. I've never worn a weave. And I literally just cut my hair off like this year, like the shortest I've ever worn it. And I had locks to my waist. And I accepted that I can have long hair by locks. But I don't think I should be trying to meet a standard of proving to other women. I don't know if y'all remember the Asian girl last year during COVID who was talking about why Black women are ugly and that they have alopecia because it's a sin for God. I don't know if you remember that. It was some
No,
this little
I
Asian
never
girl.
saw that.
Oh yeah, she was just going on and on saying that Black women are cursed and they're bald and all this stuff. If I can find the link, I can always send it to you. But that happened like a year ago, and she was going on and on about Black women's hair, and I'm like,
Oh, that was the whore, Tequila.
yeah, she was just on, and she had two videos because after people came after her, she put out another video. But I'm like, we have convinced the world that we want to look like them when we put the wigs on, whether it's the blonde one or just the black one. And we just want to have our hair swing. Like, I think we would be more beautiful as a people if we embrace our blackness. You understand what I'm saying? Like, I think if black women um reveled in being black, we have the most unique hair, the most unique skin. If we just, I don't know, like if we just embraced what we had and made what we had beautiful. So to me, not having hair right now, I'm looking at the ancient tribes, like the women who've always worn their hair short. We're the only, if you ever checked it, we're the only culture of people where women wore their hair short. Almost all around the world, women always had their hair long. The Asians, the Europeans, all the lice, and they still had that hair long. But we're the only race of people who wore short hair, had nothing to do with homosexuality, and still was feminine, beautiful in our shortness. You know what I'm saying? Like, and with the titties out and the hips out, everybody else was covered up. If you look at most other cultures, except in like the Mayans and the Aztecs, everybody else was covered up. But we had everything out, and we were just beautiful as is. And we don't embrace that. We don't embrace who we are. And as I said, I'm in my mid 40s, and I'm looking at myself like, why aren't we wearing our kind of jewelry? Why aren't we just being ourselves? We're trying to get fake titties and fake lashes and all that. It's just too much. We just need to be ourselves, and need to stop listening to white people. Turn off the TV when you are so caught up in beauty that you think beauty is buying a $200 wig or buying lace fronts and yaki and all that other nonsense. If you wrap your beauty in something that you can go buy at a store, then what? I mean, what are you? You're just a shell? You know what I'm saying? Like, it doesn't make sense. And I normally think women that wear wigs probably committed crimes, because I'm like, to me, it's a disguise. Like, before wigs were for old women, now everybody want to wear a wig. I'm like, did you commit a crime? And did you commit a crime you're just trying to hide? Like, I don't know. It makes no sense to me. But, that's just me. I don't know. You have these videos up there now. Those two women, there are traditional African women, and they're beautiful. They're women. They're beautiful. They're feminine. I don't know. It's crazy.
Real Black Gentleman, you've been listening to all of this. What say you? Unmute your mic, brother. Every week I
Okay. Beauty standards. I mean, I think it's the sugar, it's the refined foods. This has to do with the nutrition. I think part of this has to do with the whole nutrition and how like I think that when we're talking about body types and body standards, what I'm saying, what we eat and what we, how we, process the food has a big deal with it. I mean, someone that said, 100 years ago, women didn't weigh 150 pounds. I mean, there were, larger women, but let's be honest. It just was not likely that a woman was just, if you're a woman weighing 200 pounds, you're probably over 6 feet tall type of situation. Just calories, sheer, how much you can eat. I mean, even if you had a lot of food, you weren't necessarily eating, just the nature of, and this is everywhere. I mean, there's McDonald's everywhere, the sugar, white rice, white flour, all this stuff. The type of clothes, someone, the previous speaker had said about the fake hair, fake, a lot of this stuff is going into Africa. I know what I like in a woman. I like a woman who's not too skinny. I don't want a skinny woman. No. But I don't want a woman who's way too big. You have to medium-ish to thin to thick. I mean, not too heavy. There's things where, depending on the person, everyone's a little different. Because everyone's not the same height. Everyone's shorter. Everyone's taller. It's not going to be everyone's going to perfectly match. There are the inner qualities too. You can be really, really fine and just like, on the outside, and then you open your mouth, it's just like, this is hell. Because it's like the incongruities of like the beautiful outside and the ugly attitude is just nerve-wracking. And I mean, on the converse, it's, I mean, again, if I'm finding a woman who I personally don't find attractive initially, you know, I have to have discipline to actually engage and be, you know, mature and actually, you know, open my eyes and be objective to this person and to find genuine qualities and not just dismiss this person just because of my initial, just, you know, whatever, I might just have a distaste for the person. And, you know, that just reduces a person who I might initially find, you know, at the same time, I mean, I guess it's different. I mean, that's all I can do. And it's, you don't want to say that I don't want to be, you don't want to play the extremes. You don't want to say, well, if white people are like this, we have to be on the opposite. We just have to have hard left turns and just like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't want, I'm speaking for me. I don't like the idea of, it's just not healthy. You know, the very, very large woman. I just do not like, I don't want a woman who weighs more than me for multiple reasons. I just don't think that it's conductive. It doesn't compliment me as a person. I should not have to feel like I have to contend with my marriage partner. That's not.
But do you think that's a Western standard though?
Well, again, that goes back to the nutrition, because everyone was pretty thin, you know, 100 years ago. The whole, again, the calories, the emptiness of the food. I mean, oh my goodness, hair. I mean, it's the whole idea of, like, you know, in Europe. I mean, in England, a permanent is when you curl the hair. In America, black women take a perm and they straighten it. In one context,
but they were flat ironing it before. When I was growing up, people were flat ironing before perming.
Yeah, but I'm just saying that in different places around the world, the same thing, the same term can mean a completely different thing. I mean, you know, if you go to, I mean, again, I mean, a lot of you know, the whole idea of, you see the white people with very curly hair. Some of that is actual, like, distant, you know, African genetics kind of kicking in.
Exactly.
Some of that is fake. You know, I think that you know, go back in time and look at the ancestors and look at how they lived and see what you find beauty in them. I think that's always the best way in uncertain times, when you just go back, look back, and just see. You can see the people. I mean, we see African people 50 years ago. And I mean, as a man, I see those women, and it's like, yes, it's like that is appealing to my heart. I see myself in that. I see comfort in what I see. But I see, especially in popular American media, because I'm an American. It's like I'm not with the Lizzo. I'm not with it. I'm not with just like accepting who you are. Nah, there's a lot of things involved in that. It's like, you know what I'm saying, the whole idea of the fat king who just eats and eats and eats and eats and eats, because, like, being fat is a sign of wealth. I mean, nah, that's not where it's at. And I don't want to see our people going into that. And actually on the opposite, you know, you don't want to be extra skinny. That's not what I'm aiming for. Find a natural happy medium, a little bit of you know, just a natural strong build with physical fitness. I'm gonna pass.
But that skinny thing is funny, because I have a sister who's 125 pounds and she can't gain weight. Her doctor literally tells her to gain weight. She can't get it done. She's trying, but she can't. So for you, she would be skinny.
Well, I mean, how tall is she?
She's about 5'7", 125.
Okay. That's not skinny.
The doctor says she's underweight. She's 125.
She's 125 and she's 5'7". Well, I mean, I suppose, I mean, she could probably use another 10 pounds, maybe.
Yeah, they want her to gain 10 pounds, and she's trying, and she can't get it done.
Again, this just goes back to nutrition, and I mean, you know, I mean, these things take time. I mean, metabolism is part of it. I'm not mad at people who can burn fat fast. I mean, there's naturally different body types, and I mean, I'm not. I wouldn't critique it. I'm not one to critique it. You want to make sure that you're getting your calories. You want to not become anemic. That's the opposite end. You want to make sure you have enough energy in you.
I will say this before we move on to Shoot the Breeze, topic number 4. I will say that one of the things I found quite interesting in the video is I think the narrator is Shez Sade. She mentioned that regardless to what or how good the African figure was, right, in terms of what our beauty standards were, the African didn't accept it if her personality was bad or something along those lines. Shed said, right, and I think that's very interesting for us to also have too. If these folks, men and women, if they have a bad psyche, particularly if it's un-African and all that kind of stuff, anti-African, no matter how good they look, ladies and gentlemen, leave those people be. Leave them alone. That's one thing I took from this as far as beauty standards. Let's create our beauty standards, but let's also remember, if you don't have that African spirit, your beauty doesn't stand for nothing. Right, so let's keep that in mind too. Let me post to the breeze topic number 4 tonight.
And one quick more thing. I remember when I first came to America, I remember meeting a black woman. She said she didn't know how to comb her daughter's hair, and I'm like, you're a black woman with a black child and can't comb her hair. Like, I just felt it was lazy. Like, her response to combing her own child's hair was lazy. So I think Black America has been, I don't know, they've been more traumatized on who they are, I think, a lot more than us in the Caribbean. I've never met anybody in the Caribbean say they don't know how to comb their daughter's hair. That's just a little bizarre. But that's just it.
All right. I appreciate that. There's no final word. Let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 4. Peace. Greetings to Sister Raw, who just joined us. Thanks for coming through, Sister Raw. Shoot the Breeze topic number 4 tonight. What in the world? Can you believe this is happening in a college in 2022? This came with a link that takes us to, it seems like it takes us to Instagram. Taking a minute. All right, so let's check out this video.
Yes. Could you stop, please? No. Could you stop? No. Thank you. I'm going to go. Right? Who would you? Yeah.
Video.
You too. Nope.
You're almost there. Yeah, okay. So that's what's going on a college campus. I guess seems like Kentucky. I'm not particularly surprised, but Kevin Carey, what say you to what you just saw?
I mean, it was very smart to record the video so you'll have evidence, so this Karen can go and complain and say, "Oh, two black girls were taking advantage of me while I was drunk and they beat me up." You know, the Karen tears. But at the same time, that black woman, if she had hit her, she was within her right to defend herself. You know, you saw that Karen putting her hands on that black woman. What they always tell you when we were little children, our parents, keep your hands to yourself. You don't put your hands on people. And she's lucky that she didn't get her head split open by someone knocking her ass and she fall on breaking her head open. But, you know, as they say, you know, alcohol's like the truth serum. You know, when you get these Karens nice and drunk, this is what you get. But I want to hear what the other members have to say.
Yeah, let's hear from the forecast. Can you believe this is still happening in 2022?
Yeah, why not?
I mean, Go
I
ahead.
mean, yeah, what are you gonna do about it? You know, I mean, I would be like, yo, I felt threatened for my life. You know what I'm saying? And I wanted to protect myself. You know what I'm saying? But we don't got that energy for you know, we ain't got that energy. But yeah, that's all I got to say though.
Yeah, no surprises. I figured forecast would be on top of that. No real surprises there. Um, no real surprises there. Real Black Gentleman, how do you feel about that video?
You know, it's just what's the just how people feel. That's how the Karen feels. It clearly something. What it probably was is that the black woman said something, and this is the stuff that was off the camera, and it just escalated because you know what I'm saying. I don't even know what it was. It was just maybe it was just her passing them by and it just turned into, you know, white girl just trying to be white girl, just being Karen, just like, you know, just belittling, you know, black women and trying to play the white card and trying to just be belligerent because she's white and she says so. I mean, I don't know the whole story, but I mean, I just have a feeling that this is how these things happen. I mean, I was at a college and I got attacked by, you know what I'm saying? Like I had to tackle the dude to the ground type stuff. It was goofy. But I mean, these things happen. I mean, it's wild. I can believe that it's happening. It's like what in Kentucky? Oh yeah, yeah, Kentucky. I mean, this is Kentucky's still the South. I mean,
right.
It is what it is. I mean, the sisters clearly held their ground and you know neutralized her, and you know she you know. I mean, just look at the screen right there. It's just like that's just an encapsulation of the whole thing. That's just like the screenshot right there. Her being locked up, saying, you know, saying, you know, it is what it is. Like, live here, succeed. Like, support community success. I mean, this is 2022, and I mean, if that's how, you know, if that's how white women feel in 2022 and just how they're teaching their daughters, and then this is what it is. Like, it shouldn't be any surprise. I'm just glad that, you know what I'm saying, it you know what I'm saying, that it was again caught on camera and that the situation was clearly, you know, settled straight. Now again, will she get, you know, charged? I don't, you know, should she be charged? Yeah. Why not? I mean, you know, make sure, you know, it just sends a message that, you know, we don't need the belligerence and just, you know, black people need, you know, protected statuses. And you know what I'm saying? That's what black people need. Black people, African Americans, you know, in this country have been way past due. And my concern is that white people at large are just going to wait till black people just kind of dilute our numbers and kind of try to run the clock out on like black issues and kind of hope that black people miscegenate themselves out and to say, well, there were black people in you know, at the end of slavery, and that, you know, now there really aren't any black people. You know, it's stuff like that where it's like they, you know, the whole idea of integrating in colleges, you know, why are black people in that college? And why don't we, you know, black people in predominantly black colleges, you know? I mean, these are going to happen when black people and white people are in these same spaces, and in you know, there's still that bigotry.
Right. We got to separate. Yeah, we have to.
I mean, I think that in the United States, there really needs to be a strong. I mean, it's not going to happen unless people move around. I mean, but I mean, the whole idea that it's just not there. And I mean, anything where there are forces that are kind of like getting in between us that repel us against each other, that we're not able to coalesce and natural. Like we should be just like, it should be like, why is there any call? Like in a lot of places, people talk about internal migration and people move around in the country, you know, just cause, you know, vacationing and stuff. White people don't move around for vacation and go, you know, just do these things in numbers that you might expect. I mean, oh my goodness. I mean, yeah, I mean, I look at it and I want to laugh, but you know, when you really think about it, like, we know black people have a lot to do. We if we're going to constantly be in the same spaces with these people, then I mean, that's what's going to happen. I'm past.
Let's welcome and gas them up this week. Gas, how are you this week? Gas, are you there? All right. Seems like Gas is having a technical difficulty. Brother Bakari came back. Brother Bakari, what say you?
Can y'all hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, shit. What make people think stuff like this has stopped? Man, it's time for black folks to whoop some folks' ass. It's just that simple. Her laughing, whatever happening, let that white woman. Black people need to understand it's black people versus the world. And this shit right here, it ain't gonna stop. I heard the dude say something about a protective status. I have no idea what a piece of paper gonna do. So we can't sit around and wait for the same people that want to kill you to give you a status saying we protecting you. The only protected status black people need is black people. And shit like black people, pardon my French on your panel, but black people got to start beating people ass like that. If you don't beat their ass, oh well. Whatever you get, you sit there and let it happen. You sit there and let it happen. In all honesty, I can't. Did nothing happen, but if you sit there and let something happen, there's nothing I can do. You just got to start beating their ass. It's just that simple. And it have nothing to do, like in my opinion, whether it's in Kentucky or whatever, because you find shit like this everywhere, like the woman in New York jogging down the street on her bike or whatever, and a white woman threw the bar at her and called her a nigga. Pardon my French. So it don't make a difference where it is, and we got to stop doing that. Oh, it's in the South. No, this in the United States. This the damn United States. And that's just what it is. And stop waiting on people to give you a protective. I hear the mic.
Can I add something real quick that I observed during this week? Now you're seeing a lot of these guys from Central America and Mexico. They come up here. You gotta be careful, black people. The black folks out west, they're used to this word, but over here it's starting to come over here now. When you start hearing a lot of these Hispanics talk about mayate, they're talking about you. That's a very. I was looking it up the other way. That it virtually in Central America it means something different, but when it comes to in America, it's a very derogatory term against black people. I just want to pass that information out there. The word's mayate.
All right, thank you for that. Gas was here, but I guess he had technical difficulties. Whenever he comes back, whenever you come back, Gas, we'll get your thoughts on this too in the chat. KW7 says we still are playing around with Urugu. Playtime is over. BB Rodriguez says we need a protected status bill that will be enforced. Election cycle 2023 and beyond spells problems. Tanzania's still out there. She says, no surprise. They still do what they've been doing. BB Rodriguez says, being casual, this is a quote, being casual causes you to become a casualty. That's from Les Brown. Let's see. Hold on, my computer's acting up now. Let's see if we can get Gas some on this time. Gas, can you hear us? Can you? Still not hearing Gas. I see your mic was unmuted, but we still couldn't hear you. All right, Gas? Does anyone have any other thoughts on this? Because there is a follow-up.
Yeah, I didn't get to speak.
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Yes. Sorry.
Okay, so I have 3 points to make. Number one, we need to stop calling them Karens. That's a really cute name. They're not cute. They're racist bitches. I mean, we have no cute names for each other. So the Karen sounds really sweet. Susan and all that nonsense. Debbie, Becky, all that nonsense. They're racist bitches. Call it what it is. Number two, I wish that black women would treat white women the same way they treat each other. Yeah, because if that was a black girl, she would have done get beat down. Yeah. We are very nice to these people when they do stuff because we don't want to be seen as the aggressor. Listen to me. The world sees us as aggressors. A ball across our head. I think it's about time we as the people start to show people, okay, you call us aggressors, then we can be aggressors, okay? And I think only when we start doing the things that they claim that we do with all the lies, especially in America, maybe they'll start shutting up. Yeah, because if you knew that you said nigger and you woke up 10 minutes later, maybe you'll stop saying nigger. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think in America here, people have given these people just way too much. They a lot. Can you imagine that the children of genocidal maniacs out here calling you criminals? Like, I don't know how people can let people get away with that nonsense. To me, that is some bull. And my third thing was, I honestly believe there's situations, now we've seen it enough times. I think there comes a time when we need to turn the camera off and move away from whatever other cameras there are, so
Right.
there are no
I get to work.
witnesses. Yeah, and then turn it on afterwards. Like 10 minutes later. So it's like, oops, I really don't know what happened, but it looks like an unfortunate situation. She was standing, now she's not standing. We have no evidence. All we know is her word against ours. Hell, I would lay down on the ground too. I will punch her in the head, and both of us would be on the ground pretending that she would be crying, and I'll pretend. There was a situation once when I had to ask my sister. I told my sister, "Hey, I can't cry. I can't fake cry, but I need you to fake cry in this situation. So you look like you're a victim too." And she busts those tears out.
Hey, we can also wear our mask. It's still COVID season, and wear our gloves.
Exactly. Like there's just sometimes like growing up, my mom would look at the KKK coming through, and she would ask a question like, "Why didn't black people ride horses in black outfits?" Like, to her, it seemed like such a simple solution. The white people were in white, if the black people were in black. Let's get it on, licking and kicking. But to sit and constantly be a victim, white people are constantly lying on you. You know that Karen is gonna lie on you. Punch the bitch in the head. I mean, turn off the camera, but punch her in the head. Lay down on the ground next to her, and both y'all just carry on like a fight happened. Exactly. A few moments later. Exactly. I mean, at some point we need to turn the cameras off. That's all I can say.
Trigger Happy 262 in the chat said, "I remember someone made the point that Karen actually conceals their name and they don't get any consequences. Interesting point." He thinks that person was on Twitter. So that's to kind of echo what Marcus Garvey is way was saying. Bobby Wright says, "I think we need to stop being scary and start regulating. We have no problem regulating on each other." And I think that's the comment of the night for that prompt anyway. Let's see if Gas is there. Gas, are you there?
Yeah, can you guys hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. So shout out to the panel, shout out to everybody. I want to say something very quickly. I know we're gonna move on, but someone, I guess the person took my idea about regulating on each other, because that's my whole thing. I'll be honest. The Karens, other than calling the police on me and state violence, we have more to fear with black on black crime than we do from Karen on black crime. The numbers play that out. So what these people are doing is wrong, but they've always done this. This is nothing new. This is just who they are. I'm not sure why anybody's still shocked. I mean, this is like the 50,000th shoot the breeze topic where we've seen a white person do what white people do. So, I think I'm not shocked by it. What I am shocked by is that over the years, as these videos come out, you see a very docile approach to white people. No one takes that aggressive tone. But if that was another black woman doing what she was doing, how do you think we would react to each other? So, that's just my point. I think we need to do a lot of in-house policing before we worry about the external.
I appreciate that, Gas. I'd like to say this to something Gas said too about this being, the 50,000th or whatever, shoot the breeze topic like this. I think that's one of the good things too about it. It's we get to see the resistance, I guess you could say, the intellectual resistance to the reality. Like, there's still people shocked by this in 2022. There's still black people shocked by this. And the only thing I could think is you're being resistant to these facts that you see in all these different types of videos and shoot the breeze topics and all that stuff. Like, for you to still be in disbelief is wild to me. This is what they do. Now, what are you going to do? And several people in the chat have talked about it. Bakari them talked about it here on the panel. That's what you got to do. You know, Marcus Garvey will be back momentarily. The pro-black perspective is only out there saying peace from Tanzania, from TZ. Tanzan earlier said, like the thugs in blue do with the body cams, convenient film. Yeah, turn that shit off. Put in the work and turn it back on a few moments later, and we'll see the outcome of this. But it's enough of this stuff now. You know, it's enough of white folks doing what white folks do and black folks doing in response to it what black folks tend to do in response to white folks. Some lame shit. You know, some lame shit. So there's a follow-up, though. So I noticed it on the Discord. There's a follow-up to the KY college student. This comes with a link. My computer is moving slow now. Man, I hate that. This doesn't make sense. This takes us to a link. Kentucky student Sophia Rosing, 22, heading to rehab and withdrawing from school after racist outburst. So this is the white bitch here. Shout out to the forecast. University of Kentucky student Sophia Rosing, 22, will withdraw from the school and enter treatment after her racist tirade against black students was captured in a viral video. She will do so on Tuesday or Wednesday, her lawyer confirmed in a statement, revealing Rosing is very, very embarrassed and humiliated young lady. Peters said Rosing is getting into some kind of treatment program and sensitivity program to help her through this situation. He noted she will be treated for several things, but did not go into specifics with NBC News. She's going to get help. That's all I can say, Peters continued. Fellow students have been calling for expulsion after footage showed Rosing seemingly intoxicated and struggling to balance as she attempted to hit freshman dorm desk staffer Kyla Spring while spewing racist slurs. Rosing also attempted to kick another black student as she attempted to help Spring subdue the co-ed in a shocking clip making its rounds online. As RadarOnline.com previously reported, Rosing was arrested early Sunday morning. So this is the young black woman, Sophia, who she was fighting with. She pleaded not guilty to public intoxication, assault, and disorderly conduct on Monday. Rosing posted her bail and was released around 6 p.m. last night. Now, this fucker pleaded not guilty to public intoxication, assault, and disorderly conduct when there's a video going on. That's wild, right? Photos captured Rosing leaving Lexington's Fayette County Detention Center, obscuring her face with a piece of paper while being escorted out by her parents. On Monday, the University of Kentucky released a series of tweets calling the repulsive and violent video deeply offensive and something to be taken very seriously. The sting and strike of a racist act is felt by the victims, to be sure, but it also is felt by all of us. Failure to identify racism and directly speak out against it prevents us from living up to our promise and potential, part of the statement read. We must therefore be accountable. It continued, we must never shrink from our responsibility to shine a light on racism and hate wherever it exists. Well, again, that's the follow-up. Anyone have any comments to the follow-up of this story? In the private chat, Gas says we are second-class citizens. Why seek justice for this nonsense? This is a distraction. I think I heard someone's mic was open just now.
The justice, that was, okay, go ahead, Forecast. I'll go to you.
Okay, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Bukhari.
I was just gonna say the only justice is beating their ass. It's just that simple. And if it's not in you to beat somebody's ass when they disrespect you, it's just It's just not in you. And shit, I can't. If you can't fight for yourself, I damn sure can't fight for you. And of course, she pled guilty. Probably won't be nothing much gonna happen. They taking it steps. She's getting out of school. She's going to rehab. You know what? She should have been she should have just been beat bloody. It's just that simple. She should have been beat down. I don't know.
Yeah,
I
she
don't
not guilty by it.
you know, I don't know how many people, I don't know, maybe a lot of black people ain't put their hands on white folks. Maybe that just ain't in them. Shit, I know I have. I know when I was in basic training, I tried to throw one from the third floor. My homeboy came and got me and said, "You gonna go to prison, man?" I was trying to kill it. Don't come play with me. I guess ain't nobody put their hand. They ain't never put their hands on none of them, and they scared, and I ain't knocking nobody what nobody think. But when we start talking about we need an order of protection, I see fear in that. I'm just telling you what I hear. I hear a little fear because what they gonna do? What is a piece of paper gonna do? If they come at you to whoop your ass, the Proud Boys come at you with their guns and whatnot. We can't hold up no piece of paper and say, "Oh well, we got an order for protection from the government." That ain't gonna stop shit. Black people, it's time for black people to get ready. And I'm sorry for using all this foul language on your panel, man. My bad. But it's time for black people to start training, getting prepared. It's time to get suited and booted. And if you ain't ready to get suited and booted and it ain't in you, we can put you somewhere in an administrative position. That is okay. But it's just that time. I hear the mic.
No, but Guy, you don't have to apologize about language. I don't trip on that. Forecast wanted to say something. Go ahead, Forecast.
Man, nah, go ahead. Just go ahead.
I mean, I just want to say something real quick. I'll be honest. I'm not saying people shouldn't defend yourself and protect yourself. That's definitely what you should do as a man or a woman, right? Keep your First Amendment right. Keep some mace, some pepper spray. Keep a little pocket knife on you at all times. You never know. You got to always protect yourself at all times, as they teach you. However, I think at a certain point, one, I'm not sure why. I think like the article was saying, one of the girls was a campus something. Just leave these people alone, man. She's drunk. Who cares? Let her fall down and kill herself down some steps. You write it, you document it, and you keep it moving. You call campus security. I don't think to me, I've already accepted I'm a second class, third class citizen in this country. So I'm not looking to fight for no rights. I'm not looking to march. I ain't looking for none of that because it's not going to change. From Plessy v. Ferguson to so many laws on the books, you read what the framers of the Constitution felt about black people. You read what chief court justices felt about black people. These people are not going to change. So I'm not sitting here to waste my energy trying to get, is what they say, trying to get justice on stolen land. No, I don't think it makes sense to. And I'm not coming at you, Brother Bukhari. I'm just saying in general. I don't think anyone should respond with violence per se, because what's going to happen is that's what they're looking for. They want to see the angry black person. Now you beat them up. Now you got an issue because the court system is still not going to favor you. We've seen that happen time and time again. So, I think if you have a community and we stop shooting each other in the head in bowling alleys, then I think we'll be able to move together as a unit. But for right now, this is a distraction, and it's just convenient. Every 3 months, there's some distraction of something that some white person does, and then the black person acts incredulous, like, "Oh my God, I can't believe in 2027." Of course, they're never going to change. Like, what makes us think that they'll be different?
I'll say this real quick before anyone. I'll ask folks to comment on what Gas just said. But I'll say that I think what Gas just touched on is one of the big conundrums in consciousness, right? Do you be, it's like the black nationalists versus the Pan-Africanists, right? Do you worry about what's going on here in America and just focus your thoughts and your direction on Africa? And that's how I used to think before, but it was on this same Shoot the Breeze that early on when Mr. Untouchable started to come through, he kind of got through to me on something. He said, wherever you are, you have to throw the stone still. You can't let them folks just run over you if you just lay down and say, well, I accept being a second or third class citizen, right? You gotta put your hands up a bit. If you're gonna be here, at least while you're here, you have to put your hands up and fight a bit. But I'll throw it to the panel. What say you guys to what Gas said? Let's start with Kevin Curry.
I'm gonna fight. Fuck that. Excuse my language. Nah, it's gotten to that point now where you gotta defend yourself. Examples have to be made, and what's the old saying goes: consequences be damned. If you keep letting people, do this, they're gonna keep doing it. You set an example with them, they're gonna learn. I mean, if they don't learn, they're gonna keep getting, their face is gonna keep running to my fists. That's it, man. Forget the old rule. I was having a very interesting conversation with a parent one day. He goes, "Yeah, this country, the experiment failed. That it's over. It's a new day now. That whole rule of this kumbaya, that's garbage. That's gone. It's time to stand up or be left behind, man. And but I'll pass here."
All right, I appreciate that, Kevin Curry. Forecast, what say you?
Yeah, I say that. You're second class citizens because there's too many brothers that make weak arguments. Like like if you're talking about something, you'd be like, "Well, what about black on black crime?" You know what I'm saying? Like you'll bring up something that's like not even really true, but like it's something kind of irrelevant to the whole topic. And then I think a lot of people are so scared they don't even realize it ain't about being violent necessarily, but you're gonna have to defend yourself one way or another. Like if somebody want to let somebody come up and smack them and say, well, if it's a black person, then I'll handle it. But if it's a white person, I'll let it slide because I'm not a citizen or a human or whatever. I mean, you could do that, you know what I'm saying? But all of it is not even that, you know what I'm saying? Like just something as simple as like, sticking together, like how you use your dollars, or just something like you don't even have to have everybody, just a group of people working together to build a certain institution. But until you have an institution, you'll always be whatever. But if you're going to accept that, then you're just going to have to just like go assimilate and just accept it. You know what I'm saying? Like you'll always be that second class citizen because they're never going to stop, But yeah, I'll pass the mic.
I appreciate that. Real Black Gentleman, what say you?
I mean, I won't say anything. I'll just let someone else speak.
All right, Brother Bakari.
Yeah. When people say they're second class citizens, I guess they have put themselves above me. I was in court, and you had to raise your hand and say you're a citizen of the United States. And I told them I don't know how to what I say. I'm a citizen. I don't know how to answer that question. I'm a legal resident. You understand what I'm saying? We're not treated like citizens, but I'm not gonna let nobody treat me bad. You understand? All that energy I have in me, all that fight I got tied up in me. Every opportunity that they cross me the wrong way. It's just gonna be. It is what it is. It's not me being violent. And so what if I am? Sometimes you got to be. And until we realize how violent these people are, and we willing to match them in some type of way, shit won't change. See, I'm gonna tell y'all something. Everybody talk negative about the civil rights movement, right? This bill got passed, this bill got passed, and then you hear people talk about Dr. King. It wasn't because he was getting whooped. It was because the people in Chicago and Detroit and all of that start busting people side the head. Yeah, and you know what? And they all, because they don't want y'all to know about the South. So during that same time, won't you study the farmers, the black farmers in the South role in the civil rights movement? All y'all seen that movie, Mississippi Burning, right?
Yeah.
But you didn't study Mississippi Burning, right? So when they show, when you show them late at night, You notice whenever they showed something, it was always late at night, right? And somebody was out by themselves.
Yeah.
Because black farmers in the South realize that's why if you come down south, you see churches on private property, especially in the small towns. Churches are going to be on a black person property, right? And if you remember in that movie, I'm telling you, I'm saying the movie, but I'm saying actually what happened. They were staying in the church and they was told not to go anywhere at night. And the reason being because those black farmers had started shooting and killing KKK members. That when stuff started to change. And they say it got to a point where KKK members, they wouldn't burn a cross within a mile of a black church unless they knew it was only women and children there. Man, you have to make these people leave you alone. Ain't nobody else gonna make them leave you alone. I'm not saying get some and go attack and we just gonna go out here and stuff, but no, but it's okay to defend yourself. Just like that brother in Miami, when those white people tried to jump him inside of their Waffle House, and he pulled out his 9mm and busted a cap in their ass. Waited on the police. Nothing happened. Nothing happened to him. You have to be willing to take care. Don't care who it is. You have to be willing to, as they get away. So I'm gonna use them. You have to be willing to stand your ground, and it's just that simple. That's my take on it.
Hey, brother Bakari, you remember this case? It's up here in New York City, not New York City. Well, Long Island. When it was, I forgot what town. It was like a long time ago. Koku, remember the old governor, the blind one, the first so-called black governor?
Yeah.
All right, remember that case where it was like a black boy. Must have been talking to some white girl. It was like his father had moved into an all-white neighborhood, and all of them came that Friday to come lynch his son. And he busted one of them. He killed one of them, and the rest of them ran away from him. But
yeah,
he was eventually let go. Yeah, he was when he let go. He's like, "Yo, you're not gonna come to my house and try to tell me you're gonna lynch my son." No, he was forced to move out of the neighborhood. But hey, he defended himself, and he got what's the word? Excused by the governor.
Yeah, the governor did that, but he was already prosecuted.
No, but he was never there in jail though.
No, he actually was going to spend time in jail.
Yeah.
They were twisting that case up against him. So what I'm trying to say is I'm not telling you or anyone not to get your First Amendment and blast back. No one is saying that. If you scared, go to church. I'm not telling anyone not to pick up guns and do what they got to do to protect themselves. But I don't see the point, one, in advocating for me for so-called fighting back in this day and age, because what are you fighting back for? How many times have we seen a white cop do something to a black person and instantly that white cop's GoFundMe is filled to capacity with funds so they can get a legal defense? You do this now. Let's say them girls beat up on that white girl. How many black people gonna donate to their GoFundMe? Not that many. So there's nothing that we fighting for. Like, I'm just being real. So I'm not saying that people shouldn't defend themselves. I'm just saying let's stop kidding ourselves, in my opinion, that one, we're not third-class citizens in this country, which means we're going to be treated like dirt a lot of times. We're going to get excluded from stuff. Doesn't mean you have to accept it and you shouldn't fight for more. No one is saying that. But that just is what it is. And two, understand that there's no community that's going to back you 9 out of 10 times if you do something. That's all I'm saying.
Let's welcome in D Webb from the Harsh Reality Podcast this week. Webb, how are you this week?
I'm good, man. You can hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I missed the video, but I think I've seen this video before, like the drunk white girl or whatever. Just kind of floating around the internet. So kind of overall, real quick, I'm just gonna say, if somebody puts their hands to you, of course, handle your business, right? Somebody touches you, handle your business. But I think one of the big conundrums we have in our community is particularly being, actually it's a weakness to me, is being triggered by people dropping M-bombs on you and whatnot. Because, you know, as a proponent of somebody who knows the laws and Second Amendment and things like that, a word can never justify you know, assaulting or shooting a motherfucker, right? In actuality, they can use that to drop it on you to get you to assault them. And when you try to assault them, they can pop you the fuck up. So I think we need to be mindful of things like that and learn how to fight back with wit as well. You know what I'm saying? Like, when somebody drops something that you don't like on you or whatever, it's so many things I could drop on these people. You dirty foot cave woman, you know, like you could just go in and all out. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'll make her cry by the time, you know what I mean? So to me, we gotta be mindful that a lot of these people try to bait us into these situations because they know that you can be triggered by, you know, certain words. You know, there's no word that you could drop on a white person that makes them automatically assault you, right? Or get triggered or whatever. So we gotta be mindful of that and learn how to defeat these people, not only with a fist, but also with your mind. Because there's a whole lot of insults that you could throw out there that will make them feel just as bad. So yeah, in this specific you know, this specific incident, you know, like I said, once you get to touch me, then you get the hands put to you. I can do whatever I want to do to you. But you also got to be mindful of laws and realize that if you can't justify, you know, fuck somebody up for a word too as well. So learn how to beat these people with your mind as well as your fist and your gun and all that other stuff. There's plenty of stuff you can drop on these people to hurt their little feelings. You know what I'm saying? Cousin fucking whatever you want to go to, you can go there. Yeah, make them feel bad. So that's all I got.
No, I like that.
Hey, D Web, I agree. You do have to fight with your mind, but you know, I mean, you do have to be mindful of everything, of your whole surroundings, and what they are, and what they could be attempting to do. But you know, in this case right here, now, and even with Gatsby, they lead them people on. Whatever that drunk woman was doing, it wouldn't have been my business, no way. In all honesty, I would have just kept going because I'm being honest with you. She could be drunk and fall down the stairs. That's not my business. But but I agree. But that's what I was talking about when somebody come at you to put their hands on you. That's what yeah, we have to be to a point to where we're gonna defend yourself. Or like when the lady in New York riding the bike and they throwing bottles at her, trying to hit her with that bottle. You got to be to a point where you're willing to defend yourself. We can't just let them get away with everything. That's my point. And that's what you said. I'm not like I'm just trying to take what you said. You know, I'm actually co-signing. At least I think I did anyway.
Yes, sir. All right. There's no last words there. Let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 5. I want to thank all of y'all who are with us tonight. Thanks to D-Web for joining us now. Gasket has come through. Brother Bakari, the forecast has been here. Real Black Gentleman, Marcus Garvey is the way, and Kevin Carey. Thank you guys for joining us on the panel tonight. Shoot the Breeze topic number 5. Europeans can scientifically categorize pain and trauma except for African descendants. Should we pursue reparations from a scientific point of view rather than just stating we are owed? Or does it make no difference? So this came with the link as well. Let me share that. It takes us to YouTube, it seems.
Speaking in a rally, and he said she has no memory of how she got to the party. You know, should we trust that she remembers the assault? And the answer is yes. And I'll tell you why. I'll tell you exactly why. And I also know that this woman is smart because she's a psychologist. She's no dummy. If someone is assaulted or experiences trauma, there's science and scientific proof. It's biology that people change. The brain changes. And literally, what it does is it takes the trauma and it puts it in a box and it files it away and shuts it so that we can survive the pain. Trump the other day was speaking in a rally and he said, she has no memory of how she got to the party. You know, should we trust that she remembers the assault? And the answer is yes. And I'll tell you why. I'll tell you exactly why. And I also know that this woman is smart because she's a psychologist. She's no dummy. If someone is assaulted or experiences trauma, there's science and scientific proof. It's biology that people change. The brain changes. And literally, what it does is it takes the trauma and it puts it in a box and it files it away and shuts it so that we can survive the pain. Trump the other day was speaking in.
Yeah, so that's a so-called Lady Gaga talking some shit there. So Europeans can scientifically categorize pain and trauma except for African descendants. Should we pursue reparations from a scientific point of view? Kevin Carre, what say you to that?
We should be shit, this is a tough one for me. Can you come back on this one? I gotta really think about this one.
Real Black Gentleman, what say you?
Let's see. Can you, from a scientific point of view? Yeah, I think what was it? Some people were saying that Jewish people who had gone through the Holocaust had genetic changes. I'm sure that you could find like genetic like stressors, but I mean, I'm confident. I mean, you could sit back. You could do the test the protein, test the all the you know what I'm saying, all the lymph. You could test this stuff. I'm sure that you could do it. That's just one that could be one quiver in the little arrow holder. You know what I'm saying? For us to be one arrow in the quiver. That's what I'm trying to say. For us to go out here and Black people. How would I say it? I'm not saying that reparations, it's not going to be like a fixed point where if like Black people get reparations in America that things will just stop. It's a moving target. And what I'm saying is that I know what I expect out of reparations. I feel like you would sit back, you would do the math on you know what I'm saying? Like you would do the math on how you know what I'm saying, the you know what I'm saying, the lost time, the you know what I'm saying, generations, you know, people, these things can be put to number. You know, it's more complicated, I'm willing to say right now, because I'll just ramble and think about it as I'm going along. But you can do scientific things, objective things to have the variable, which is us, in the control, which are the Africans still on the continent. You could see how behavioral tests, you can compare how people respond to certain stimuli. If those of us in the West kind of flutter a little more, if we're a little bit more stoic and we don't respond in certain ways because we've trained to stay still when other people might casually move to the side or something like that. There's things in which we can test for. I think that that's a very good question. I'm glad that you actually posted that, because I mean these are ways to think outside the box. And again, like you can do it, but again, they will then constantly deflect and lie and then say, well, again, that science isn't really the only way, and that you'll just have, things in nature can cause people just to go through trauma. The Industrial Revolution caused stress. They'll pull that on you. You know what I'm saying? So you just have to be ready and just be nimble and just, they slip up too. They got eyes and they breathe and they get hiccups too. And so, I mean, if in the grand meta debate of trying to get reparations, I mean, Black people will have to have a period where we don't, things like not paying taxes, things that would relieve stress, because our bodies and those of our ancestors have gone through so much that, maybe we, the idea is that we would be kind of, again, this is presuming that we can even get these things directly from the greater white society, and it's not so simple trying to poach out good white people to kind of like buffer us from them is a way, but that's not the total way you would even go about reparations. I mean, reparations is going to be a flurry of activity to just stifle those who would actually want Black people not to have any kind of like economic undergirding that is owed to our ancestors. And again, I think that they want to wait out the clock and try to play if Black people just misogynize themselves out of existence in America, or they'll do it to the point where if there were 5 million black people, I think I don't know the exact number. You know, I'm just saying, talking about in this country. It can be in various other countries. You know what I'm saying? Like, if there are 500 people at the end of emancipation, they'll wait until there are literally like 5 million black people in this country and be like, well, you know, we'll do it like that. They don't want to pay 50 million black people money. They should have paid black people back then. They should have been real. And no, they were greedy. They wanted to, you know, get the last dollar, you know, the last little pennies out of us. That's the bottom line. They truly do not want to give black people reparations because they wouldn't be able to fund Europe and buttress Europe in Canada, in Mexico, in Japan, in the Philippines, and Australia. You know what I'm saying? All that money going around the world, and this idea that the United States is so strong is built off of black people. All that money should be ours, and the way that the world is influenced should come through our mouths. That's the end game. That's the only way it would literally work, is if we not necessarily have the physical liquid cash, but like the hard capital and like assets to boot. I mean, how do we get there from here? Pain, you know what I'm saying? Make sure that, you know, that, yeah, we're human too, and that we feel pain, and that, you know, yeah, that's part of it. But
let's have him gas them up now. Gas, what say you?
Yeah, I mean, look, if black people can get reparations however they can get it, they should get it. You know, I'm not against it, but you know, it's kind of like when Frederick Douglass got the that bank, they pretty much gave him a bankrupt bank, right? They gave him nothing. You know what I'm saying? They gave him the bank, and it was worthless. It was a waste of time. But you know, if black people can get it, wherever they can get it. I'm not mad at it. But I will say this about the celebrity. Kanye West has broken the oath. They're all doing, you know, occultism, man. These people are sacrificing people. He said it. So I wouldn't take anything Lady Gaga says. You know, they all playing a role. They're all, you know, instructed. Everything is scripted out for them. It's like the Truman Show. That's what we're living in. So anything she's saying out of her lips, 90% of the time, it's not an original thought. It's something that's been a handler has prepared for her, or something that they've put her around enough that it seeped into her subconscious, and she's just saying it, yet she doesn't realize that she's been, you know, programmed a certain way. And we all are programmed, right? We all have programs within us. But yeah, so if black people can get it, get it. But anything out the mouth of a celebrity, if you take it and you take it as gospel, hey, you got yourself to blame. Kanye West has already broken the oath.
D-Web, using the science of pain and trauma, do you think that's the better way to go about trying to get reparations?
Nah, I've already laid down multiple times to these people, which their best bet is going to be pre Civil Rights Act 1963, upon which you're that whole separate but equal thing, which was bullshit. That's your best bet. Get your elders a check. If you was born in 1992, I don't support you getting fucking reparations. But anyway, this is Lady Gaga talking, right? Yeah. And this to me, it didn't even equate to the reparations talk. This was just a propaganda piece. We all know who controls Lady Gaga, like Gas Them Up was saying. Honestly, to me, and if we go back to the reparations talk, reparations makes zero sense to me unless you're talking about being an expat, right? Unless you're talking about taking that money, extracting it from America and going to Africa or somewhere, going to one of the countries over there or something. Otherwise, you're basically fucking yourself over, because it's called inflation. Have we not seen what happened the past 2 years? You're talking about giving 20 million people. And that's a low estimate, right? 20 million people, however many dollars you equate. I've heard estimates up to like $300 million. When you increase the amount of money into the system without increasing the amount of production, you're screwing yourself anyway. Mm-hmm. Add to that, you don't control the means to production. I can give you $2 million, but I can refuse to sell you land. I can give you $2 million, I can refuse to sell you a vehicle. Or if I know you got that much, I'm going to increase the price of what I would sell that to you anyway. These people don't understand economics. They just talk. Half their argument is based off emotion rather than logic. And I've relayed this and I've talked this, and I don't even say this to white folk, you know what I mean? Because I'm not gonna be the pawn to be the one against reparations. But I can make 7 million arguments as to why it makes 0 sense unless you're extracting that money from the US and intending on going somewhere else. Then it makes sense. But how are these people gonna sit here anyway? You know what I'm saying? The federal government is not a producer. The federal government is a taker. Their money comes from taking from taxpayers. Yep. You are the taxpayers. Rich people don't pay taxes because they can hire accountants and people who write the tax codes to get them out of the situation. So the vast majority of the taxes paid by the middle class. If you're black middle class, you're basically increasing the amount of financial pressure on yourself to pay yourself money. You're screwing your children in the long run. If you make this cash reparations thing, the only way reparations make sense to me is if you're talking about giving land to form a separate nation for black folk. That makes perfect sense. Even resources makes sense. But talking about cash, talking about fiat, you obviously don't understand economics. And you know what I mean? Like I said, I could break it down to a whole thesis if you want to. It makes 0 sense. So I'm firmly against it, but I'm not going to tell white folk that. So I just kind of watch and observe and see what people do. But that's all I got on that.
No, Webb, I really appreciate that. I was just about to welcome in someone who's on the continent, but I guess I'll get back to them later. Brother Bakari, what say you?
It's reparation things. First of all, if I was the one guy to give out the reparation, and I'm the descendants of the people that bought the descendants of slaves over here. First of all, you wouldn't give a damn. You wouldn't get a damn thing from me unless you're willing to take it. Because I didn't go to Africa and say, y'all owe me reparations. Give me some people. That's one. I'm just being honest. But we are our reparations. We the most valuable commodity that ever brought into this country. That's why every business, everybody come into our community and open their business until we understand that these people not gonna give us nothing. Get off our knees begging these folks, right? And look at one another and say, we gonna control our communities. We gonna support black businesses. We gonna do what we can, open more black businesses. That's the only reparations that black people will ever get from this country. And like what D. Webb said, you right, inflation. Me and my son was talking about that earlier. You know, gas will be $10 a gallon around around the country. If you're not trying to take it from here, if you're not trying to take that money and leave here, let's say hypothetically they did. We're not in a position in there anyway, because we're not trying to build around. The people that screaming reparations are not saying let's build business. They're not saying let's come together and open gas stations. Let's open these corner stores as a group. Let's do group things. So if they gave them money anyway, it would just go right back to them. And like he said, with the inflation, it'll be hard to buy a loaf of bread. But for me, we are our reparations. I'm not looking at no way that why after all these years, and we have been asking, why do we have to? How many times do your girlfriend have to tell you no? How many times do that woman you want to get? See, look at this shit like a relationship. How often do you have to? How many times? Y'all know y'all young, y'all want to give with this girl. She pretty, she fine. You want to get with her, and then y'all heard she might be getting it up too. But how many times did she have to tell you no before you realize you just move on? You're gonna talk to somebody else. Eventually, that's what black people gonna have to do. We're gonna have to say, you know what? This woman called the United States of America don't want us. They don't want to give us none. And in this case, the none is the son. They don't want to give it to us. And what they don't want to give to you is the reparations, is money. So it's time for us to figure out another way. And once we look in the mirror and pull our pants up, black men play their role, black women play their role, and we'll understand that we are our reparations. I'll yield the mic.
I appreciate that, Bakari. Forecast. Should we use the European science of pain and trauma towards getting reparations? What say you?
Well, yeah, I think that we already tried that. You tried the historic way, the moral way, you know what I'm saying? I think we tried every kind of way, you know, but obviously there's only one way that you can get anything, and that's to take whatever it is that you feel like is owed to you, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, like D Webb said, it's not just like money, but like, you know, tangible resources or whatever, you know, things that you need to rebuild your community or whatever the debt may be, you know what I'm saying? Because it could be something else, you know. So Yeah, I think that we already tried to do that, and yeah, obviously, we are owed what we owed, but you know what I'm saying, there's only one way to really get it, and that's to, I mean, it's different ways to get to that, but there's only one really way to do that. And you can't, we don't even have like political power, nor do we ask for it, because it no matter what it is, whether it be voting or whatever it is, we have a real low margin, or we don't need much to be happy to accept to vote or to support something, you know what I'm saying? So until we get like that kind of integrity or kind of pride within ourselves, to where we can actually support each other or whatever, then no kind of argument, because you can't argue for it, you know what I'm saying? Because why would they do that, so. But yeah, I'll pass the mic. But yo, I gotta hop off soon.
No, I appreciate you coming on tonight, Forecast. Thanks for your input. All right.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Yeah, you guys make sure to subscribe to the Forecast Radio, one of the shows on KWAZ Radio, part of Team Black as well. So make sure you guys subscribe to that channel. Again, thanks to the Forecast for coming through. Kevin Carre, you needed some more time. Did you get enough time?
Yeah, I was just thinking, we had this discussion many years ago. Let's say they do give you the reparations. They can just say, hey, you know what? Yeah, let's give these people all this money. Let's just change the currency up. Like I always mention, now they're slowly moving into the ISO standard 2022. They're slowly easing in a CBDC now. So they can say, hey, let's give them all this worthless cash, but now we have moved over. At this point, as panel say, we just got to concentrate on each other and build, man. that's our own reparations at this point. You can keep begging and begging and begging and say, oh, we want reparations. They're gonna keep giving you the middle finger. That's the definition of insanity, doing the same thing every day and getting the same results. I pass the mic.
I appreciate that, Kevin Carre. Is Oni back? Perhaps not. Observing immigrants.
Hi.
Observing immigrants. What
Yeah.
say you to everything you heard here?
Well, I think that we can categorize the pain and trauma. Europeans have already stated it. I mean, if Gaga knows that, I'm sure the scientists know that, that the pain and trauma is passed on. So we know that, they know that, and I think that it should be a point of view that should be used to pursue reparations. With that said, I also believe that Europeans have no intentions to ever give us reparations. I don't know why we feel we must dance and sing to get this reparations when they took us and enslaved us, and we didn't have to dance and sing then. So I personally feel that to say that we shouldn't be giving reparations, and the other guy that said that the people past 1992 shouldn't get reparations. Truly, you will not hear the Jews say, oh, we shouldn't get reparations. You didn't hear the Japanese say that. I think you should milk the Europeans for all they're worth. Every single cent you can squeeze out their backside, I think we should go for it. And if it sinks the European ship, then so be it. Fuck them. Let us all sink together. But when we speak about reparations and saying that it would drown the economy, we fail to understand that we are not the only people that would be getting money. Do you really think that rich white people would let themselves watch an economy crash? Even if they're going to change the money, who stops us from changing our money too? Money is money, right? So if they're going to change it to another form, whether it is crypto or whatever, you now have the money to purchase crypto. We're speaking as if when we get the money, we're the only ones that are going to be rich. The majority of the world is rich, and the majority of the world are rich whites. So even if we got money, we're never going to have as much money as them. Yes, they can crash the economy, but are they really going to sit? Are the 1% really going to sit and watch an economy get crashed just because Black people got rich? We still won't be 1% rich. We'll be richer, but we won't be 1% rich. So with them trying to find a way to destroy us, I can't see them doing it without destroying themselves. And that's just me being naive to economics and how financial literacy works. But I can't see us getting 300,000 or 1 million and thinking that we are the richest people in the planet now. I mean, honestly, we wouldn't. Would we be the top 20% rich? I don't even think so. There's a lots of millionaires that already exist. So for them to crash an economy would be watching themselves also crash and burn. And if that's the way they want to go, then we all burn together, bitches. We'll all burn together. Because at this point, we keep wanting to save Europeans at our detriment. So if they burn, we'll all go down together. Yeah. So that's my opinion.
All right, thank you for that. BB Rodriguez says the Bayesian lady is correct.
Can I respond real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
In terms of when we talk about the 1992 thing, that was in terms of the argument for reparations, which I think should be based off of Jim Crow rather than slavery. That's why I was going with that. On top of that, I'm not gonna harp too hard because I don't think the young lady understands fiat or the Federal Reserve or the IMF and how all these things work. It don't matter how much money you give off if I control the means of production of the money. Which you have to do your research into fiat and how that works and all these other things, which the currency is not even backed behind a tangible resource at this point. Right. So they can hand out $300 million. They control what $300 million is. So it doesn't matter how much money you hand out if it's not. That's why I went to resources rather than talking straight fiat. You know what I'm saying? But like I said, I'm not gonna harp too hard on it. You know what I'm saying? We all got to start somewhere. I understand her sentiment and where she's coming from, but I think she just needs to do a little bit more diligence in terms of, speaking about the fiat currency and what they did to it.
So I have a question for you. So my question is, okay, if you're saying 300 million for the overall Black population in America.
Per person, it's supposed to be what per person or per family is what the estimates have I heard.
Okay, but they won't be getting that all at one time.
I have no clue. Nobody has a plan. That's the whole another point. Nobody has a plan.
Okay, so let's say that that's what they want to pay out. Say they give you, I don't know, 30,000 a month for, I don't know, 10 years, whatever. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You were still not rich. I mean, why would they crash an economy because of that? You've got an economy of 300. You've got America's what? 300. How many Europeans are here? What's the population of Europeans in America?
There are no Europeans. What are you talking about? Americans? White Americans?
Yeah.
You mean white Americans?
Yeah.
So what? Black people is allegedly 30 million.
40
is allegedly. I don't believe that, but
62%. I think you want to say.
Yeah, they're about 60% of the population. So what's 300 million Americans? A little bit over that.
Yeah.
So 60% of the 300.
Yeah, so I mean,
don't ask me to do math tonight.
Yeah, but I'm just saying that the amount of Black population, because the FBA ain't trying to get the Black immigrants to get anything, so that's even less than 40 million people. So,
but sister, here's the thing: you have to understand the way empires, because I think if you look at it from like okay, at one point in time it was the British Empire, right? France had an empire, but what happened to Britain? Right? They said the sun never sets on the British Empire. But right now, if I gave you a British pound, well, I mean, it is valuable up until recent with the rise of the dollar. The dollar's been going crazy if you follow Forex. But, the United States pretty much did the transition. So I won't say that they bankrupted Britain, but if you look at World War II and World War I, rich white men allowed chaos and bankruptcy to happen, right? And they were able to thrive off the pickings. So, there is a globalist agenda, right? They're talking about the Great Reset. So I wouldn't be so, you're right, but I wouldn't be so hell-bent to believe that, oh, we'll burn it down and they'll go down with us. They will have no hesitation to hit the burn button because they already have contingencies in place for that. These guys got bunkers. We're talking about the rich of the rich. They got bunkers. They got islands in Dubai and off the coast of this place and that place. We will be,
It ain't even.
Yeah, go ahead.
They have what's called gold. Look at the gold reserves. All you have to do is research who has the gold reserves.
Fort Knox, all that stuff. Federal Reserve, Fort Knox, all the gold.
If you do research into that, you'll see where all the power lies. Like I said, you can't get caught up in this fiat, yo. The only reason money has any kind of value is because you accept it, you know. And then once again, like I said, we're going to the whole fiat. We're going off getting off the gold standard and things like that. So that's why I said it takes more research. That's why I think it's kind of, it's kind of
Did you
pointless.
see the chat? BB says there's some doctor that Dr. Hillary Beckles and Dr. Darity, they've done the numbers allegedly, and they can calculate. Have you seen that?
Don't listen to Sandra Darity.
I don't really care about who done the research on what numbers, or like I said, when the people that control the currency, they control the currency. You have a credit score. Every country has a credit score. Okay, like you have a credit score of 780 and 720. They give credit scores to countries, and they can even invalidate your currency. You know what I'm saying? Like it's deeper than what people think. You know, that's why it takes a lot of research. It took me years. It took me years to learn that stuff. That's why I don't even harp to it.
So we're never gonna get.
You sound like you've been researching too, D. Webb. I'll give you your prop. You have said some stuff tonight. All these people claiming they know about reparations and been studying it. You have said some stuff tonight. None of them has ever said. I give you your props on that. You know, you called me an old man the last time, so I guess the old man is learning from the old man is learning from the young man. I'm just that don't bother me, man. We was just talking noise. That don't bother me. I don't mind learning because you said some stuff I haven't heard nobody touch on. I give you your props on that. I can tell you've been studying. But let me say this right quick, then I'm gonna yield the mic. Check this out. When we talk about reparations, have y'all ever heard them say this? Native Americans get reparations. They gave reparations to Chinese and Japanese and everybody else, right? You heard them say that? Watch this. Did any of those people ever say they want to go live around white people? All them people stayed to themselves, right?
Yep.
I think part of the problem is this, just me. Black people want to be under white people too bad. If I give you some money, you don't even want to go build your own neighborhood. You want to come be my neighbor. Don't care where we move, y'all still follow me. I'm just saying, I just look at the people that did receive from this country and just look at them. They're not trying to live under white people. Black people, excuse me. A lot of black people, that's their goal. I get money, I want to be around them. They don't want you around them. In all honesty, black people haven't figured that out yet. But white people also haven't figured out, don't care where they go, they can't stop black people from going. But I'm just saying, I don't think you're going to get reparations anyway. But I look at the people who did get reparations. You see those people had their own communities, their own everything, and is not arguing to be under white people. That's just my take on it.
Can I say something? Can I just add on to what the brother said?
Actually, I gotta get to Oni because he's in Tanzania, and the internet seems a little iffy. Let's see if we can get him on real quick. Oni, what say you?
Yeah, peace. What, Mamba Clyde? The internet. So if I cut out, obviously you could just, I wouldn't even know. But as far as the reparations question, like I think people gotta understand supply and demand. I think Marcus Garvey was saying, she was saying she was naive in economics but she was like, why would she doubts that the white boy is gonna crash his economy, just because he gave reparations. And the reality is this: if he gave reparations, that would be the crash. I don't know about this $30,000 not being if you could say $30,000 a month is not going to make you rich, that's fine. But you damn sure ain't going to be working. If you go to work, what'd you say?
Good money.
Yeah, that's just good damn money. You ain't gonna be rich, but you gonna be going to work, right? I mean, now assuming all the prices stay the same, right? Are you going to work after you getting $30,000 a month, right? When some black folk ain't making $30,000 in a year, now all of a sudden they're gonna still be going to work? No. So first off, you're gonna take people off the labor market, right? That's one thing, right? Two, on top of that, the prices are not, because your buying power, if you're in some crappy community, or if you go to another community, obviously, but if you're in some crappy community and then your buying power, I guess it multiplies by 12, right? why would the cost of bread remain the same? Because you're now going to have the ability to just go into anywhere and just buy up everything, or you'll be able to afford buying up businesses in a sense, right? Now, if you can do it and somebody else can do it and somebody else can do it, whoever is selling it is going to increase the cost of that business. Now, if they're doing that, then they're increasing the cost on everybody who didn't get reparations, right? Like the sister was saying, the argument is that it's not Afro-Caribbeans, and it's not going to be white folk, right? So now white folk and Afro-Caribbeans and so on and so forth are going to not be able to afford anything, because the only people that could afford something are the African Americans who don't even need to work. So now the rest of us will be working, right, but be unable to afford anything, whereas African Americans will not need to work, and that's fine. I get that. That's probably the goal. The idea is, hey, we already worked, so on and so forth. But the reality is that kind of situation where pretty much a lot like the people who right now are the underclass, for what it's worth, the people right now, for them to essentially become the leisure class overnight, is this not something that anybody in government is going to co-sign? It's just not something that anybody in government is going to co-sign. And as far as the question of will they crash their own economy if they gave reparations, the reality is that
there goes that Tanzania internet. Only cut out there. We don't know when he's going to come back in. Is there any last words on this?
At the most critical part.
I know.
he cut out at the most critical part. I just have a after listening to this, I'm like, well, we won't pursue reparations because we're afraid that they crash the economy. We're afraid to fight because we're afraid they kill us. Like everything we want to do, everything is always worst case scenario. We don't move forward to help ourselves because of what the worst case scenario of what they'll do. So we'll never come out of our situation. 400 years from now, we'll still say, oh, we don't want this, we're never going to do this because they're going to do this. We're never going to go anywhere at this point. By our logic, everything we do will always be met with bigger and better.
But sister, who is we?
You're not going to get out of the situation. That's the thing. The reality is that's it. Like you said, you're not going to get out of the situation because it's not your country. It's not your country to it's not your country. So if like the thing is that we all understand, if I'm in China, right, I'm not going to be doing better than the Chinese people, right? We all understand that. If I'm in Russia, I'm not going to be doing better than the Russian people. But like America, everybody on the planet knows America to be the most racist country, like the most racist country. Not like, oh, blah, blah, blah. Like the country that Hitler was like, yo, let me peep game. Like that's the country that America is. And then, but for some reason, we all understand you can't excel the Chinese in China. You can't excel the Russians in Russia. But we think, yo, yeah, there's a way for us to finesse our way to the top of America. And it just doesn't make any sense.
But the Jews come here and do better. I mean, everybody agrees the Asians come here and do better. So,
but there's a reason.
People can do better.
People say that. People say that. No. All right, I'll give you this. I'll give you this. This brother was telling me this, that there's this clip of some movie. I think it's like Leonardo DiCaprio talking to somebody, and the clip that he showed was like, these others, I think Italian guy was talking to this white American guy, and he's like, what do you white Americans have? We Italians, we got the police force, and we Jews, we got the finance, and we got, the Black Americans got the music and the athletics. What do you white folk have? And the white man was like, we got the country. Like, you guys are just visiting. You guys are just visiting. And it's really the case. Yeah, I could look, if the highest income population in America right now is the Indian immigrant. You know what I mean? Like that's the highest income. The Italian immigrant can make a lot of money. Everybody, like a lot of immigrants make more money than the regular folk. But that does not exclude the fact that white folk are the vast majority. And when push comes to shove, these motherfuckers they will fucking kill anybody here, and they can get away with it because it's their fucking country. Just like if push comes to shove in China, I can make a good fortune in China. I could get a black community going in China. But push comes to shove, no, it's not Mao right now. All right, well, I don't want to say it. I'm not gonna say the motherfucker's name. But like, let's say, just gonna sit back and let let black folk take shit over. Like it doesn't make we know it doesn't make sense in China. We know it doesn't make sense in Russia. We know it doesn't make sense in any modern economy. Like it might make sense in some countries in Africa. It really doesn't, but it might make sense. Like we know that even in Africa, we know that if a bunch of people from another country goes into a different African country, that we know that people are not going to just sit by and let that happen. But somehow we think, oh yeah, in America, that's where it's going to work. Like, why would it work? Like, of all the places on the planet, you should be like, in America, that's where it's not going to work. Like you might be like, because if I told you, hey man, we Igbo, we could take over the Kikuyu, right? Like you'd be like, that's stupid. There's no way the Kikuyu are going to support a bunch of Igbo taking them over, right? And that's
but everybody
fine.
let Europeans take over. So why are we still limiting
They didn't
ourselves?
let them.
Europeans have gone over and have no rules
They
to
didn't
taking
let
over.
them. No. That's what I'm saying. They didn't let them.
Yeah, only cut out again. Gas, you wanted to say something earlier, right? Go ahead.
No, I mean, look, I'm just saying that a lot of times we use that word we. There is no we. There's no real serious movement of anything that, whether it be in Africa or whether it be in the Caribbean or whether it be in America, where Black people are working as a collective, to achieve whatever the aims are, whether it be political, economic, spiritual, social. It doesn't exist. I read a quote somewhere. It said that there are no Black communities in America. They're just Black people living in American communities, and I feel that's just very true. So I understand what you're saying, sister. That people should stand up and fight. But look, that tree that fight, I agree with you. You know what I'm saying? I'm ready for the fight, but I'm also not naive to understand that what they say. Before you bark up that tree, it's gonna fall on you. Look at the tree that Kyrie and Kanye barking up on. I'm not gonna say anything else about that. They're not ready for that tree. Just a few apples fell from that tree, and everybody ran. Just a few apples fell from that tree. The branch didn't even fall. Yeah. And everybody ran back and was like, "Oh, I'm not with them, Massa. I'm not." I tells you, Massa, I'm not with those Negroes. So let's be real here.
But we must look at the ones that back them too. We can't.
No, but what I'm saying is, that the price to pay, because freedom is not free, and if our women are not ready to go into the mountains and use rocks to squeeze them breasts to breastfeed them babies, and for us to get it in the mud and throw away them iPads and really live as tough like the Amish, we let's not kid ourselves here. So that's all I'm gonna say about that.
Let me add this, sister. Let me add this quickly. So reparations is usually something that in a war pays to the winner. Okay, so that's like the terms of surrender. Basically, if let's say if England and France fight, and then France beats England, they then debilitate the English economy by saying you got to pay us for that war you just cost us, right? Basically, if you want us to stop bombing you, you want us to stop killing your women and children, if you want us to stop killing your men, then you have to pay us to stop, right? So if you wanted reparations, if Black folks really wanted reparations, they would have to beat these white boys up on a serious level. The idea that, hey, we got to ask them and we got to keep asking them and then they're eventually going to give us, it doesn't make any sense to anybody, right? Because nobody's going to do that, because it's not worth more for them to pay you reparations than it is for them to not pay you reparations. If you're kicking their ass, if you're burning their businesses, if you're blocking their waters, if you're killing their children and their women and you're killing their men and you're doing all that shit and you're like, the only way I'm gonna stop is if you pay me, right? Then
Yeah, only we gotta limit your responses to like a minute, because it seems it takes about a minute before you cut out. So we're gonna have to limit that to a minute. Did I get to everyone on that prompt?
He made the valid points. He made very valid points.
Can I say?
I'm sorry. Go ahead, brother. Because every
Oh,
time you got,
I'll be as brief as I can. I
No,
think
go ahead.
a critical part of the whole reparations thing in relation to the topic, I think that Black people naturally, the only way reparations would really work if we actually had a base in Africa. If Liberia were, I hate to say this, it's like if Black people could just just re-own Liberia again. I'm afraid that reparations as Black individuals is not what we need. We need reparations that ties back to Africa and say that we're going to get our money and we have a place in Africa where we can just have a foothold and just at least base ourselves there. I think it's the only way that it can even start to work, because going back to the reparations for the Japanese and all the other peoples who got money in the Europeans, they can go back to their home nations, but naturally we're scrambled here in America. We don't naturally have a singular African nation, so we kind of have to pick one. I mean, if Liberia would work, or if somehow Africa could just say, here is a liberated territory for American citizens just on some AU shit. I mean, somehow or another, you have to have a foothold in Africa to actually funnel nationhood type stuff. I'm gonna pass.
All right.
Yeah, let me add that too. You gotta have. I'm just saying, you gotta be a threat.
Only. Let Bakari go, but when you respond, please just take a minute, because your internet is cutting out after like a minute. Bakari, go ahead.
I just want to agree with the sister said every time we say something, it just seemed defeated. Like she said, we got to fight. I'm a firm believer if you want anything from this country, you're going to have to be willing to fight. But I also understand that this country ain't giving you shit. And I do want people to understand. You look in the mirror, we are the reparations. We can look and say what the Jews do when they come here. The Jews ain't number white folks. I don't separate them. The Italians, when they come here, they ain't nothing but white folk. I don't see. We got to stop separating them. You understand? Because they gonna work together. They are gonna work together. And if you don't think, study something called the $1 Wives, and you will see why these white folk here see themselves as still see themselves as the white folk in Europe, because how they were sending their daughters to the European countries to marry so they can keep that connection. We tend to break them down. They don't tend to do that. We do that. Jews, Italians, they ain't number white folk. So they working together. The problem that we have, we don't want to organize. We don't want to organize and work together. Like I said, when I did that challenge, it's just a week, Black Business Challenge. How many people truly wanted to participate in? We gonna go past all these people that take, because when people say we broke, taking all our money from our community because we giving it to them. We just go give our money to the Chinese. We go give our money to Arabs, to East Indians, to anybody in our community. Instead of saying, you know what? If we really want something in this country, we're gonna stand up and stop giving our money to other people, and we're gonna start to work on our own behalf. You understand? So ain't nobody gonna give us nothing. You got to be ready. And once you start building your community, they ain't gonna make it easy. You got to be ready, and you have to start preparing for whatever they're gonna bring your way. And it's just that simple. I understand going to Africa. That's why I plan to be buried. You understand? But I'm here now, and I got family here, and I got friends here, and I know all of them don't want to leave. So we gonna have to be here. We gonna have to be a bridges, and in order to be a bridges with our people, man, we gonna have to be ready for whatever. I hear the mic.
Coco, I just want to put something out there for the record, because BB keeps typing crazy things in the chat. BB, I'm not Nigerian. I don't know which people you're referring to. One, and two, I'm Isoko. If you Google, just type it in, ISOKO, and you research my people. We weren't in the slave genocide. My people did not, and we were well in the thick of it. My people were not involved at all. So when you say your people, this is the problem of today, right? You might have been snatched from my village by people who were a part of it, and your former ancestors are related to mine, and you're here acting silly, having a beef with me, and I had no hand in it. So when you point, be specific. You know, use a rifle and aim specifically. Don't use a machine gun. That's just what I'm put out there for the record.
Yeah, you should forget about silliness, man. I'm just being honest, okay? Because I was reading that. That's just crazy. We look to fight one another. We never say that about other people, but I just leave that be because I know he ready to get to his next topic.
Yeah, Oni, I'll give you the last word. Yeah, 1 minute. Unmute your mic.
Yeah, I can't even say anything, man. No, I mean, no, I'm just saying that reparations. Yeah, I mean, look, I think that if you're serious about reparations, you got to fight these boys. But if you talking about just reparations as, hey man, why don't you give it to me because you wronged me? Like that's not a thing in the real world. You know, nobody gives you something because they wronged you. They wronged you on purpose. You know, they wronged you to get something from you.
All right. I'm going to drop Shoot the Breeze topic number 6. Thanks for that discussion, by the way. Marcus Garvey's way. I hope you got some insight out of that. I'm going to drop Shoot the Breeze topic number 6, which is, should we consider arranged marriages in rebuilding Black families, or is it too strange an idea / practice? That's going to be Shoot the Breeze topic number 6. I do want to do a station ID real quick. It'll take a minute. And on the other side, we'll discuss Shoot the Breeze topic number 6 tonight.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
This is D Webb with the Harsh Reality Podcast. Asking you to tune in where we tackle the news of the day that affects our community, only on KWAZ Radio.
Peace, family. This is Oni, inviting you to listen to the pro-Black perspective, where Black problems are addressed with Black solutions.
Greetings, fam. Tune in to The Learning Curve with me, the Revolutionary Matron, on KWAZ Radio.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
Hey, yo, shout out to the matron, too. Y'all drop some heart emojis or something. Show some love for the matron. Shout out to the matron as well. Make sure you guys are tuned in to Brother Bakari, The Forecast, Tanzan African Mind, and Considra Cheek. Considra is in Kenya right now, too. And she's been dropping some nice videos about things she's been doing over there, you know, acquiring a Airbnb and all this type of stuff. And she was actually in a video with Pan-Africanism Strikes Back with Brandon. So you guys check her out. I hope to talk to her on here when she comes back in the future. Make sure to subscribe to all the shows. Shoot the Breeze topic number 6 tonight. Should we consider arranged marriages in rebuilding Black families, or is it too strange of an idea to practice? This came with a video. Let's check.
Could wash away arranged marriages. Would you say it should be done with?
No, not at all. It works for people. It works a lot of people. Sometimes I'm jealous of my sister, I have to be honest with you. She has a 15,000 square foot house, a private plane, and a dead mother-in-law. What did I do to my life? I built my own.
Yeah, that's matchmaking. His mom is pretty sickly.
Do you know what I got for Valentine's Day? A Metro card.
If you could wash away arranged marriages, would you say it should be done with?
No, not at all. It works for people. It works a lot of people. Sometimes I'm jealous of my sister, I have to be honest with you. She has a 15,000 square foot house, a private plane, and a dead mother-in-law. What did I do to my life? I built my own.
Yeah, that's matchmaking. His mom is pretty sickly.
Do you know what I got for Valentine's Day? A Metro card.
If
Yeah, I wanted to play it twice. Let's make sure everyone got the gist of it. So, based on what we're hearing here, now it's kind of tongue in cheek. The video was, but Should we consider arranged marriages in rebuilding black families, or is it too strange an idea or practice? Kevin Carre, what say you? All right, Kevin Carre.
I'm sorry. That's a thing, but I think if you want to introduce that, you got to introduce it slow. My problem with arranged marriages, you're not given, people. I'm thinking about people born over here or been over here a while. People are used to choosing their own partner. If you're arranging something, a lot of people are not going to get along. If you're not getting along, if the bed's not quaking, well, your population is not going to be rising. But I'll pass the mic.
Let's see if we could get Oni for 1 minute here. Oni, go ahead.
Oh, about arranged marriages. Should we consider arranged marriages? I mean, you should do whatever you want in your family. If I want my son to mess with a woman, like I could do it myself. But if you don't, you don't. I mean, I don't. That's what I'm saying. I don't get the whole, giving relationship advice or giving marital advice to people who ain't even asking, or people who ain't even listening to you. You know what I mean? Like, if nobody listening to you, why are you giving out advice? You know what I'm saying? I could do it for my son. Like I saw this back when I was in Ghana. I saw this little girl who I was like, yo, my son should probably wife that lady, right? But that's it. And I could set it up, but oh, that's it. I'm just 1 minute.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's I think it's a neat thought when we talk about being organized and having organizations and having what's it that Bakari brings up, the code of conduct. And I think it's an interesting thing to have some kind of consensus on it, especially if we're trying to engineer our future, our culture, and whatnot. You know what I mean? So I think it's an interesting question. Gas, what say you?
Well, I look at it like this. Historically, this idea of romantic love is a recent invention. People didn't get married for romance. That can be traced back to the troubadours. Even the idea of fidelity or faithfulness, right? I tell women all the time, cheating. And I'm like, well, cheating implies that we're playing a game. Is that why it's called a courtship, right? So marriage and relationships are not a game to be played. This is where lineages are tied together. This is where DNA is shared. This is where genetics are put together. This is where land, assets, wealth are combined. And historically, when you look at the origin of romantic entanglements, the way that we see them in the so-called modern day, people often thought there was a form of madness, eros. And you think about this psycho shooting you in the heart, and driving you insane. They saw that as a form of madness. I mean, Romeo and Juliet makes sense. These two families have been beefing for generations. Why are you falling in love? Slap Juliet upside her head and let her marry the guy that she's supposed to marry. And tell Romeo, mind your business and stop looking at my daughter. We don't like each other. We oil and water. We don't mix. But in this Western sense, in these Roman antics, right? I know everyone thinks I defend the Romans, right? But with romance or Roman antics, as I jokingly call it, of course I don't. But the point is that with romance, the women are brainwashed and told, "Oh, it's such a beautiful story." Romeo and Juliet, and it's bullshit. It's a crappy story. It's a story of a girl and a boy who are disobedient to their parents. They should get the crap beat out of them. They should be ostracized. The ramifications of what they're doing is problematic. Because now, okay, you got a kid. So what? Just because you got a kid, love is gonna conquer all, and I'm supposed to ignore the fact that these people on that side killed my cousin and killed 5 of my uncles and stuff like that, and vice versa. You're gonna shoot that kid in the head, get him out the way, and go back to beefing, right? So I think I like always going into the history of these things, and when we go into the history, then I think we can start charting the course to how we maneuver ourselves within this thing called modernity. So for me, I think arranged marriages should be the norm across the board. But in particularly for black people in America, there's a saying, right? "Oh, I ain't got to do nothing but stay black and die." And I think that's the problem. That mentality has to be thrown in the trash can and never brought back. You got to listen to the family. The family has to be controlled by people who are upstanding, righteous, that aren't going to compromise, right? So it's going to be difficult to do, right? When we see examples of like R. Kelly's sister was molesting him and the brother. Michael Jordan's older sister was raped by his father. So there's a lot of things that have to be fixed in the families first, where there's discipline and structure and no one is abusing anything. And then I think once that's taken care of and all the bad seeds are rooted out, I think arranged marriage is the best way to go, in my opinion. But I'll stop talking now.
Yeah. I think we have to discuss these things. Randomly, no. I think we got to get together and decide what we want to, how we want to construct our futures, similar to what Gas was saying just now. Brother Bakari, what say you? Bakari, you muted if you're speaking. All right, maybe.
Okay, I'm here.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Simple put, yep, I think arranged marriages would be good and it could help build arranged marriages, shit, polygamy. But I'm just saying, but we're just talking about arranged marriages. Yes, I believe arranged marriages. Because when you arrange a marriage and you meet someone, let's say hypothetically, because I know when Oni said he could do that himself for his son, and he's right. But I think the way I'm taking the question is like, should arranged marriages be like a part of our culture? You understand? Is that's how I'm taking it. So yes, if arranged marriages are part of your culture, yes, arranged marriages can help build a community. Because if we're arranging a marriage, my son who's going to school to be an attorney, he's going to meet someone doing something similar. My daughter, y'all, you understand what I'm saying? Y'all kids. So that way, not only will we be building, or you could be building something, or someone that's a business owner. You understand? Not necessarily just because they go to college. They might just be. You understand? You're gonna arrange with somebody respectful, because that's what you want. You marry the family, and everything continues. You understand? So I had to get away and want nobody to think just because I'm saying, "Ooh, a lawyer," yeah, but no, it could be a construction worker. But as long as he's out there and he got his own, he's doing his thing, so we can arrange that. You feel me? Great, yeah. There would be nothing. There would be nothing wrong with that, in my opinion. And on that note, man, I got to bounce. I just got a call. I got to bounce. I'm gonna be
all
listening.
right, sir. I appreciate you joining us. I appreciate you joining us tonight, Bakari. You guys make sure to check out Brother Bakari.
Thank you for letting me speak, man. Everybody on the panel, peace.
Peace. In the chat, Trick Happy 262 was saying some stuff. He says, I think it should be both, either arranged marriage or more stronger and elaborate forms of courtship. The problem with courtship now is that you are not given the rules to be able to win. You have to be socialized in a way where you can be able to navigate dating. Things like beauty, finance, and what not are important. Basically, how you build good men and women is important. He says also infidelity and fidelity existed in the ancient world. While the West may have particular ideas of romance, this idea that people didn't value cheating and we were just static is not true. Bobby Wright says, I don't think Africans in America have that level of understanding. We have too much of a Western mindset. I agree with Bobby right there. Trigapi 262 says, and I say this because my own ethnic group has systems dealing with infidelity and fidelity. Real Black Gentleman in the chat said, I hate that phrase, stay black and die. Real Black Gentleman, what's your thoughts on this whole prompt tonight?
Yeah, I do think that the idea of arranged marriages do work, But again, the whole idea of marriage itself has to be, you kind of have to crystallize it. I think the idea of getting married hence now forevermore, maybe we need to like slow down on that and maybe like have like marriage contracts where it's going like 1 year, 2 year, 5 year contracts. Then with family building, we can go with like 10 year, 15 year, 20 year contracts where we're not necessarily. And then if we truly commit to each other, because a marriage, I mean, marriage is supposed to be between you, God, and the people. We are getting married. It's not like I'm going off into some corner and getting that. Again, that's some like weak sauce marriage. If you're going to get married, you're going to get married in front of the people. You, God, and everyone is going to know that you two are a union. That's how it's supposed to be. But if you get together and you don't want to get together, then you don't want to be arranged bad and be stuck, and you don't want to be forced to have kids too soon. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to. A woman shouldn't just. That's terrible. I mean, it's like you're arranged with a terrible man, and that he's no good. He has no structure. This is nothing good can come of that. So the idea can be looked at, but on a surface level. There's more to the idea of marriage, and then we still have to break down. You know what I'm saying? Just a lot of just functionality and making sure that we're actually partners in a family unit, because we have to redefine what the male and female role are in that marital union, in that nucleus of the family, because the man and the woman is the nucleus and the kids are the electrons that spin around them. You know what I'm saying? So we got to make sure that nuclear binding force is strong. Otherwise, the atom will split the family. Just making sure that if you do have arranged marriages, that you do, especially if the couple is young, you don't want to force young people to get married. Although, in a sense, on the flip side, if you're younger, you might not be predisposed to being just just having your own peculiarities and unable to mesh with the other person. I think that it is. You do want to allow a degree of like, maybe we should have like petty marriages before you get to genuine marriage, as it were. You want to encourage strong youthful bonds that can be lifelong. You do. I mean, I think that ultimately that is ideal for many multiple reasons. Health. I mean, just being with an older partner in older years is better than being alone. These are the long-term things you want to have. If we're talking about nation building, we want to have couples and couples and couples. You know what I'm saying? With kids, and we have to. The dynamics have to be incredible. And we have to see one aspect of the dynamic and move around to the other side of the room and see the other side of the dynamics that are going on. You know what I'm saying? It's like you have to flesh out. You have to mindfully, methodologically think these things through, allow for trial and error with degrees of tolerance, and right. Yeah, again, not everyone should be forced to, but again, if you're going to do it, you do have to kind of find a place that is willing to, it already has a strong marriage culture. It's the only way it works. You have to find that seed and build off of it. I do want black men and black women to be together. I want black men and black women to want to stay together, not just because to have a sum greater than themselves as a part of greater blackness. And the only way to do that is to have a culture where black men and black women are seen at a young age to get together, not in the Indian style or wherever culture, but we can truly be unique and really. I mean, that will be another strong catalyst, because if you can get the man and woman just to stick together and just have, that's what I'm talking about, binding agents, binding structures in society. Marriage is one of them. You know what I'm saying? Once you have the nucleus of the family, you build electrons, your children. You can have 8, 9, this goes back to big families. Once you have big families, you have young people who are out there being productive, and there are just many people, many hands and many minds putting in like work that you can get there from here. Hopefully I say what I had to say.
Yeah, let's hear from Oni real quick. He wanted me to double back to him. Go ahead, Oni.
Yeah. So I think there may be a misunderstanding about what arranged marriages are, but it's more like let's say my son at 7 and a little girl at 5. You know, me and parents, the kid's parents, get together and say, oh, so when this little girl turns 16 or this little girl turns 18 or whatever, then she's gonna marry my son, you know, when he's 20. And that's it. Now I think that because we as black adults don't even make good relationship decisions, it's almost like we're not even at the stage where we can make good relationship decisions for, you know, toddlers. You know what I mean? So I mean, like, yeah, I mean, in some capacity, it's a good idea, but realistically, I don't think any of us are even concerned about. I mean, like we're not really in the economic or social or psychological position to be arranging marriages for toddlers. You know, I think cultures do it because they have established families and established lineages and blah blah blah, and you know, communities with wealth and this and that, so forth. But if you don't have that stuff, then like, you know, you're looking at the wrong. I don't think you're looking at the right solution.
I will. I hear what Oni's saying, and I agree with most of it. I will say this though, and I talked about this on Shoot the Breeze a couple weeks back. In America, in the West, the Black equals African folks in the West don't have those established families and lineages. As a matter of fact, I could be, you know, it's different than say in the continent. You go to date an African woman who's still heavily connected to the continent. One of the things that frustrates them, and I had to learn this, is when you don't start to inquire about their tribes and whatnot, because they have that. And I had to tell a lady this one time, like, to be honest with you, like in the Caribbean, we didn't have that. We didn't have, you know, these tribes and these tribal systems that we talk about. And we could spend, you know, 5 hours just talking about our tribe and the great men and women of our tribe. We didn't have that. So I think this prompt has a little bit of a continental swing to it, not just because of who posted it, but because in the continent, like you just alluded to, there is that family thing. And so, yeah, people would engage in the arranged marriages because they understand that family lineage thing. Yes, am I correct about that?
Yes, you're very correct about that. But go ahead, I'm listening because I wanted to comment when you're done.
No, well, I was pretty much done, but yeah, I had to learn that the hard way. I had to learn that when I saw a woman get frustrated, like, well, how come you not ask me about my tribe? And I'm like, tribe? You know what I mean? So I came to realize that the way we see some things out here, we don't have the connection to the concepts. Gas, you go ahead.
Well, you know, it's interesting. Brother Bakari, shout out to him. He brought up a point about the dollar princesses, right? That was something that this is when Americans were using, you know, old money was basically bribing. I'm sorry, new money was bribing old money to get back in. So the mother of Winston Churchill, her father was a rich American upstart, and Winston's father, on his father's side, was old British royalty, and his mother's side was, you know, American new money. So they were able to come together. I will say this: it's very interesting. Perhaps not so much in America. I think it'd be very difficult to achieve arranged marriages in America. But I think on some levels, on certain family levels, it can still happen. Because I know some men who have a lot of control over their families. But what's interesting is that those American women who did go abroad to marry the British aristocracy, they eventually had to abandon their American culture and fit into the British way, right? The American way had to give into the British way. And so for me, I'm not a fan of continuing, something that's not or that doesn't seem to be working. I don't think it makes sense for people to continue along a trajectory that, the relationships aren't working out, the marriages aren't lasting, and no one is saying that arranged marriages are a cakewalk or heaven on earth. But I will say this: I think um, it ultimately boils down to training and orientation for arranged marriages. Even though it's changing on the continent, I say it all the time. You watch Netflix, all these Nigerian films that they're showing, they're putting all kind of nonsense in there. I remember I met someone recently, an African American lady. This was last week, and she was talking about jollof rice, and I was just assuming, I was like, she probably just watches Afrobeats. But come to find out, she had actually she was an exchange student in Nigeria. So she was like, yeah, and she was talking about NEPA and things that are Nigerian. Oh my God, wow. So, we had a great conversation. And she was like, it was very tough for her to make adjustments and that orientation, because there are certain things that, are expected of a at that time. Like I said, it's changing. Everybody throwing away their culture to be Western, but at that time there were certain cultural expectations and behavioral expectations that a young woman is expected to be doing in preparation before she's in her husband's house, and vice versa. The things that a young man is expected to be doing in preparation to take care of his wife. And I think that has to be put in place before you can get to the point of arranged marriages and lineages and things like that, because there has to be roles and there has to be structures. It may not be rigid roles, but there have to be roles and structures that people will adhere to when they're in a marriage. But also, last thing, Trigger Happy, I think he said something that about cheating. Look, Trigger, please, if you make an assertion, got to put the evidence. I would like to see the discourse where, and I'm not saying it doesn't exist, but please put the evidence where people are having a discourse where they're punishing, you know, men for so-called cheating or infidelity. Now, women, that's a different, topic, because women have always been the protected sex in that aspect. Women historically have not had the opportunity to, be loose, for the lack of a better term, like Amber Rose or slut walk and all that stuff. Women were always seen as protected. No, you shouldn't be out there sleeping around. But I would like to see the evidence where there's a group of people where they have a discourse punishing men, even in the West, right? You look at powerful men; they've always had things outside, right? Look at. I'll end with this state sentence. Bill Clinton had Monica Lewinsky, and he was villainized. You think anybody would villainize Genghis Khan or Shaka Zulu for having women outside? So I'm just not a fan of copying things from the West. But I'll stop there.
All right. With that said, D Webb has been waiting for a minute. D Webb, what say you?
Yeah, I'll be extremely brief. To the topic, yes, I do agree. I do think that that arranged marriages should be a thing. Actually, I'd even go far as say polygamy should be a thing, to be honest with you. Because when you're losing your behind in a race, I think you need to breed your best and your brightest. As dystopian that may sound, but if you're losing the race, why are you having your worst of your worst? Produce, and they're probably actually producing more.
Yep.
But this whole marriage for love, I think Gas hit it up earlier. It's a modern concept, and it's failing. You can see that it's failing in the West, where 50% of marriages end in divorce. That to me is a failure when half the marriages end in divorce. I think it's asinine to expect a 20-something-year-old to go out there and figure out the idea of finding a good partner on their own. That to me is like the most insane concept. You have people say it's insane to arrange marriages. I think it's insane to expect somebody who has zero life experience to go out there and find the right person for them, particularly when you involve sex, which we know the West is very sex heavy, sex sales over here. So these people are caught in the lust and they're 20 some years old and they're out in the club trying to find their life partner. That to me is a recipe for failure. Yeah, so I do think I forgot who said it earlier. In the West, you're gonna have to, because of the way the climate is here, you're gonna have to integrate it slowly. Maybe provide options as a family, or maybe have a system where a parent has to agree to sign off on the marriage or some of that sort. You do have to kind of ease people into it, just because this whole women empowerment, feminist mindset that the West kind of has been adhered to. But yeah, I think it's asinine. And I disagree a little bit with Oni earlier, where he was saying that the West doesn't have Black Americans or whatever, don't have really the structure to do the arranged marriages. It's like India, they do it, and some of them are dirt poor. You know what I'm saying? You do recognize who has a good family structure, who comes from a good family, and those people, you have people who can trace their lineage back pretty far here. And a good family from a bad family, particularly in smaller areas where it may be a little harder in bigger areas, urban areas to do it. But
yeah, that's what I was referring to. Yeah, it's probably harder in bigger areas, but in smaller parts, you probably do understand those lineages better in America than say the Caribbean. Even go ahead.
There you go. But yeah, that was it. That's all I had, man. So you wrapped it up for me. So that's all I got.
Yeah. With that said, let's hear from Marcus Garvey is the way.
I agree with the gentleman before. I think arranged marriages and polygamy is something that should be embraced by the Black community. But in terms of arranged marriages, we have to be realistic that it doesn't lead to happier marriages. I've witnessed, when I first came here, a lot of Asians, especially, who were coming from India, especially, and other places like Bangalore, and all them other places, who came here to escape arranged marriages. What a lot of the Indians were doing were coming with their other partner that they wanted to get married to, but the family wouldn't agree with because they might have been from different castes. So a lot of them would come here, get jobs, and then be with the person away from their parents and away from their families, and have their relationships. And I've seen a couple of them get married. Some of the families, eventually allow them to get married. One or two got married behind their families' backs. So those are people who were born within that system, but a younger generation who wanted to get away from that. Again, like my husband, for example, he did not agree with his family's idea of arranged marriage, because he said because his father was the oldest, his father was in charge of arranging the marriages for most of the family members outside of his kids. So his father also had to arrange marriages for his own sister, which would have been my husband's aunts. And he said that he just saw them not being able to choose the right people for their in their arranged marriages. He didn't see his parents choosing correct people. So he just saw them just making a whole bunch of unhappy marriages, and he didn't want that for himself. So there is no hard and fast rule that arranged marriages are going to solve the issue. But in terms of securing family and making better decisions, especially in this horror culture of America and this thought culture and this gender warring that you're seeing, I think after the gender warring and that slut walk and all that stuff, you might need arranged marriages to bring this next generation back on a straight and narrow, because between the STDs and loose boom booms and pum pums, I don't know what is going to be left for the generation that follows. So arranged marriages could be the solution, but when you have a generation who want to tell you that a man in a wig is a woman, I don't think they'll make it seem that they'll make arranged marriages seem too far-fetched. But a man in a wig will be a woman, but arranged marriage would be too far out there. So it's a good idea between us talking, but bring it to the wider society, I don't think they'll agree.
I thank you for that. In the chat, Trigger Happy 262 says, for everyone saying it's a modern concept, I mean, I agree if we're talking Europe, but that's why I mentioned early industrialization. Like people are like like people arranged marriage because of land, because they are agrarian societies. He says we in the modern age need to industrialize. As you industrialize, you have new forms of income and are not attached to the land. Yeah, I think we tend to kill ideas before we even try it. And I think we gotta. This is why, if we're gonna talk about getting organized, these are some of the things we need to be talking about when organizing. You know what I mean? What is there an advantage? What's the route if we're gonna use polygamy? If we're gonna use arranged marriages, because we want to ensure that our women are protected and match with a man and prospering and all this type of stuff. We have to talk about these things. We have to discuss these things beforehand. If there's no last words,
let me add. I want to add. I guess quickly. It's kind of like what Marcus Garvey the Way was saying, in the sense of, the culture switch that's going on in America is so rapid and so out of our control that you can't predict it even like 5 years. So like the idea that you could predict a good child 10, 20 years in advance, I think it's a thing. I mean, I get that there's because I wouldn't blame all the black folks' problems on bad families, as a sense that, I mean, I know people don't like Stacey Abrams, for instance, but was Stacey Abrams from a bad family? Was she from a ghetto family or whatever? Or was she from a family that if she were a young girl, you would be like, hey, I want my son to marry her. But then she comes out big and, and whatever it is, right? Is that like you can't necessarily predict in advance. Now, if you whereas I say that the other people, like you say, like what D-Web was saying about India and so on and so forth, even though they poor and shit, right? The reality is that their culture, they have their own school system. They have their own culture, traditions that are on lock, on point, on bar, right? Whereas for us in America, particularly, because we letting these other folk educate us and miseducate us, it could be that you arrange it.
Yeah, those responses have to be a minute, my guy. You cut out again. Yeah, Trigger Happy 262 says the culture of arranged marriage. I'm sorry, he had a couple things. He said, I mean, I'm trying to be realistic too. This isn't something people are used to anymore. Like, people want to do the whole find someone to love. So how do you introduce to people the culture of arranged marriage? Again, we say we are realistic, but are we? That's why I say do both. But the aspect of arrange should be through recommendation. And this other thing too, you don't have to arrange a marriage between two small children. That's another thing too. I mean, we're calling it arranged marriage. We don't have to go by the rules of the Indians or whoever was doing it before, or our own people who was doing it before with children. This could be a more, instead of arranged marriage per se, this could be more of a courtship thing, and we arrange, these courtship outcomes or something of that nature. So I think it's something that instead of us, and again, this is something I want people to come away from with Shoot the Breeze. Instead of us shitting on an idea at the drop of the thought, I think what we should do is have discussions about, well, going down the road of that thinking, what can be the outcomes that are beneficial to us? I think that's how we need to think about things more than that. Only you had cut out there, but I gotta.
I would just say, it's only Tanzania.
Yeah, 1 minute.
Yeah. All right. What I would say is that we should focus on grooming our kids, preparing our kids for marriage. I think that's what white folk, particularly in America, do, is that they prepare their children to be married to good folk. That's what I think would be a more likely solution than saying, yo, you marry this kid, but then especially since we let in the public school system still.
We almost had it, huh? Yeah. So I think
no, I was done.
Oh, okay. Trigger Happy 262 says, yeah, like familiarizing them from young and see where it heads. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. We have to we can't be so rigid where we have to do it like the fucking Brahmins did it over.
But Coco, what does trigger happy mean that we have to industrialize? The world is already industrialized. Like I'm not sure what
I know
people.
you
I'm
were
not sure.
speaking on-
Yeah, I
Go
didn't
ahead.
understand what he was saying. I no, I'm just saying I didn't understand what they're saying. Look, no one's saying that arranged marriage is perfect or that everyone should tomorrow grab your kid, go down to East New York and pick a family and say, hey, your daughter and my son, 15 years from now, spit on each other's hand and shake. No, no one's saying that. Um, it's I think it's about creating the idea, putting it down like a blueprint or a map, right? Or key to success or keys to success for where they want the community to be. And arranged marriage, because of how things have been broken down, it might not, include marrying children from birth, right? It might include, for example, there might be a single mother who, for whatever reason, needs a husband, and we got to get her a marriage. So, hey, listen, what can we do? Now, that's not going to work. Some women just, they're just too far gone. Some men are just too far gone. But if we're talking about communal control, I think this is the problem, and this is what the West invented, is that they really invented this idea of the individual effort, right? And the individual effort, this irrational singularity, is what allows people to have so-called newfound freedoms. But as I always say, freedom is not free. The cost of freedom is very, very expensive. So, to just basically not put things in place ahead of time and have the structures in place, and more importantly, you have to and I think that's why they did it at an early age, right? They did it at an early age, and just my opinion, I have done research on it, but I don't want to speak on it. I'm just saying my opinion. I think it was done at an early age because they conditioned the children to behave a certain way so that when they met each other in adulthood, they were complementary. So the young boys were socialized and conditioned to behave a certain way. So regardless of any young man you pick, 9 out of 10 times, he would, even they wouldn't play it all outplay the same way, but he would do certain general things that were complementary to the general things that the young lady would do, and it made a marriage, work. And keep in mind, marriage was not just for sex or sexual gratification or the person's happiness. Marriage is DNA, it's genetics, it's land, it's property, it's business, it's the intertwining of lineages. And you have to be very, very specific and careful whose lineage you intertwine with. These are things that the ancients understood. That's why that's why Marxism fails. Because Marx forgets that blood is thicker than water. You're more likely to share something with someone that you have relations with than you are with a complete stranger, typically. And as for Trigger Happy, he's saying, is Africa industrialized? Of course, Africa is industrialized. What are we saying? There are industries in Africa. Africa is industrialized. Maybe not to the degree that you guys would like, but Africa has industries. If Africa is industrialized, how is Dangote in existence? Patrice Motsepe. But I'll stop there.
I appreciate that, Gas.
Let me just add. I'll just add quickly, I guess. Oh, okay.
I know. Only go ahead. You'll get the last word before I go to shoot the breeze topic number 7. Go ahead. One minute.
I was just going to say the reason why I was talking about the Indian system is because the lady.
Yeah, you cut out there, Oni. You cut out. All right. I think that was a good discussion. Again, I think these are the type of the subject areas is where these are the kind of discussions I want to have, and I'd like for more of you in the chat to hop on sometimes. Yeah, only F that. I'm sorry about that. hop on sometime. Let's have more robust discussions. Again, if I have to cut down Shoot the Breeze to 5 subjects, but we can have, real good conversations on the 5, that's better than, just doing a random 10 or whatever. But let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 7. Shoot the Breeze topic number 7 says, what happens when your snow bunny calls you the N-word? This is a story you guys would be familiar with. This was supposed to be for last week, but we didn't get to it. So let's check it out.
TMZ posted this recording to TikTok. Shout out to brother Balogun for sending this in. According to TMZ, this was recorded by Christian Obumseli months before he was unalived by his girlfriend, Courtney Clenny.
Don't touch me! What is going on? Like, are you gonna get this mad at me when I'm apologizing to you? No, Christian. Like, you're thinking I'm doing it on purpose? Drop your high pitch. Okay, I'm not doing it on purpose.
You touched Sahara. You know damn well the right thing to do is to tell me.
Yes, and I am so sorry.
So shut up and let me slap dumbass.
No, you're not gonna slap me.
Give me my phone.
You have your phone.
I don't have it anymore. Find it and charge it.
What?
Find it and charge it.
I'm sorry, Courtney.
I don't care. Find it and charge it.
Okay, just stop.
Don't talk to me.
Man.
Yeah, man.
Oh, man. Because I'm telling you I'm sorry.
It's like, alright. Find my phone and charge it.
I don't know where your phone is.
Find it.
Can you help me find it?
I won!
So why?
Find
me, man. Not man.
Yeah, man. Oh, yeah, man. Yeah, man. Yeah, some old man, huh? Shut the up. I need to find it because I have to go meet her again.
To go out?
No!
You said she invited you.
Christian, just find my goddamn phone.
I don't have your phone. Can you just
find my phone?
Cece, can you just please
shut up? Please. Shut up. You went to go talk to her without talking.
I didn't go.
Yes, you did. You always on your asshole.
Courtney, I was on.
You literally told me about it. Now he's like, damn.
What are you
You
talking?
are son.
I didn't go to talk to Ara. I was going on a bike ride. Like, what the?
Get off of me.
He's going to talk to Ara. Is this going to make you act like this?
You literally talked to her without telling me.
Courtney, I was on a bike ride and she passed me and I said, hi, you and Courtney are having a live chat. My bad, I forgot to tell you that. That doesn't make you to act and call me a Yes, thank you. Coming from Courtney, thank you.
I want you to get away from me. Get away from me.
Wow, that was a lot. So this argument ensued because Courtney, found out or saw him, Christian, speak with another girl while he was on a bike ride or something. I believe the majority of us are already aware of this case, but if you're just hearing about it for the first time, here's a quick update. 6 months ago, Courtney Clenny, an OnlyFans model, unalived her boyfriend, Christian Obumseli, and she claimed she did it out of self-defense. 4 months later, she was finally arrested and she's presently about to go to trial for second-degree murder. Now back to this update on this case, which is this recording that was secretly recorded by Christian Obumseli. OnlyFans model Courtney Clenny was recorded by her boyfriend during an argument, one in which she repeatedly called him the N-word months before she unalived him. Courtney's slain boyfriend, Christian Obumseli, was recording her outbursts with his cell phone in the months prior to his stabbing death, and the recordings are now evidence in the murder case against Courtney. The police say they recovered the audio recordings first obtained by the Miami Herald from Christian's phone as part of the murder investigation. Now, when I heard this recording, the first thing that came to my mind was, damn, this is sad. Very, very sad. This was a very, very, very toxic relationship, and no one should have to be in relationships like this. Rest in peace, Christian Obumseli. I hope he gets the justice that he deserves. But when I really think about this whole situation with everything that has been revealed and now with this recording, It really shows just how sad like this whole situation really is. Courtney's lawyer Frank Prieto tells TMZ the evidence makes it very clear the two were in a toxic and dysfunctional relationship from which Courtney had asked for help from both police and her family to leave. She's not going to trial for her lifestyle, her previous arguments, or recorded rants. She is going to trial for defending herself against a violent struggle with her ex-boyfriend for which she feared for her life. Courtney is a victim of domestic abuse. At the end of the day, who dot die, dot die. But before I end this video, I just want to say something real quick. Please do not stay in relationships where you are treated or talked to this way. The things you tolerate speaks volume and says how your relationship is going to pan out. As the case progresses and during trial, who knows what other evidences are going to be revealed. Presently, Courtney is saying she is the victim and she unalived him in self-defense. But their mutual friends came out and said Christian is actually the one who was the victim in this relationship and that he was the one who was at the receiving end of DV.
Friends were left speechless. They portray a very violent relationship at the hands of only one person.
I've seen her hit him. I've never seen him hit her. From what we've personally experienced between the both of them, we believe that like Christian wouldn't put her in a position where she would need to stab him to protect herself.
Not going to be repeating myself and saying things that I've already said in the 3 other videos I have done so far on this case. Guys, this is the update. I just want to quickly bring it to you guys. Let me know down below in the comment section what you think.
Yeah, you know, this is this story. This is a few months old now. The thing that strikes me in all of these types of situations is this same black man wouldn't have taken 30 seconds of that from a black woman. That's the thing that grinds my gears about this type of shit. This same black man, first of all, he wouldn't deal with a black woman anyway, but if he were to be with a black woman out of circumstances, he wouldn't take 30 seconds of that. A black woman would have but one time to do that to him, and he would have dropped her. You understand? But you listen to him being a bitch in this recording. He should be ashamed to have recorded that too. He should be rolling his grave too, as a matter of fact. He's talking soft like a bitch when she's clearly, you know, off her rocker and showing her true racist colors, right? You know, black men who do this type of shit, y'all gotta do better than that. With that said, real black gentlemen, what say you to what we just listened to?
Yeah, that was really, yeah, that's that. There's no way in hell I'd have anything to do with that. There's oh God, just her voice and just squealing and then him just apologizing for just being himself. Oh man, I mean, I don't want anything to do with any kind of situation like that. I can't. I'm a pass.
Yeah, I feel you on that. Tanzana's back apparently. Zuli must be gone now because I haven't seen him in the chat for a minute. D-Web, what say you?
Yeah, I ain't got much on this, man. Yeah, you reap what you sow, bro. Sitting there simping and crying. She yelling, "Find my thing!" Yeah. Okay, where's it? Man, look there, bro. You could even see the friend group. You could even see the friend group that was talking on his behalf. You know, one the brown face in sight. So he wanted to go fully integrationist. He went fully integrationist, and now he's dead. You know, rest in peace. Moving on. That's all I got, man.
Yeah, rest in peace. Let's hear from observing immigrants. What say you to this?
Well, I think she was rather feisty. I'm sure those would be the words he would use. She was a very feisty girl, and and you know, we all know she was black. That would have never happened. And you know, as I said in the back chat, you know, I'm sure she was good at you know what people say, slobbing the knob. So when you slob the knob, yeah, you know, everything probably forgiven. She probably was an expert, and he was like, yeah, you know, he got what was she? What did I say? She was the OnlyFans. She's a whole OnlyFans star. So I think he thought he had the top of, you know, was it the creme de la creme a feisty thing. To be honest, she sounded like a Karen, as you know, as y'all were saying, a Karen. She sounded like a Karen for a minute there when she started to scream and carry on. Find my phone! Ah! That was a real, 60-year-old Karen vibes off for her. But that's it. I mean, he plays stupid games and he wants stupid prices. That's all I can say.
Yeah, black men, stop embarrassing us with this type of bullshit here. Gas, what say you to this?
You left me last because he's Nigerian.
Yeah,
Oh
BB
man,
Rodriguez
listen,
saying
look.
that shit comes to them. Go ahead.
I don't pay. Yeah, BB. Listen, look, BB, you need somebody to help you with your hurt. It ain't. I don't know what to tell her, but look, for me, I'll be honest. This guy is a typical example of why I don't. It's weird because I'm always, if you've heard me on other podcasts or other platforms, when I disrespect the Nigerians, they get in arms and Justin Murphy cooking because Nigerians are stupid people. They come to America, get a bunch of degrees, run around white folks, get white jobs, and the African immigrant a lot of times, understandably so, because they're just trying to make money. Not all of them, they just try to make money, go back home. But particularly a lot of these Nigerians and Ghanaians, they bring their kids, they run to the nearest white suburb they can get to, and their kids grow up whitewashed, getting racist treatment. They get on the job, they'll everybody else gets like a shift. Let's say Thanksgiving is coming soon. Those people get the day before or the day after Thanksgiving. They put the African to work all straight through. And now he's like, oh, yeah, okay, Tunde, good job. He's like, okay, yes, sir. Yes, sir. And he's a fool. So, I don't, it's just sick. A lot of these people, they're thoroughly whitewashed. And so then they have children, and their children are trying to, make it in America. And so this is why I'm never impressed with the Nigerians are the most educated group. Shut up with that nonsense. They don't even have a Nigeria town. Nigerians don't even want to live next to each other. They've been coming to this country since the '60s. So he's just a small symptom of a larger issue on that end. And hello, can you hear me?
Repeat that, Gas. Gas, repeat
I
that.
said he.
Yeah,
I said he's a large.
Cut out for a second.
Hello.
Repeat that last few seconds.
Yeah, I said he's just he's just a symptom of a larger issue at hand, and more importantly, this guy. Can you guys hear me? Is it Clint?
Yeah.
Okay, just making sure. Okay, and so he's dating this white girl, and I'm not a fan of it. I wouldn't tell anybody to cross the other side. But hey, if you do it, don't be a sucker. This is the type of guy, he wouldn't take her to the African restaurant. She's not eating any African food. He's out there following the keto diet, paleo. He's following the caveman diet, lifting weights. He's one of those. You know what he is? He's no different than the idiots that were with Jussie, with the fake noose. And then, these are these type of Nigerians that you come across. But their parents have money. These are the whitewashed Africans that you guys come across, unfortunately. They give the Africans who don't want to follow the system a bad name. Now, I will say this about the relationship with the girl. I'm not just going to single her out and say because she's white. I know black women who act the same way. Now, the difference is most black women ain't going to take it to the level to stab you, per se, but they'll get you shot. They'll call their uncles, they'll call their brother, they'll call their jailhouse relatives to get you shot. And this is just something, my other point on this is that this is just, in this country, typical spoiled women behavior in this country. And a lot of men are going through this. Now, not to the extent that, he's just a pure, as we say in my country, he's a woman rapa or like women's panties. He's just, there's no fight in him at all. He just lays down and he takes it. But there's a lot of men that are going through this in America. Especially, I think I said on one of the other platforms, I said black men can't even name their children in this country. And all the women in the chat was like, yep, I named all my kids. You got men. I saw the video of 50 Cent's grandfather was like, yeah, I came home and I gave my wife the check. What the hell is wrong with you guys? This isn't. Where the hell are you people learning that this is manly? Now, the sad part is this, and this is why I don't listen to women in general, and they get offended when I say these things. Oh, patriarchal sexist. No, because look at it now. Everybody's calling this guy a simp and a sucker, but when people like Andrew Tate, and I don't agree with everything he said, but I like a lot of what he said. Or you have men who just have no excuses for their masculinity. When they come out, everybody wants to censor them or say that they're terrible. But now, when you guys see the opposite end, what do they say? Oh, you should have been a man. You should have been a real man. But we're telling men not to be men. We're telling them to be punks and suckers because a real man would have kicked her in the chest and slapped her. But then, now you got a domestic violence on your hand. So a real man would have just kicked her to the curb. Or he would have pimped the whole thing from the start. You OnlyFans, well, how much you giving me every month? But if you start talking like this, they say you're sexist. You understand what I'm saying? So it's a damned if you do, damned if you don't. But it's not just only him. There's a lot of men going through this, whether you black, white, Asian. There's a lot of men not getting sex in their relationships. Let's talk about it. It's in sexless relationships. They get sex once every 4 months in a big piece of chicken, and they work in double shifts, and they're happy. I know guys who their women have stabbed them. Yeah, she crazy. No, you're crazy. But hey, I'll stop talking, man, because I don't want them to say Gas hates women because they said the last time.
Yeah, there's some things you said that I kind of appreciate, to tell you the truth. But the thing I think is the issue is, yeah, black women might carry on this way too. Oh, the thing I want to say is there's a video going around. It's on Twitter recently. If I could have remembered who posted it most recently, I would have played it, where a white broad starts going off on this white boy, and he hauls off and slaps the shit out of her, sends her to her ass, and she gets real quiet. And no other white dude around comes running, interference, and all that type of shit. You understand? So I get what Gas is saying in that respect. That
if that was a black neighborhood, that black guy has a 40% chance of probably getting shot unless he's a shot caller.
Yes. No, that's the part I agree with. Azulism says she got that guac 10,000. Bobby Rice says it was depressing listening to the brother's response. So I don't know if he's talking about the brother in the video or the brothers on the panel. I believe it was the brother in the video because it was real soft and bitch made what he was doing in that. But it's very interesting. Does anyone have any last words on this prompt before we move to topic number 8 tonight? Shoot the Breeze topic number 8 tonight says 15 books that will get you from 0 to 1 million. By the way, that was a good discussion. That thing that Gas said about we should have that talk. Oh, and Gas, that reminds me. Gas said just now we should have that talk about men in these, sexless, unloving, I guess, unmotivated relationships. And that is something that needs to be talked about, because that example that Gas gave about the man in a sexless relationship getting a big piece of chicken here and there, I've known people who've gone through that. With black women, definitely with black men with white women, of course, but black men with black women, I've known men who've gone through that. And the fact that Gas could bring that type of example says that it happens way too often, and we should talk about that. By the way, I forgot about it until Gas reminded me earlier today, I think it was, or yesterday. We never had the follow-up discussion with all the men and women who talked about who had that roundtable talk on the Francis Cress Welsing video, the 1973 report, Black Man, White Woman. If you guys are interested in that still, let me know. You can let me know in the chat, let me know in the Discord, but let me know if you guys are still interested in having that follow-up where all the men and the women get together and discuss it. All right. It had slipped my mind until Gas reminded me. This topic here comes with a video. Let's check it out. Oh, crap. It's the same video. Hold on. I'm messing up. Is this it? Yeah, 15 books. This one.
In this video, we're going to take a look at 15 books that will help you go from broke to millionaire. These are the most influential books that we read when we were sitting in your shoes, and by the end of this video, we'll share with you the specific reason why you should read each one, so you can pick and choose which fits you best. Remember, the average CEO reads 50 books a year, while the average American barely reads one. You'll find the full list of books in the description with links included. Now, with this in mind, let's just dive into these books. Welcome to alux.com, the place where future billionaires come to get inspired. Number 1. The Almanac of Naval Ravikant. Here at Alux, we're big fans of Naval. He's one of our mentors and the people we look up to. The Almanac of Naval Ravikant is a collection of his most thoughtful insights into business and life. Even better, this book is free and you can download it by going to navalmanac.com. We recommend you start with this book because it'll serve as a framework for everything else you'll do in your professional life. And so far, we've yet to find a better starting point. You'll thank us later. Number 2, The Richest Man in Babylon. The Richest Man in Babylon is the book we always recommend to our beginner friends or those who are younger. This book will change your relationship with money and it'll put it all into perspective. It's one of those books you can read in one sitting, easy to digest and perfect for someone who isn't a reader. Plus, it's cheap to buy but tremendously valuable. Want to stop being a slave to others and buy your freedom? Well, read The Richest Man in Babylon. Number 3, The $100 Startup. Everybody thinks you need hundreds of thousands of dollars to create $1 million business. Well, they're wrong. The $100 Startup is one of those books we read early in our financial journey. It's not that you're gonna copy the business models in the book, although you could, but it's filled with example after example of how others did it with less than $100 to start with. Once you read this book, you can no longer use the excuse of you don't have enough money to start. Get it and put it to work. Number 4, Losing My Virginity. We grew up admiring Branson and the portfolio of businesses he managed to build. The Virgin Group now controls over 400 companies. That's insane considering he started the biggest ones on his own. If you want a book that will allow you to identify opportunities in your life out of personal needs, then Losing My Virginity is the book for you. It'll take you on a journey and it'll get your brain to think in a serial manner. Number 5, Millionaire Fast Lane. Many will recommend to you the same books over and over again. Those books that will teach you how to stop buying lattes, save every penny, and invest it in a mutual fund. This book is the antidote to all of those books. It comes out swinging the brutal truths just how we like them. The truth is that if you want to get rich fast, you need to build a business that grows exponentially. Something will click when you read this book, and you'll understand the power of capital gains. Number 6, Rich Dad, Poor Dad. Come on, how many of you were waiting to see this on the list? Like this video if you did, you're smart to know it. But yes, Rich Dad, Poor Dad is the fundamental book on passive income. For as long as you live, you will not be rich until you achieve financial freedom through passive income, and this is the Bible for that. Simply put, figure out how much it costs for you to maintain your lifestyle, and then work your butt off until you create enough passive income to cover that cost. Then you're free. Number 7, the 10X Rule. Love or hate Grant Cardone, the 10X Rule is a motivational piece. It forces you to think bigger in terms of goals and the action required. Honestly, we listen to the 10X Rule once a year just to get ourselves ready for the amount of action we need to take to crush our yearly targets. Every year, no matter what. We have an active subscription to Audible, and this is the kind of piece that's better as an audiobook. We've got friends at Audible, so here's what we'll do. Go to alux.com/freebook right now. That's alux.com/freebook. If this is your first time signing up, you'll get an audiobook for free. Any book on this list will do. It's a gift from Audible in order to show support for you, the Aluxers, so make sure you take advantage of it. Number 8, the 4-Hour Work Week. Gotta be honest with you guys, this was a game changer for us. Since day one, we built ALUX to be a location-independent business. That way, everyone working for our company can travel the world while still crushing their targets. This brings a level of freedom that once you taste it, you can never go back to the corporate life. Although we don't believe in the idea of a 4-hour work week, we know even Tim works more than that. The lessons in this book will help you to build the right system for your business. Number 9, how to win friends and influence people. You need to be able to talk to other people and earn their trust. They need to like you. If they like you, they'll want to spend time with you. If you spend time together, you'll grow together. How to Win Friends and Influence People is still, to this day, the best book that we've read on the topic, and you'll think so as well. Focus on the fundamentals, and you'll do just fine. Number 10, The Total Money Makeover. We wanted to put a book on this list for those of you who aren't starting from zero. Some of you are actually in the negative, you're in debt, and you're struggling. Ramsey's take is actionable, to the point, and the kind of advice the general population needs to start taking control of how they spend their money. If you've got money problems and want to finally do something about it, spend the $11 and get this one. Number 11, Atomic Habits. If you're a lazy person, then this is the book for you. You know you're wasting time procrastinating, but at the same time, you'd want your life to get better. The gap between these two is in the small things you do every day. Atomic Habits is about routines and how to build them. Over a month ago, we launched the ALUX app, which is distilled wisdom and value delivered to you in 10-minute bites. For many, the ALUX app is the first routine they've started deliberately, so we want to set a challenge for you. Go to alux.com/app and download our app. In it, you'll find a 7-day experience that's completely free, no strings attached. We challenge you to finish that 7-day experience and see the impact the daily routine will have in your life, even if it's just for those 7 days. Most people watching this won't do it. Are you different? Let's put that to the test. Go to alux.com/app and let's find out what you're made of. Number 12, The E-Myth Revisited. This is the perfect book for those of you who have a skill and want to turn it into a business. It'll help you figure out if you should make the move or not, and if you do, how to at least have a shot at not burning yourself out. Most businesses fail in the first year because people haven't read this book beforehand, which is why we strongly encourage you to get a copy. The last thing you want to do when starting a business is to find yourself employed in your company while running it. Number 13, The Lean Startup. We know some of you are numbers folks, the kind that love to measure and optimize everything. We're the same way, and this is the best book on building a startup company. It's a bit more technical than the rest, but hey, do you want to give your startup a chance of survival, or are we just pretending here? With the entire startup scene evolving, the Lean Startup will do wonders for those of you who are applying the lessons from traditional tech companies into Web3. Number 14, The Hard Thing About Hard Things. If the Lean Startup gets you started, the hard thing about hard things is the evolution of that. We recommend buying these two books together, even more so if you're tangent with the technology internet space. If you're the CEO of a company with a few employees and growing, this is the kind of book you need on your nightstand. Get it, read it, learn it. Horowitz is the kind of billionaire we aspire to become. It's hard to be a CEO. This book will be honest about what it's like and how to increase your chances of success. Number 15, Money Master the Game. Remember, this is a list of books to get you from $0 to $1 million. The truth is, once you get to a $100,000 or $200,000, the road to $1 million is pretty straightforward and fairly easy. Robin's book breaks it down into simple-to-follow terms, which will serve as your long-term strategy for investing the income you're bringing in. At least, that's what we did. These 15 books together cost under $300, and we guarantee you'll learn more about how to go from $0 to $1 million from them than from any get-rich-quick course those snake oil salesmen are selling. We know you guys are readers, so let's see. How many of these books have you read so far? Let us know in the comments. And as for those of you, you know where we're going with this. Here's your bonus. The future of learning is personalized knowledge. We don't believe in cookie cutter solutions, the type of advice that works for everybody, because you're probably not like everybody. The kind of financial advice that works for a 30-year-old male in the US might not work for a 40-year-old woman in the Philippines. Your goal in life is to improve life as a whole. That includes money, but also happiness, mental health, relationships, and your understanding of
They didn't think we would notice the midget Negro they had sitting at that table there. I will add another book to this too. The ADD Friendly Way to Organize Your Life, I thought is an excellent book for those of you who have issues with, like ADD-like issues as adults, where, you have your hands in so many different ideas and projects and whatnot that, you need a little bit of help in organizing your life. I think that's a good book. I've read or listened to probably more than half the books on this list here, and I found them interesting. I will remind people, though, before I go to my panelists, I will remind people of this thing here. I put up a post earlier this week on the community tab talking about Marcus Garvey's lessons, and the last lesson, there was 11 of them. The last thing he says, in reading books written by white authors, be aware of the fact that they are not written for the particular benefit of your race. And that's the one thing I want to say about this list. When you read it, you're going to have to connect the dots between the game that's being given and your people and your situation, because they're not writing this for you per se. You can get some game from it, but you're going to have to do some additional work too. So I just want to add that to those of you who might look into those books. And again, I'm gonna hop on this again. You can become a book club podcaster with us with a list of books like this, for example. So keep that in mind for those of you. Razuli, if you're out there, hop on, click the link. It's pinned to the top of the chat. Hop on and join us. D-Web, I know you like to read. 15 books that will get you from 0 to 1 million. What are your thoughts on it?
Yeah, I read like 6 of them, and I still don't got $1 million. So,
I'm telling you,
you still don't got the million?
Nah, they don't work like that. At the end of the day, yeah, it's all about your drive and ambition. You can hoard all the knowledge you want, but the biggest thing is taking the first step and honestly putting yourself out there and doing what you got to do in terms of taking that risk. I think that's the biggest thing that you can do is just do it. You know what I'm saying? And I think a lot of people, along with like it hit home when you hit that, ADHD, it's like, because I have 1 million ideas that I do, and then once I start one, I don't finish this one and move on to this one. So I think but I think the second thing people have with is the apprehension or the risk taking or putting yourself out there, because a lot of these ideas, and some of those books are trash, to be honest with you. Like the 4-hour work week is basically just a whole thing about outsourcing your time, unless you have the capital to outsource all the time and hire a personal assistant and
virtual
a virtual
assistant.
That's not gonna work for you. That's like somebody who already got their stuff together.
Rich Dad Poor Dad is like that too. But go ahead.
Yeah, exactly. So a lot of these things are more so things that after you have already established some kind of financial literacy, now this is the next step for you. So I would say the biggest thing you need to do is establish a financial literacy. They talked about the what was that one book, the Total Money Makeover. Dave Ramsey got a good book. It's kind of old, but it's called The Guide to Money. And I think that's like a good start for anybody who has trouble, starting their finances or starting knowing what to do, make a budget. Like it goes into that. I think that's the biggest thing people need to do is make a budget. Like, so to me, it's a good list but it's for people who already kind of got some capital to invest. You know what I'm saying? But that's all I got.
No, D-Web, I appreciate it. I figured you would come through on that one. I appreciate that, because like yourself, I've read or listened to easily 7, 8, 9 of those books on the list. And the one thing you said just now too that stood out to me is the real key to it is you just got to go out there and do it. And that's the hardest part. And no book is going to prepare you truly to get just go out there and do it and let's see, fall flat on your face and all that kind of stuff. But the $100 startup, for example, what I did like about that book is if you're willing to accept it, it gets you away from all that procrastination. We get into this procrastination thing where we have to have a 300-page business plan and all that kind of stuff. And one good thing about that book is it shows you, forget all of that. You could write all that shit on one page. You know what I mean? And start your business and then put yourself out there. That's the key, as D Webb said. The key to all that book stuff, you could read all that stuff if you want to. At the end of the day, it's about you having the balls to put yourself out there and try something. Real Black Gentleman, what say you to that?
I'm not too big of a fan of like too many of the books because again, it's like the syntax of the way they're speaking doesn't come from the same cultural locus. You know what I'm saying? The impetuses that drive. You know what I'm saying? What the reader's trying to say doesn't, a lot of times, I mean, I'm pretty literate, you know what I'm saying? I know how to reverse engineer, you know what I'm saying, what people are saying. Right. So but I read a book and then I'll get it, but I can't find like all the tools I can really use to like make a lot of those things work. Like I read Rich Dad Poor Dad, you know what I'm saying? It's like I've read a lot of those, various, popular books like that. I mean, you gotta read. You can always pick through things, but I think that ultimately, like, experience in the right connections. I mean, it's easy to read a book. You can kind of get pointers out of the whole book. I'm just hesitant on the like, saying that like, if you, if you read a book, you'll definitely get to where you need to go. I don't really have too much to say. I'm a pass the mic.
I will say this though. I don't want to discourage folks from reading because I'm seeing that with these kids, especially if you're going through the public school system. A lot of kids don't like to read. You hand them a book and they look at this shit like it's something foreign, like it's a tampon or some shit like that, right? Like it's weird to them.
Yeah, so I mean, I could read when I was really, really young. Like I could read when I was like 2. No cap. I could read when I was 2. I could read at a very, very young age. So like literacy is to me, like reading books is something I was doing in like middle school, and like I was reading like a lot of this stuff. Like so like I'm with you 100%. Like literacy and like having hard copies of books is like the ebooks does not cut it. The whole the whole textileness of it.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. Yeah, that's the thing. I don't want people to think I'm discouraging. I don't want people to think that we're discouraging from reading. No. If you have a chance to read these books, if you're on My Anonymous or whatever the torrents are now for books, that's the one I'm on. Go and see if you can find them. You can find the audio, the what they call it, the Audible books as well. And take a listen. Like the ADD friendly way to organize your life. I listened to it and I did gain something from it. But you have to be a person who's not afraid to go through reading exercises, even if you're listening to the works. You know what I mean? With that said, Observing Immigrants. What say you about these 15 books that will get you from 0 to 1 million? Do you believe in it? Do you suggest it?
Well, I don't know who has read a book. Has Elon Musk and that other guy that owns Amazon read any of those books to get their billion, much less
not to get it, no. To maintain it, perhaps, but not to get it.
Okay. And well, personally, I think that more white people should read those books so they can make some millions to pay some reparations. so they can contribute to the economy, so they can pay black people some reparations. that's that's all I have to say.
Let me ask this question to the chat. How many of you would be interested in reading one or two of these books? Drop a one if you would be interested in reading one or two of these books. I read this book. This book is garbage, but the Lean Startup. But yeah, if you're willing to read them, how many of you are? Drop a one. Gas, I know you're a well-read guy. Have you read any of these books? Do you have
I've
a
read
million
some
yet?
of them. I've read some of them. I'm not. I don't believe per se that reading is there's no lost information. I'll say for the most part, right? I think engaging with any type of information later on, your perspective may shift. You may have a paradigm shift, and the information that you didn't, utilize maybe initially when you first encountered it, it might come in handy later on. I think that's the human brain is infinite in terms of storage capacity. Um, I will say this in reference to business. I just think, like the brother said, uh, budgeting, right? That's an excellent start. A lot of times people say they want to, be an entrepreneur. I'll say this: the last person who I saw, and I shared it with a lot of people, was Andrew Tate. There's one of his videos from his Hustlers University on YouTube, and I didn't agree with everything, but a lot of the information he gave was just spot on. He said, for example, he said, you know, he has business ideas, and if he can't accomplish the business idea with under, or literally for free or under a few $100s, he doesn't engage with it, right? So he'll start a website, he'll utilize a niece or a nephew and their friends. He says speed, and he gives some good advice, I think, in terms of business. So I kind of like people who have done legitimate, tangible things, as opposed to people who are, they say those who do and those who, don't do teach, right? So for me, I look at a guy like Warren Buffett. I look at his partner, Charlie Munger. I look at people like Sam Zell. If you want to get into real estate, Sam Zell, he's he's a billionaire based out of Chicago. He's like, his book, really good book. There's so many guys. I think for me though, just analyzing the system, what I've seen, the system mentioned Elon Musk. No one tells us that Elon Musk, Tesla he didn't even start Tesla. Tesla was started by somebody else. He was brought in. They were on the verge of obscurity, and somehow Obama selects them out of there were like 4 or 7 other companies, I believe, that were in that space. Why did they select Tesla? Right? You start finding out it's who you know, right? Not what you know, and sometimes it's luck. So I think for me, I don't tell people, hey, because people have this thing. I think they look at money like the casinos. You can just bring $500 and it's going to turn miraculously into 24 million in 4 years. It's like it can happen, but good luck with that, right? If you have a product, get out there and sell your product, whether it's shirts, whether it's you get a truck or whatever it is. You just got to be in sales, and there's nothing stopping anybody. I give it out free. I don't want to charge anybody. I don't want anybody's blood money, right? Just go to zenbusiness.com, register your company. And I'm not giving business advice. This is a public service. The bit of medicine does not give business advice. I don't want anyone to flag you, Coco. This is not business advice. But anyone can go to zenbusiness.com, speak with an attorney and accountant beforehand, and register your business. When you register your business, you go to your bank, open up a business account with your registered business and your EIN, whether it's a C Corp, S Corp, whatever it is you decide to go with. Open up your business account with your bank, and from there, start putting money into your business account. You'll be shocked. Within 3-4 months, you can apply for a business credit card. Now you have business credit. You can, from that business credit, spend some things on the credit card, pay it down. Now you get, merchant credit or vendor credit. You can start buying, products from one particular place and going to the next stage. Then you start looking at how to get
Net
government
30.
procurement. Say it again. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah, I said net 30. You start getting those net
Yes.
30 payments and stuff. Net 90, yeah.
Exactly, right? You get your paydex score and things like that. Then, you take the next step looking at government procurement. You know, it's really sad if you really look at it. Like, I'm here on the East Coast in New York. We're not organized. Like, I'll say this, right? Like, if in the South, I was in Alabama for some time. I noticed that, like, the black businesses, they are able to coalesce to a certain degree, and within the construction fields, they have policies where, whenever there's construction done in Birmingham, you have to give to black um, entrepreneurs in the construction space. Well, of course, behind the scenes, we know what happens, right? You partner with a white firm, they're going to be getting most of the money on the back end, but you can be the face. And I'm not saying we should do anything illegal. Again, it's not business advice, but it's interesting we're not doing things like that in New York. But there's no rule stopping us from getting together and trying to get those, contracts from the MTA, from the city construction authority, and things like that. Because when you drive by, whether it's the Whitestone Bridge, and you see them doing construction, most of those guys you see are white guys. Rarely see, you might see one or two black or Spanish guys, but you don't see our people in those fields, because we don't register businesses and go down to City Hall and get those government, contracts. So I'm just saying that I'll end with this. The other problem is that, like I said, I'll give the information away free. I don't want anybody's blood money, but our people, unfortunately, have this tendency to, the game is to be sold, not told. We don't help each other with nothing. So you'll see a black guy, and just my experience as a black man, particularly, black men are just haters. We don't help each other in business. We don't stick together. And if you do find a black guy who is trying to help you in business, be careful, because either he's trying to, cut your throat, or he's trying to take you shopping like P. Diddy. Or you get over you, of course. So he's trying to take you shopping like P. Diddy allegedly takes everybody shopping. But I'll stop there.
No, I appreciate that, Gas. I'll say this too. Gas hit on something so important, man. I went to an SBA. SBA is Small Business Administration, because I was trying to, at the time, this is a couple years ago, I was trying to get into that, at the very least, subprime or maybe micro purchases with the government, right, Gas? And I was in this meeting, and a black guy was there who had a construction company, a construction LLC, I think, or S Corp. I can't remember now. And he was trying to find out information, and a white dude leaned over and told him straight up, "You're not going to get no prime contracts, because the white boys, the Italians or whoever, they have that locked down, right? They're making millions. But you could get a subprime. You could go in there and do some of the work that they don't like to do, and you can make a couple of dollars, you know what I mean? But the other side of it is, we don't have enough black folks who are looking out for other black folks who want to get in the game and give them subcontract. At least not in New York. We don't have that. I tried to break in with the HR thing. It's very difficult to do it. And I want to send this out to Mr. Untouchable, who's not here tonight, Bwana Agaziki, who put up this post, that one of the things I've been thinking about lately, and you guys, we can brainstorm this, like Real Black Gentleman said in the chat, business credit is worth talking about. We could brainstorm this type of thing in the future, but with Bwana Agaziki, who's a smart guy, hey, man, if you want to link with me, you might not be here in the country, but if you bring that talent, that intelligence, we could figure out how to get into some of these government contracts that Gas is talking about, and break bread that way too, because a lot of it just requires creative thinkers and smart people getting together and strategizing, right? So I'm just putting that out
Coco,
there.
I'll say, listen, Coco. I didn't mean to cut you off, brother. I'll just say this. I remember when I was in Birmingham, I had a meeting with a guy. I won't say the guy's name, and he was in charge of one of the agencies with construction down there. And this guy's telling me about, and this is a black man. He's telling me how, you see that sister over there? Yeah, I put her on. I gave her this contract. She didn't even know anything about construction. I told her how to set up her company and fill out the right paperwork, and she got a painting contract, and told her how to get some Mexicans to sublease, and they did all the work. But she got paid them off, and she's been doing that and this. And the guy never once. And I was like, look, man, I just want to get some money. I don't want nothing to do. I take my money, go back to Africa. He never once offered to do business with me. We had lunch like 3-4 times, never once. And I was just looking like, man, yeah, but it is what it is. That's the game, unfortunately. That's how our people play, right? We don't, especially in my experience, black men don't help other black men. We'll drink alcohol together. We'll go to a strip club and do nonsense together. But to say, hey, listen, this is how you structure your contract paperwork or your application, so that way, like you said, you can get some of those subcontracts that the ones who have it on lot, because they're probably like, if you add up all those subcontracts, let's just say New York City, it's probably like $7-10 million on the table. But because we don't know how to put our paperwork together and apply properly, because it's all about the paperwork and how you apply and how your company's registered, we're not getting looked at. So we can go to all the conferences we want, but if no one tells you, hey, look, you got to make sure your paperwork is like this, and you put it in by this date, and this and this and this, we're just always going to be flapping in the wind. And government contracts, if you really look at how to get rich in this country, it's off the government. Tesla is rich because of government contracts.
Biggest
yeah.
buyer. Yeah, no, gas. I didn't mean to cut you off, but I was just saying, the government.
No, I was stopping dead.
Out here, D-Web, are you familiar with any of this government contracts and stuff?
Oh yes, sir. Particularly, we got the cheat code. Black.
The military, right?
Yeah, minority. Even if you're just black, minority, they have to give a certain amount. I think it's like 10 to 20% to minorities by themselves. It's not even enough to fill the quota. People don't know that. It's not enough minority business owners fill the quotas, and you can do something as simple as make screws for the little screws that go into nails. Like, it's stuff like that. It's very simple stuff.
That shit is crazy what you just said. I know a guy with a government contract making decent money, and all he does is install doors, like shit that you wouldn't even think of, and that's bigger than the nails or the screws that you're talking about. But yeah, like some of these contracts are just to make all like locks are installed or something. Like
or clean the offices or pick up paper and burn certain documents. It's so simple, but we just don't know about these things, and nobody is teaching us, and nobody's sharing the knowledge. And a lot of people.
Do you have a resource where people can go to for that? Where people can, like a website or some book or something they can go and check that out? Because I would share with, like I said,
they're not sharing this to people. You have to know people who know people to tell you this stuff, because it's not lucrative. Like, they want to keep their own trade secrets. I didn't even know this stuff until I was involved with these people. They're not gonna put a book out for this shit. You have to talk to other people about this stuff, like us. That's why we need think tanks. That's why we need to go to Sankofas and shit like that. We can share this stuff with each other, but they're not gonna put no book out about that shit. Hell no.
Yes, now we talking about some shit. This is what I like. You understand? The truth is, they ain't gonna tell you. Let me tell you something. That GSA awards thing, if you know, you know, right? If you don't know, look it up. That GSA awards thing, you have to study that. In fact, to be honest with you, most people don't understand it. Most people don't understand that whole contract award system and all that shit, or SAMs and all that stuff. Most people don't understand it. Even I have had my trouble really figuring out these what's it called again, responses to these quotes and all that kind. Like, yo, those GSA scheduling and all that stuff, it's difficult. But you see, the thing is, we try to conquer it by ourselves. Whereas we should be rolling like at least 12 deep, where people understand this aspect, I understand this aspect, you understand the other, and we put that together. It's easier that way. But when you're trying to understand all aspects of this shit, and if you think you're gonna put this info out there so every and anyone could get in, by the way, the biggest people to get these government contracts is white women. You know what's the game that these fuckers run now? They let these Asian dudes or whatever get these minority set-asides, right? But these Asian dudes are married to who? White women. So what these Asian dudes do is they get the set-asides for, I think it's 5 years or 8 years or something like that. They get it for the, for the max amount of time. And then they just change the business over to their wife, their white wife, who then goes and gets the white woman minority set-asides. So it's a game out here, but we have to play it different, man. And this is why I want you to have these subjects about entrepreneurship in particular. We got to sit down, especially as men, but not excluding women. We got to sit down and really discuss these things where, we have these groups, we have individuals with a specialty within the group, and we bring those ideas together and we conquer the system. That's how we get ahead. The government contracting system. You see Kevin Carey, who was here earlier, who's a photographer. I bet you there's a government contract in there just to come and take like 1 or 2 pictures every month and make a nice little piece of change. But we don't know it. They're not going to tell us that stuff. So that's something I want us to work on in the future. Let's figure out how to conquer that. And for those of us who are not in America, tie yourselves to one of us who's here. Bring your sense, your intelligence, and let's start to conquer these things. I mean, does that make sense to everyone on the panel?
Yeah, and I would like to add, like I said, I have the cheat code, I'm a Black disabled veteran, So if you have an idea, you want to throw me on as a minor, I appreciate it, and throw me on as a minor or whatever person in there and use that advantage. By all means, if I rock with you, do it. You know what I'm saying? I'm here so everybody can win and everybody can eat. If I ain't doing nothing with that contract, feel free to hit me up and throw me on your paperwork. You feel me? So that's all I got to say.
Oh, Webb, you shouldn't have done that because, we will talk because that veterans disabled set aside, that's even more rewarding than being a minority, to be honest. So we'll talk about that stuff, man. And I'm the kind of person I bred with my brothers and them who helped me out. So we'll talk about that soon. Anyone else want to add anything to this conversation, to this topic right here? All right, let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 9 then. That was a really good topic. Let's try to bring that kind of thing back again. Like I think Gaston said, we can make that a segment where we kind of learn together if we play that the right way. So Trigger Happy or whoever's listening out there, keep that in mind, right? Shoot the Breeze topic number 9 tonight is, would it be better if the police did this instead? A shout out to Oni too, who joined us tonight from Tanzania with the Tanzania internet out there. But the brother still came through. I appreciate you if you're still out there. This takes us to this link here. So let's check it out and then we'll discuss it.
So you know why I pulled you over? You were doing 90 to 30. Why?
Because I'm in the hood.
That's a good answer. But you got any guns in the car?
No, sir, I ain't got no guns
You gonna
in
need
this car.
one. I'll be right back and grab you one.
Well, that's how you serve and protect the community.
So you know why I pulled you over?
Why you pulled me over?
You were doing 90 to 30. Why?
Because I'm in the hood.
That's a good answer. I'll be speaking to this motherfucker too. But you got any guns in the car?
No, sir, I ain't got no guns
You gonna
in this
need
car.
one. I'll be right back and grab you one.
Well, that's how you serve and protect the community.
So you know why?
I like that one. That was a nice piece of humor. Would it be better if the police did this instead? What say you, real black gentlemen?
That's funny. That's funny. That's funny. Oh my goodness. that was golden. That was golden. That is the mood. That's the mood right there. That's the level. That's the level. You know what I'm saying? Oh my goodness. Who did this? Is it just some random TikTok?
Yeah, well, some TikTok, yeah.
Oh my goodness. I mean, it's ghetto though. I mean, when you look at it, when you first look at it, it looks, you know what I'm saying, like, because I mean, it kind of came in kind of glitchy. And then, you know what I'm saying, you ran it by it again. And yeah, I mean, it's like, why the police making sure that you straight? Like, no question. Like, I mean, it's like the inverse of like the idea that the protection's a zero-sum game. You know what I'm saying? If you have a gun, then it's bad, but I have to have a gun. You know what I'm saying? Well, wait. You speak. I do the same thing all the time. I mean, only you going. That's great. I mean, it is though. It's great. It's great. I mean, just the idea, like making sure, like police being like, that's like being the backup of the community. Naturally, you're supposed to be right out here in these streets. Like, yeah, that man. I'm gonna let someone else speak, man.
I appreciate the tickled pink that you were. Observing immigrants, what say you? Would it be better if the police did this instead?
Of course. I mean, at least first of all, he was understanding to the point that he knew why the guy was speeding, and secondly, he was like, "Yeah, you're still a little bit lacking, so let me get you a gun." So if only, but I don't think white cops gonna do that. Probably black cops, but I don't think white cops gonna be doing that. So hey, but it would be helpful, yeah.
Yeah, man. Shout out to Oni for this one. I appreciate it. He said nah, but the police did stop drivers here in TZ, Tanzania, to make sure you have a fire extinguisher. So I thought funny, but it's for real. Man, enjoy yourself to the fullest out there, Oni. Let us know. Well, I'm sure you will, but let us know all the goings on. And like I told Consider yesterday on Brother Bakari's show, listen, if you guys going out here and you getting that game too, on the continent as far as what's friendly, what's hostile, where can you thrive, where you can't, bring that back and let people know. If you go there and you figure out a way how to, I'm not trying to be some kind of colonizer, don't get me wrong, but you figure out how to get some land, so that people could put down some roots out there, come back and let folks know, like I told Cassandra recently. D-Web, what say you to what you saw in this video here?
Yeah, that was pretty good skit right there. That was funny. But it's kind of also relates to this too, that other people do this type of stuff, not to this extent. I know this understand it's a skit, but it's an area I worked in I was worked close to. It's called East St. Louis, Illinois. It's right across from St. Louis. Predominantly black area, and if you talk to anybody in that area, the white people in the area, they'll tell you that the police, when you come through there, they'll tell you to keep rolling. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is how like dangerous that area is. So although this may be a skit, it's kind of have some roots in real life, because there's areas where I've talked white people and they're like, yo, the police told you don't even stop at the stop sign. You know what I'm saying? Like, keep going through East Saint. You don't want to stop. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, so it's a good take on it. But like I said, it has some roots, in other communities that they do actually do shit like do not stop in this area. Keep it pushing.
Do you live in St. Louis?
Nah, I'm from Chicago. I worked between like Chicago and St. Louis at one point, and it's areas in there that's a little rough. You feel me? But
yeah, I've been to, because we live in St. Louis, but I've been to East St. Louis, and when we were looking at houses before we moved here from Virginia, we were told by the realtor not to stop. People were walking the street, but to me they're reminding their own. No, but to me they're reminding their own business. I kind of feel sometimes like white people give the impression that black people just out here ready to pounce on you. And yeah, I heard that East St. Louis has a bad reputation, but I've driven through there, and it is more hood, is more poor black people, but I don't think that, I might be naive, but I don't think there's crime like that more so than anywhere else.
Well, I know people from East Saint, and it depends on what time of the day where you at, but yeah, you don't want to get caught in parts of that area, because it is what it is. I know people, I know places. It's a place. I'm from Chicago. It's a place Chicago I won't even go. You know what I mean? Because you don't got to invite. It's places. That's why I took a lot of the housing projects down, because those places was fortresses. It's a couple of them. They know how to lock you in them places. You know what I mean? I've seen this firsthand. So it depends on where you at. Like, yeah. So it just depends. If some places, if you ain't from there, you don't go there. You know what I mean? It is what it is.
You know what's crazy? Just a little side thing. A lot of people around America probably have a different circumstance to what me and Gas would go through. But when you go out of New York, let's say you're on the road at this hour of the night, for example, it's flashing red lights. You don't stop at a red light. If it's clear to go, you go about your business. But believe it or not, in Brownsville, in the Bronx, and Brooklyn, all that stuff, you have to stop at a red light at this hour of the night. And a lot of people, like, I was surprised to be in Maryland a couple of years ago and learned that, it's a flashing red. Just drive if it's clear, because in New York, they set you up to get robbed at a red light. So it's pretty interesting when you travel around America, how different it is outside of some of these bigger cities. You know what I mean?
Well, Koku, that's the interesting part about New York, and I think that's what makes New York probably the most unique. Even when you look at least for my historical analysis, like it's a good thing that this thing that they call hip hop, was created, because New York had gang culture. You had the Black Spade, Savage Skulls, Savage Nomads. You had all this stuff. Can you imagine if that gang culture had, taken hold, and then the drugs combined with the gang culture to have, like, a Chicago style? Because that's what it would have mimicked. It would have looked like what Chicago has. Gang culture in New York, we wouldn't be able to go anywhere because we're all on top of each other. But us as New Yorkers, we go, like you said, it could be 1 a.m. And as long as I'm not, I'll drive to any part anywhere, and like I'm not fearful. But like when I was in the South, I noticed that particularly black people, they'd be like, yeah, I'm in the house early. It'd be 1 o'clock in the morning, so I'm not driving by certain towns, and I'm like, interesting. Whereas us as a New Yorker, and I think that's what gets us in trouble a lot of times when we go out of town, because we don't understand, the lay of the land. Like, we think everywhere's like New York. You just go somewhere 1 a.m, hey, let me get a slice of pizza. It's not like that. Like, it's very segregated in certain areas in terms of who can go where and who can, enter into those places. Whereas, like, like I said, I'm not just gonna wake up and go to Brooklyn for no reason. But if I had to go there right now, I'd get in my car and go to Brooklyn. I wouldn't feel any, again, like I said, I'm not gonna go into the Flatlands or East New York or Brownsville, just ha ha ha. But I'll still go, if I had to be somewhere,
Right. But guys, would it be better if the police did this instead? What you saw in the video?
No, when I see these type of videos, I just think, like I said, I'm a third-class citizen, man. I've accepted it. I don't. This is feel good, man. These are feel good psyops, in my opinion. To me, yeah. Don't get me wrong. We would love, for the police to have this type of rapport, and this is what they should have. But that's just not the case. And it's just to me, things to make us, get distracted from the reality that we're third-class citizens. Justice Taney's, decision still stands in this country. With Dred Scott. As a matter of fact, was it the 14th Amendment that so-called freed the slaves? Was it the 14th or 15th? I forgot which amendment it was. It was never ratified by Congress. It was signed into law, but according to their stuff, it has to be ratified by Congress, right? Yeah, that amendment that freed the slaves was never ratified. So, of course, they still treat us the way they treat us. So, for me, I'm not, looking for the police to have that relation. I'm really looking for the community. I mean, it's heartbreaking when you hear the brother say he's from Chicago and there are places in Chicago he's not going to. There are parts of East St. Louis that you don't want to go to. Like, why? This is America. We all black people. Why can't I go there? Like I saw a rap battle and they were in St. Louis. Funny enough, guys from New York went out there and they were battle rapping. And I was like, St. Louis, the murder capital. I've seen guys in Baltimore, murder capital. And we're bragging about death.
Right.
It's crazy when you really think about it. Like, that's not a good thing. People should brag. Yeah, you can't come to my neighborhood. Why is that a good thing? I'll never see a Chinese guy say, can't come to my hood. Everybody goes, come to Chinatown, spend your money. You know what I'm saying? They want you in there, spend your money and go back and leave your wallet here. It's weird.
Let me ask this quick question before we go to the last topic for tonight. Let me ask this question. A lot of times in America, especially, you hear, because of how the dynamics play out here in America, right? You hear people say, well, we need to have more black cops in black neighborhoods. Cops, black guys who live in the neighborhood, who are police, who would understand the neighborhoods better, who would have a rapport with the people, et cetera, et cetera. Let's look at that paradigm. Would you want a black cop to be like this, or do you or do you just expect them to be the way they are, as it is right now, right? Like, would you prefer this type of thing from your police? Or, in fact, better yet, we always talk about nation building. When you build your nation, how do you expect your cops to be? Like Gas, how are the cops in Isoko land? Like, how are the cops towards Isoko people in that?
In Nigeria? It's funny. In Nigeria, I've never really had problems with the police personally. But the cops, they get very reckless sometimes, they're underpaid a lot of times. They're stressed. So I just give them some money. They pull me over. I don't give them money right away because I don't want to offend them. But, I listen, like, okay, what's going on? Like, what can we do to make your day good? He's like, oh, okay, cool. He checks the trunk, makes sure I'm not a thief or a smuggler. All right, man, here's $5 equivalent. Here's $4 equivalent. Buy yourself some lunch, man. I'm good? Good. All right, cool. And I keep it moving. Now, I know a lot of people don't have that disposable income to just, have that relationship with the police. So there are tensions at times. But, I think, when you look at, for example, in Brooklyn, off Flatbush by Crown Heights, they have the Jewish community, they have their own patrols. And it's a different, concept. They're not there to patrol the community members. They're there to patrol non-community members.
Absolutely.
So their orientation to policing is totally different. And so I think, again, I always look at the history. Police didn't come, shout out to KRS-One, but it didn't come from officer, overseer. No, the police comes from policy. Right, and it's enforcing. That's why it's called a police force. They're enforcing the policy or the will of the state. Right, and again, what's the will of the state in the United States? Tawny, Dred Scott. So hopefully, maybe if we have more black officers who are trained a certain way, and their orientation and their training is different, to really truly be an asset and service to the community. Yeah, then it might look like this, but for now, no, I don't think so.
What about the rest of you guys? If you were in a African state or African nation state, would this be how you want your police to be? And if you are from a predominantly black community, be it an islander or whatever, is this how you expect your police to be? Let's go to Marcus Garvey is the way.
Our police, I think, are more braggadocious. I don't think they're normally that cool with you. At least in Barbados, a lot of them are more braggadocious. At least the few I've seen.
Yeah,
But,
we call it biggity.
Yeah, because they know they got little power, so they try to But I normally tell my kids that I think the difference with police here and the police there is that we are on the island, and most police, somebody knows where they live, so the crimes they commit is only so limited because the island is small, and people know people, so you can only commit so many crimes against the people before you as a police may go missing. So I don't think they can push the kind of things that they do here as they do there. But yeah, you're gonna get the biggity ones, but I've never seen them as cool as this, like, and I mean cool as in, like joking with people.
Right.
Yeah.
D-Web, you must wish that in Chicago you had these kind of cops, right?
I mean, they all a mixed bag, man. I've seen situations where it's crazy. What this prior to everybody having these new HD smartphones or whatever. It's been times where we actually had a rapper dude that used to live on our block, and he was kind of local, well-known rapper dude, and we had to actually the police pull over. I guess these had this white dude who could rap. Like the Eminem beginning times, right? And they came in and actually had a fucking rap battle. You see all these cars pull up, and we like, what the hell's going on? They actually, and it's grainy cell phone footage of that existing. You know what I'm saying? So it's like I said, you have mixed bags of cops. Some of them, whatever, and then others, it's weird, crazy stories I probably could tell. But I will say that, I think the police should reflect the population to at least a certain extent. It's funny to me how you can have, all these active recruitments for all these other type of industries or whatever, but they don't have active recruitment for police force, because that's an important thing in the neighborhood, right? People typically want these people to come from that area so that they know people, they know the area, they know what gangs is in the area, they know these people, they know the majority of these people are hardworking people, and you have a few people that act up, you know what I'm saying? So they don't treat it like it's Fallujah, you know what I'm saying? Because they have a tie to this neighborhood. So I think, and then a lot of times people coming out of high school and shit, they don't know what they want to do, so if people have the temperament, if you can run all these tests and find out who has the temperament maybe to be doctors and lawyers and have active recruiting and businesses come out for that, I don't understand why you can't do the same thing to the local police force, invest some money in them so that you can have people from the neighborhood who have the temperament, have the attitude, and who've been trained from an earlier age to interact with people, have some training. But I'm living in a utopian mindset right now, but that's all I got on that,
man. Real Black Gentleman, are you in St. Louis, or is that Lero I'm thinking about?
It's Lero around that area.
Oh, Lero.
I thought Lero was in Detroit.
No, the matron is in Detroit. Lero is in St. Louis. Real Black Gentleman, what say you? Where are you at?
Where am I at? Where my location? Where am I from?
Yeah, from.
Oberlin, Ohio. You know where that is?
Oberlin, yeah. So, would you have liked to, in Oberlin? Would you like to see your police like this?
Of course. I mean, it's like like I said, it's just the idea that the police is your people. That what I'm saying. Like naturally, if what I'm saying, like they checking up on you, like, yo, I saw something going on. Like, I just want to set you straight. You good? Oh, okay, yeah. That's why. Yeah, I'll be doing the same thing. Just that the casual nature of policing is where obviously you can imagine, you can put yourself in this police officer's like shoes. You could relate to that kind of person. It's like, look, I'm out here too. I just got out here to do the watch. You know what I'm saying? I gotta go out here and do the watch. Just making sure everyone's on the up and up. That's all. Right. Look, he looks in the car. Ask him if he you know what I'm saying. Just the. I know that this is just it's the characterization. You know what I'm saying? It's just a skit. You know what I'm saying? But yes, the whole point that you need people you need policing that is of the people, is not, the whole idea of like even uniforms and like being of that role. I think a lot of times Black people, I've said it before, we don't want to be reactionary. We don't want to find ourselves imitating and kind of, we'll find ourselves kind of wanting the same things we'll try to like find we'll try to find the equivalency to the greater culture. And you know what I'm saying? We want policing. Do we really want police? You know what I'm saying? We aren't making policies. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? It's like that goes back to the whole idea of even like, you know, even trying to nullify, you know what I'm saying? There's a lot of things that we don't even have the ability to neutralize, let alone like prefer. It's nice, and I think that you can kind of like cheat your way through it in a way. Like you can kind of like synthesize a solution where like, again, black people are on the streets protecting black people in the greater community at large, and just kind of getting into more of a commanding position about it instead of being at the mercy of the same apparatus. I mean, I don't want to get into the system to become it. I need the system to change. And sometimes that means you know what I'm saying, kind of like dabbling around and kind of just like, and you know what I'm saying, I don't want to be a police officer until like I know that conditions would be even more so less than, you know what I'm saying. I'm not trying to like sit up here and like make sure I lock up, you know, have so many tickets and do all that. I'm not trying to, I don't want to be no cop. But I mean, I can understand how it's necessary. Someone's going to have to go out there and like, you know what I'm saying? And it's difficult because it's like, when I say someone has to go out there, it's like, I can have the attitude of like, if it don't matter to me, if it's not affecting me, it's not affecting me. It's not affecting me. It's just affecting these other people. It's not, you know what I'm saying? But I mean, someone's got to make these roles. Someone's got to, you know what I'm saying? It's easy until you leave the house and you start to realize how many things are interconnected with every person in the society, white, black, you know what I'm saying, aquamarine, you know what I'm saying? I hate to say that, but it's true. But like, so yeah, I do wish policing, you know what I'm saying, I would like a policing that was more casual, not confrontational, not this belligerent paramilitary force that is in a lot of our black communities. I'm a pass.
All right. I only asked where my mind Buana though. Buana hit me up earlier, so he had something come up. He might have hopped on if he had a chance. My guess is that he had some folks from out of town come in.
I'm looking for Azuli, Coco, because Azuli, yes, last week I fell asleep. That prompt was for me about the Cosby, and I don't know. I don't think we'll have the time, but I'm hoping we might be able to throw that prompt again because it was a bonus, and I really want to hear Azuli say what he was saying about that guy, where he can have someone respond back. But I fell asleep, that's why. So I'm waiting. Azuli, call in.
Yeah, that was a prompt full of laughter at the end there, man. That bonus prompt was good. We actually had Buana showing his face. I don't know if I showed it to YouTube, but he was showing us his face and stuff. It was a very interesting end last week. We meant to go a few more minutes, but time changed on us, and we ended up going even longer. Like it ended up being like an 8-hour episode or something. It was very, very interesting, very funny at the end. Good times. Razuli, if you're out there, hop back on. I'll try to get to that quickly so Gas could comment to it. Buana, when you listen to the playback, make sure to drop your comments so that we can have a dialogue in the comment section about the show. In the meantime, let me go to the last prompt tonight. This has been a great show.
I just want to say something quick.
Go ahead.
Yeah, we were looking at it as black cops being like this, like, you know, if we want the police to treat us like this. But I realized that if you check the Dahmer story, for example, the white cops were treating him in that casual way, and we were only thinking of you know, innocent people, but he was a guilty person being treated real casually and getting away with crimes more than once in guilty situations because the police was too casual with him. So, you know, we got to look at the same situation on the flip side.
Yes, that's true too. That's true too. Thank you for that, Marcus Garvey is the way. Let's go to the last prompt tonight. Make sure you guys subscribe to all the other shows. Oni is in Tanzania. I don't know if he's doing a show. He did it last week, so he might do it tomorrow. Only let us know in the chat if you're doing it. D-Web, you let us know if you're doing your show tomorrow as well. Shoot the Breeze topic number 10 is the last topic for tonight, unless Uzuli jumps on. Shoot the Breeze topic number 10 is she spitting or salivating. This takes us to a prompt that goes to Twitter, it seems. Let's see if this is a video. I'm pretty sure it is. So let's discuss it.
Non-reciprocal energy. You hear a lot of women in the dating market saying when the right man comes along, you will not have to try. And although it's true that you won't have to try too hard, there's a difference between not trying too hard and not trying at all. You don't have to be thirsty. You don't have to come off desperate, but no man wants to be pursuing a woman that they feel is not giving them the same kind of energy in return. Number 2, unrealistic financial expectations. Somewhere in the modern dating market, we have communicated to women that it is totally acceptable to expect a man to pay for their hair or their nails for a first date, or to even go as far as to ask a man they barely even know to help them with their bills. Feeling entitled to lavish treatment or financial assistance from a man that you barely even know that's still trying to get to know you is an extremely unrealistic expectation. And social media has done a really bad job of making modern women think that that behavior is normal. Let me be clear. There's nothing wrong with wanting a man who's financially solid, but no man wants to feel like they're your walking ATM. Number 3, immaturity and uncontrolled emotions. Immaturity, uncontrolled emotions, acting crazy, all of that has been rebranded recently as being toxic. And there are a lot of social media channels out there that actually glamorize being toxic and encourage women to engage in this kind of behavior. When good men get a sense of that behavior, you lashing out, blocking their number, cursing them out, they either just stop taking you seriously from that point forward, or they don't tolerate it altogether, because you're coming across to him more so like a child who's throwing a temper tantrum than you are a woman who wants to be taken seriously as an adult. Number 4, probably the most controversial one of all, being too masculine. A lot of women will shy away from being feminine now because of the negative connotation that's associated with that in modern society. Whether you like it or not, the reality is that men like feminine women. Now, this is the part in the story where a lot of women will say, well, it takes the right man to bring out that feminine energy. Although I do think that there are some points of that are true, overall, I don't really agree with that. I think that as a woman, you either embrace your feminine energy and you walk in that, or you just haven't tapped into it. There are so many women in the modern dating market who have hardened themselves to steal because of the negative experiences that they've had with men. Blocking your feminine energy is often a defense mechanism for a lot of women so that they don't get hurt in the future. But don't let the experiences of the past turn you bitter. The reality is, ladies, that there are two sides to every coin. And if we're going to talk about the bad traits of men, we also have to acknowledge and take accountability for the bad traits we have in ourselves. Number 1, non-reciprocal energy.
As usual, I try to play these twice. So I'm gonna play it one more time. Let's soak it up, and then we'll finish up. We'll be done by 2 or so. Let's play it one more time, and then we'll discuss it.
Number 1, non-reciprocal energy. You hear a lot of women in the dating market saying when the right man comes along, you will not have to try. And although it's true that you won't have to try too hard, there's a difference between not trying too hard and not trying at all. You don't have to be thirsty. You don't have to come off desperate, but no man wants to be pursuing a woman that they feel is not giving them the same kind of energy in return. Number 2, unrealistic financial expectations. Somewhere in the modern dating market, we have communicated to women that it is totally acceptable to expect a man to pay for their hair or their nails for a first date, or to even go as far as to ask a man they barely even know to help them with their bills. Feeling entitled to lavish treatment or financial assistance from a man that you barely even know that's still trying to get to know you is an extremely unrealistic expectation. And social media has done a really bad job of making modern women think that that behavior is normal. Let me be clear. There's nothing wrong with wanting a man who's financially solid, but no man wants to feel like they're your walking ATM. Number 3, immaturity and uncontrolled emotions. Immaturity, uncontrolled emotions, acting crazy, all of that has been rebranded recently as being toxic. And there are a lot of social media channels out there that actually glamorize being toxic and encourage women to engage in this kind of behavior. When good men get a sense of that behavior, you lashing out, blocking their number, cursing them out, they either just stop taking you seriously from that point forward, or they don't tolerate it altogether, because you're coming across to him more so like a child who's throwing a temper tantrum than you are a woman who wants to be taken seriously as an adult. Number 4, probably the most controversial one of all, being too masculine. A lot of women will shy away from being feminine now because of the negative connotation that's associated with that in modern society. Whether you like it or not, the reality is that men like feminine women. Now, this is the part in the story where a lot of women will say, well, it takes the right man to bring out that feminine energy. Although I do think that there are some points of that are true, overall, I don't really agree with that. I think that as a woman, you either embrace your feminine energy and you walk in that, or you just haven't tapped into it. There are so many women in the modern dating market who have hardened themselves to steal because of the negative experiences that they've had with men. Blocking your feminine energy is often a defense mechanism for a lot of women so that they don't get hurt in the future. But don't let the experiences of the past turn you bitter. The reality is, ladies, that there are two sides to every coin. And if we're going to talk about the bad traits of men, we also have to acknowledge and take accountability for the bad traits we have in ourselves.
All right. Is she spitting or is she salivating? Real Black Gentleman asked for the link. I posted it in the chat. Real Black Gentleman, what say you? Is she spitting?
Oh, she's drooling.
She's drooling. Okay, talk about it.
I mean, this is the thing. I mean, she's making pretty basic points. I can relate to that. The whole idea of being, so conditional femininity. Just the idea, the transactional femininity, having to pay for everything, having, understanding just the idea of money being about everything, and having that being on the front of the just being front and center of so many interactions. The just lack of, I mean, I know what she's saying. I mean, it's out here. I mean, I think that it's the greatest. It's as much as we can, gripe about, seeing these systems and shit. I mean, as a man, I do find some of these tendencies really, they're hard to go by. You have to, like, roll with the punches. You know what I'm saying? You do have to roll with the punches. What she's saying, no femininity. I mean, when I was younger, I would not have thought that, I would have seen a lot of just the relationship thing. Just I never would have thought that a lot, and again, a lot of this stuff is just social conditioning, not giving ourselves good, the benefit of a doubt as a people, that we doubt ourselves, we know what I'm saying, we destroy our own good ideas, we are cynical about the most genuine and wholesome things, and I don't like it. I think that some people may say, well, you need to be more of a man. You need to be more of a man. Well, maybe these women do need to be more of a woman, and that's okay. And that's okay to be more feminine. To really have an understanding of, men are really crammed with a lot of understanding how women feel. Women do not really understand not even, they aren't fitting around men like you know what I'm saying, they are not, they cannot seem to, I will say, understand the conditions of a lot of working men. You know what I'm saying? We have to go out here, engage with other men, and engage with the business that, you know what I'm saying, as if, I would engage in business with my more leisurely time, you know what I'm saying? But when I'm at work, you know what I'm saying, even if I have a business, I'm still under tight, even if it was my own business, you know what I'm saying, I'm still under tight conditions. I'm trying to make my money. I cannot do anything right now, honey. I gotta work on the money. You know what I'm saying? Put that to the side. Understanding that and having appreciation for the overall, the wider objectives of why I'm doing it, the purpose of enterprising and working hard. And women cannot take that for granted. I mean, it's too much to have come from a lineage of people who work for free and then basically are asked to work for everything, to give everything up, and to not really have a sense of, a lot of people not getting meals from their women. They're not getting, you know what I'm saying, a lot of these things don't happen. There is a lot of transactionalism where, it's ugly. And yeah. I it's good to hear women talk, I'm saying, the way that she's speaking. I'm gonna pass.
Yeah, so her point number 4 was no femininity, and Pro Black Perspective says I think number 4 was her weakest point as far as Tanzania is concerned. But yeah, 1 to 3 is a reality here. Let me take that point to another continental African, gas them up. What did you think of her 4 points here?
I mean, I don't listen to women typically. I
That's
think
right.
she's talking to women. That's good. She should be talking to women. Um, that's what they're supposed to do. Uh, I just think that men need to get over, particularly in the West. Women don't need men. They don't need men. Um, they have the government, and no matter how much you shimmy in bed with your hips, you can't hit the spot like Uncle Sam. It just is what it is. So, uh, why stress yourself? Enjoy your life and be free. So, that's just where I'm at. And when I tell my advice I give to men, particularly in the West, like don't kill yourself. Because at the end of the day, it's a damned if you do, damned if you don't. Like with the guy in the early video, the Nigerian simp, he if he had smacked her or kicked her out, like, yo, what's wrong with you? We call him an abusive. He have domestic violence on his public record. But he takes the sucker approach, of course, which he shouldn't, and he ends up getting killed. So I think, yeah, she's doing a good thing. I think she's expressing what women need to hear. But I think for me, this is um, it's about as an educator, and I see the young girls in the school system. There's a wife, most of them. Nah, it's terrible to say, but nah, not a wife. Baby mama at best, right? Because again, I think it goes back to training and what are you taught at a young age? What are the things that you're being taught to do to prepare you to be in a relationship? Most women are taught go to school, get an education, and blah blah blah. And then when they're well into their 27th year, now they hear a woman like her giving them, well, basic advice that they should have heard when they were, from let me say from 8 years old up until they were 19. They should have been hearing that type of advice, but they're hearing it at 27. You are your habits, you are your rituals, you are your practices. Don't tell me what you profess, tell me what you do. Show me what you do, and I'll tell you who you are. Right? And so if these women have not been practicing these things that she's saying, you know, it'll be surface level at best. So that's just me. I don't I don't take them too serious.
I appreciate that. I can respect that. D Web, you saw the video, you see the prompt. She's spitting or salivating.
I mean, she's not saying anything to me that's like earth shattering or groundbreaking. These are things that should have been taught. I think I agree with Gaz to the point that this things that should have been taught to women growing up. Prior to you even getting into the dating pool, prior to you even going out there. If this is advice you're giving to 30-year-old women, then we in bad straits. That's terrible. This is things that should have been taught to you way before that point, before you became, saddled with a kid or two, maybe by some, dude who isn't about nothing, or you know what I'm saying? Like it's kind of an indictment to me on this degenerated society that we have, where they look at, the sexual liberation as empowering, and the materialism of this current society and things. She spoke on the financial expectations, and and like I said, it's basic things, reciprocating energy. You know what I'm saying? Don't be toxic, don't be you know what I'm saying? These are things that you shouldn't even need a video for. And if you need a video for at your big ass age to do that, then you might as well hang it up, like. So to me,
I
it's
agree.
sad. it's sad in a way. You know, it's sad that you even got to make this material. You know, and a lot of people are gonna dismiss it off the back. She's a beautiful woman. You
You're
know?
a sexist.
Yeah, they're gonna be like, and then they're gonna say they're gonna call her a pick me. Oh, she's a pick me. You know,
She's a pick-me, yeah.
Yeah, and so it's gonna fall on deaf ears. The people who already probably need to hear this already know this advice, and people who don't want to hear it gonna dismiss it anyway. So you know, it is what it is. That's all I got, man.
I appreciate that, Web. Yeah, this is why I keep talking about curriculum, man. This is the stuff you have to weave into your early childhood teaching, man. You got to get this to the kids. If grown women have to watch this, a lot of them are going to turn this shit down. It's too late. You're 30 odd years. It's too late now for this shit, and it's going to fall on deaf ears. The people are past this already. We got to get this. This goes back to the whole arranged marriages and the idea of like courtship rituals and all that. We have to get this type of stuff down to these younger folks coming up here. You know what I mean? This is way too late in the game. But with that said, I think I got all the men. Let me get the one black woman we have on the panel tonight. All the other black women were traveling or what have you. But Marcus Garvey is the way did come through tonight. Marcus Garvey is the way. Is she spitting or is she salivating?
Well, I think she's spitting for those who don't know. In terms of matching energy, yeah, I think for sure. To have a relationship, you have to have at least energies that are in sync with each other. In terms of the money thing, I I remember growing up, I would ask, where is the guys that like to spend money on women? Like, why I can't find one of those? Because there's some women that always want their nails done, their hair done. And I'm like, my God, that shallow shit is getting them some money, but they never take the money and do anything with it. Because I'm like, you could take that money instead of doing your nails, invest it and buy a house or something. But I could never find those people. I'm like, these women attract the men that will pay their bills, because I've never found a man that, well, I never had any bills to pay, but I've never found a man that was out there trying to do my nails and my hair, and my sisters, I can't think of any of my sisters who've ever been in a relationship like that. So I think some women train their daughters to be superficial and attract men that will meet their superficial needs. um in terms of the feminine energy thing,
Men too, by the way.
huh?
If I could just interject quickly, men too. A lot of black men too raise their daughters to be a certain way too. We got to start being honest about that. A lot of men raise their daughters to look at men
Want to
as
get the nails done?
giving you something. Pardon me?
Oh no, I was asking you to give them something. Go ahead. I'm listening. Go ahead.
Yeah, a lot of men raised because a lot of men, they remember what young men were like when they were young men, and sometimes they remember what they were like, and so they raise their daughters in a way to, not to fall in with the guys who they perceive as not good guys. So there's oftentimes with men raising daughters, and Webb could probably speak to this too. There's this way you raise women that actually, if we're honest as men, oftentimes make a lot of these women, quote unquote, a bit worse, if we're to be honest, right? I'm sure Gas will probably understand what I'm saying. But, we have to be real about that. It's not just women who raise daughters to be a certain way. So a lot of times men overcompensate or whatever it is they do that raise women, young women, to become grown women that are kind of messed up way too. But continue, Marcus.
To be shallow, to basically be shallow.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the thing about the feminine energy, I'm like, well, as a woman, if you got to go searching for that feminine energy, then something's wrong with you. I mean, as a woman, you should be feminine. If you got to go searching for something that you are, I mean, that means you're suppressing it. And I can't understand why you would have to suppress your feminine energy because you're a woman. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's like saying a man is if a man is suppressing his masculine energy, well, what are you gonna call him? A bullet man then. Because
I agree. Yes.
yeah, it sounds strange that you have people who want to suppress energies. Again, this is nothing that I grew up seeing. This is more, a lot of this stuff is more happening, except for the shallow getting your hair and nails done. This
No,
suppressing of
but only is telling you in the chat.
uh-huh
1 to 3 is in Africa though.
1 to 3. What was the third one? I forgot what the third one was.
What was the third? The fourth one was femininity, I think.
Yeah, the fourth was, I can't remember what the third one was. Financial.
I don't remember now. I'm trying to go through it, but the damn thing won't come up where I'm hitting. So I don't remember. Only post 1 to 3 in the chat for me, please.
Let's see if I can pull it back up on the TV. I can't see it on my phone because the print is too small.
Yeah, but go ahead, finish. Continue, Marcus Garvey's way.
No, I was still trying to figure out what number 3 was, so I can comment on that one.
Does anyone on the panel remember what 1 to 3 is?
I remember one was the energy, 2 or 3 was immaturity. Okay, and uncontrolled emotions. Okay.
Immaturity. Okay.
Yeah, immaturity. To be honest, like the white girl that was screaming at the guy, that is immaturity. When the Nigerian guy, that's immaturity. And that wasn't even matching energies. Let's put it that way. But that was immaturity. I think a lot of us women do have immature responses in relationships, and I think men also have immature responses in relationships. But I think with time, you have to learn to understand each other and become mature even your basic ideas. Sometimes you have to understand, even like in marriages, you have to understand that the other person is changing over time, and sometimes some things are outside of you, some things are more for your children. Sometimes you hold on to a relationship for your children and not necessarily for the relationship, because it has to be outside of you brought the people into the world, you have to take care of them. In maturity, I think everybody starts off immature, and as you learn each other, you become more mature. But some people take the levels, and some people don't as the other guy said, if you're 30 and 40 um now getting this and didn't know this before, that mean you're not going to get it at 50. I mean, 50 might be way too late. But there's some women who will never mature. There's some women who will never be financially mature or emotionally mature. So it's becoming more of a obvious problem now, and with the gender warring, I think is more in the open, and people are now having to um answer for the behaviors that are contributing to negative relationships and broken relationships more so the fact that the gender warring is happening is also leading to more open discussions on the issues of both genders, and hopefully all this warring will come to a solution and not just lead to the whole gay rainbow lifestyle. Because at the rate people are keeping this stuff up, I'm like, y'all gonna run out of solutions, because at the end of the day, a man needs a woman and a woman needs a man. So
Now,
get
quick
it
question:
together.
is that a conclusion that is for men or for women? And I'm not saying anything to you particular, but I just find it interesting that that's always the go-to conclusion, as opposed to saying, which a lot of men are doing. They're just like, choosing to sleep around or travel out of the country and enjoy their life.
You're asking if what is the solution? I didn't get what you said was the solution.
No, I never proffer solutions. I'm just trying to say I find it interesting that that's always the end result that's presented,
What is the
which
end result?
is the orientation that's LGBTQI, right?
Oh,
And
no. I
the,
said in the end that a man needs a woman and a woman needs a man.
no. I know that, but what I'm saying is that it's interesting that that's presented, right? But
Oh,
typically speaking, the person who that has more of an attack on their being is the man. right? So when men hear that, heterosexual men take that as a slight upon themselves, right? So they're like, oh no, I'm not. So it's kind of like I'm maybe you're not aware of it, but just putting it out there that in a way it does, how will I put it? It can be absorbed as a form of browbeating men into submitting to behavior that they may find alternatives to by, for example, deciding to just, philander about the community or travel out of the country and build families outside of the country, right? And so when you throw that last conclusion to say, well, the end result is the LGBTQI orientation, the people who typically will face more of an assault on that in terms of their being will be the man, right? Because a woman can be LGBTQI, and I'm not saying they don't have issues for those women in the community who identify as that, but it's typically not seen as an assault on their being or their sense of self. But a heterosexual man who hears just even a mention of that instantly reacts in a negative. So I'm just pointing that out to you.
Oh no! To me, I think it's more the society that's pushing that solution. I mean, the whole thing with the Rainbow Tribe, to me, they're pushing that, and you have so many people joining those tribes, all the letters in the alphabet, that I think that society is trying to push that as the option. Get the genders warring, and then you know well, men can get along with men, so maybe men can get along with women. So maybe you need to hang out with a guy, and women, men will never understand you. So maybe another woman would understand you, and that's what I feel that they're pushing here in America more so. So yeah, as you said, a man can then leave the country and go to another place and find a partner, but I think society as a whole, I mean, come on, they're indoctrinating 5-year-olds to be the same, what they call it, same gender love. So yeah, the straight men are there, but the society on a whole, it feels to me that they're pushing after the war is over and the two sides are separated. You have a society saying, well, men can love men and women can love women. But you get what I'm saying?
No, nobody's debating the perhaps possible reduction in carbon, right? That's Bill Gates' mathematical equation. They want to reduce the carbon, the carbon producers, right? The people who produce carbon by any means necessary, right? So perhaps, and who's that might be one of the ways, right? Stacey Abrams was just on TV saying, get an abortion. That's why you're poor, right? Things of that nature. No, I'm just saying. So no one's debating that. I'm just saying that maybe, I'm hoping you can understand what I'm saying to you is that when you mention that, that idea of the LGBTQI within the gender, when men are having that conversation, mentioning it is a form of browbeating, is a form of, men, at least in my interpretation, is a form of men. And a lot of men will, and when they hear it, they instantly, no, I'm not that orientation. So that's how they react. And so indirectly, it kind of forces them to accept things that they're already saying they don't want. So regardless of, that everyone has to get together, if a 30-year-old woman doesn't get it, tough luck. You're going to be alone by yourself with a cat. Like, you get what I'm saying? Like, I'm basically saying, I'm basically saying, just because she's probably going to die alone with the cat, doesn't mean we need to bring LGBTQI in the discourse when we when we have conversations with men about it. Like, that's the, we know the LGBT, we know agendas out there, but just for heterosexual men who are not, having that issue, it does come across as a form of browbeating them into submission. And so indirectly, you lead them down the path of, big piece of chicken, sex every 6 months, right? Because now they said, okay, I took your advice, I had to make it work somehow, and now he has to make it work with a 34-year-old woman who didn't learn what she was supposed to learn when she was 8. So from 8 to 27, she was taught nonsense, and he heard your position and tries to make it work with an idiot. And now he has a lifetime of stupidity that he has to deal with. Now he got stupid kids, and it's like, no, he should have just traveled out the world and slept with all these idiots and let them die alone and had his kids outside the country. That's a much better alternative.
Well, let the young men know that.
All right. That was the end of Shoot the Breeze. I want to thank everyone who was here. But before I do that, I want to ask D Webb. Webb, what you got going on coming up on your show?
Tomorrow, the usual. We pushed it back a little bit. It's like 8:15 now. Extra 15 minutes make a big difference. But yeah, that's about it, man. Just tune in tomorrow. And I want to say this week is the Rhonda thing on cancel culture on Thursday, I believe. But I'll be sending a message out for that and everything. So
yeah, make sure you guys are subscribed to D-Web's the Hot Shotty podcast. Click the bell so you get all the notifications. The Rhonda Marie, is it Rhonda Mary or the Rhonda Mary?
yeah, my bad. Rhonda, I keep, but she needs to change her name. I'm gonna convince her to change her name. It flows better, like Tina Marie. I was telling her that shit. But yeah, Rhonda Mary, my bad.
Yeah, Rhonda Mary and D-Web have a nice segment every other Thursday. You guys gotta tune into that. The show on Sundays are good too. If you want like upbeat, funny, personality that you don't really get on, with me in particular, go over there on Sunday nights at 8. Check out the Hot Shotty podcast talking about news that affect, Black equals African society right now. So yeah, look forward to that tomorrow and to the segment later this week. Gas them up, you guys, the Black Pentagrammers, you guys on this week. Oh yeah, first let me shout out Jose, man. I haven't seen Jose in a minute. Jose, you're welcome to come back on the panel. Let's put differences behind, etc. Let's have good conversations. Let's build. So shout out to Jose, who might be out there listening, as a matter of fact. Gas, Black Pentagrammers, you guys on this week?
We're gonna try. It's hard finding topics, occult topics that really touch where I like to go with it. So we're gonna try, but sometimes I don't like to force it. Sometimes I just like to let the spirits flow. And if there's an occult topic, I think we might touch on this recent revelation of Kanye West sacrificing his mother. So he broke his oath. So we'll see.
Okay. Tanzana's a Black Pentagrammer. She's out in the chat still. She says, Amani, everyone. Excellent discussion. Appreciate Tanzan, who's traveling right now. Real Black Gentleman. I'm sorry, who's speaking?
Observing. I just had a quick question for Gas Them Up. He said a number of times tonight that Blacks are third class citizens. I was just wondering who he was saying was before to make the Blacks third. I know white people first. Who was the second?
No, it's not who you're a third class citizen. Who cares who's in front of you? You're third. There's no specific. It's not like
I personally always said fifth class citizen, and I put the dogs just at number 4.
Oh, of course, the dogs are way ahead of us. They'll send the dogs. They'll save the dogs and the cats before they'll save the Blacks. But I just think when we acknowledge it, then we have less expectations. Now we can come together and start getting those government contracts and building communities and doing all the things that we need to do so that we don't need them.
Okay. All right. And I had a quick question. Kuku, are you from Bahamas? I forgot. Where's Kuku? Kuku. I can't hear you.
Sorry, my mic was muted. Yes, I am from the Bahamas.
You got hit by a hurricane. I didn't hear anything about that. What happened?
Yeah, well, it was a tropical storm.
When it hit you. Okay.
Yeah, it didn't hit my island. So the Bahamas is 700 islands and keys. It didn't hit my island, which is the capital. Where Untouchable is. It didn't hit us, but it hit Freeport and Abaco. There was some damage, etc. Yeah, there was some damage.
Okay.
All right.
All
Thanks
right.
for asking me.
No problem.
Real Black Gentleman, you want to shout out anything this week? Unmute your mic if you're still there. If not,
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here. I'm just thankful for, you know what I'm saying, for another week of anything I want to shout out, anything that crossed my mind if I'm thinking about it. I would have to think about it for a second. There's nothing I really want to say. I appreciate the opportunity to speak and just to listen and converse with you guys.
Yeah, that's what it's about. It's about having conversations, man, more than anything. And it's about also putting some of this conversation to work too. We had a real good conversation about those books that led into the government contracts thing. That's something we should really build on. Real Black Gentleman, if you wanna be on the team, because I'm starting to put together a team for KWAZ Radio. If you want to be on the team, hit me up on the Discord. Let me know. The website is just about finished. You can find us on the podcasting apps already. iTunes should be up later today. If you want to be a part of the team and making this thing grow and get more shows from the continent and throughout the diaspora, let us know. If you want to join, just hit me up. All right. Did I get everyone just now? Marcus Garvey's away. Did you want to shout something out?
No, just tell everybody stay warm because the next few days are going to be real cool. So stay warm, people.
Yeah, New York was excellent recently. Almost 70-degree weather.
Yeah,
the last couple of days. So
yeah, look at your long-term forecast. We got 30s and 40s headed our way, so that's gonna head y'all way eventually.
All right. Well, thank you for that, Marcus Garvey's way. Thank all of you who are on the panel. Thank you guys who were in the chat. Bobby Wright, shout out everyone. You guys could check out that message. Tanzan, shout out everyone who's on the panel right now. So I want to thank everyone who's here. Make sure to subscribe to everyone who was up on the panel, who's a part of KWAZ Radio, and even and gas them up on them who aren't really, but they're family still. Make sure to follow everyone who's here. I'll see you guys during the week. I'm actually going to do a Black Power movie review of the Black Panther movie. That might drop, if not tomorrow, probably Monday night. It'll actually probably drop Monday evening. So look out for that. And then we'll be back here again next week for Shoot the Breeze. All right, you guys be good. I'll talk to you later. Peace.
Thanks for listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast with your host, Koku. If you like what you just heard, we hope you pass along our web address, bittermedicineblogs.com, to your friends and colleagues, and share our show to all your social media. Be sure to check out our archive section on our website for previous podcasts. This has been a KWAZ radio production. Join us next time for another session of the Bitter Medicine Podcast. Follow us on Facebook at Bitter Medicine Show, Twitter, Bitter Meds, Tumblr, Bitter Meds, Instagram, Bitter Medicine.